What does it feel like to be an actor's assistant? It's probably a feeling of dedicating your whole body and soul. Ming watched on Facebook as her friends were enthusiastically discussing Black Butler. Her real name was Li Dai, but she had the nickname Ming because when she was little, she really loved a manga magazine called Ming. She basically grew up reading manga, which made her very familiar with anime. Now, she deeply believed that the demon butler Sebastian must have undergone training similar to that of an actor's assistant. She wished so much that she could be the demon butler, with lots of superpowers to handle all the problems at work. The only thing she felt lucky about was that Su Shiwei was a humble boss who wasn't arrogant, and she paid well and promptly. Ming thought she had already burned a lot of incense, made many wishes or offerings, and she could stand right on the front line and watch Shiwei's performance. She sighed that being a female star was not easy. Looks were just the basic requirement. You had to be articulate, able to sing, able to endure hardship, and also talented. A top star like Su Shiwei had 3 people taking care of her, and Ming was only one of her personal assistants. Though she mostly handled errands, she couldn't help but marvel at how amazing people were. Someone like Sister Yu, gentle and intellectual, could be arrogant, while those who acted spoiled and coquettish were often pampered and adored. "Thank you for watching," the host said the final words, and the assistant stepped forward to serve tea and water like parents picking up their kids. Ming stepped forward and helped put a coat on Sister Yu. "There's another scene to shoot. After that we can pack up," the manager came over and said. "Got it." Ming nodded and helped Shiwei to the side. Watching her tiredly close her eyes, she said, "Sister Yu, drink some water." She took out a thermos and poured warm water. Shiwei took it and sipped a few mouthfuls, then closed her eyes tiredly. Ming counted the time. She had already organized everything and packed it in a suitcase. After about 10 minutes she came over to Shiwei. "Sister Yu, shall we go downstairs?" Su Shiwei nodded, opened her eyes, stood up, and was once again the dazzling Su Shiwei. The two arrived at the parking lot, and Ming drove Shiwei to the studio. After finishing filming, it was already 2 a.m. Ming opened the door, helped Shiwei, and while she went to shower, she organized her things, the clothes that needed washing, the food for the next morning. Now she was sorting through letters bills to pay on one side, fan mail on the other. After Shiwei showered, she came out and saw Ming sitting at the table with her hair down, sorting letters. Under the warm yellow light, her serious expression was pure and simple. Shiwei came over and sat down, tired. She had slept a bit in the car and felt much better, but Ming looked even more exhausted after the whole day. Shiwei trusted Ming with all her needs and felt very at ease. She had never expected Ming to last more than a few days. Yet she had already been working for half a year. Ming was very considerate, maybe a little timid, but meticulous and very organized. Shiwei felt like she had found a treasure, and even hoped Ming would stay by her side for a long time. "Sister Yu, I'm almost done." "Wait." Ming looked up and saw Shiwei hadn't dried her hair. "Sister Yu, you're not drying your hair again." She grabbed the hairdryer and helped dry her hair. Enjoying the warmth from the dryer, Shiwei squinted her eyes. After Ming finished drying and combing her hair, she hurried her off to bed. "If you catch a cold, let's see how you attend the celebration banquet," Ming said, lightly tapping her forehead. "It's late. You sleep in the guest room." "Okay," Shiwei said. "Okay," Ming replied, gently closing the door behind her. She went downstairs, double-checked Sister Yu's schedule, then took out her toiletries and went to wash up. Hearing her friends complain about her being less active online, she realized that since working with Shiwei, she rarely chatted on social media anymore. But she didn't feel upset. Instead, she felt very at ease. She realized she really liked being at Sister Yu's place, organizing chores and taking care of her. When Sister Yu said thank you, she felt a special sense of accomplishment. Maybe it was because they were both girls. Sister Yu wasn't someone who would hurt her. She peacefully closed her eyes. Morning Ming finished preparing breakfast, waiting for Shiyu to come back from her morning run. She calculated the calories carefully. Since Shiyu needed lots of exercise and energy today, she made a nourishing energy soup. When Shiyu returned, Ming had already clocked her in, and Shiyu had finished the breakfast Ming made. Ming tidied up quickly, and once the car arrived, she followed Shiyu out. This time they were going to the film set for the last scene, where the male lead would confess to the female lead. Ming stayed nearby, occasionally being tapped for notifications. This month was busy. Ming's manager had 5 or 6 new talents under management. Although Ming wasn't very sociable, her strength was her attentiveness, So she basically managed to use schedule in place of the manager. Tomorrow there's another event, the publicity team notified her. But Miss Yu still has filming in the morning, Mingming replied. After discussing for a while and confirming the schedule, Mingming finally had free time to eat her lunch at 3 p.m. Yu was still acting, so Mingming bit on some fries that had already cooled down, letting her mind wander. Mingming! Suddenly someone shouted by her ear. She turned her head, and the fries in her mouth were snatched away. She hurriedly swallowed, stepping back until she leaned against the wall, but Miss Yu was way too close. Miss Yu, isn't filming still going on? She glanced at the set nearby. Break time, Yu said. They were sitting against the wall. She had seen the publicity team coming to talk to Mingming earlier and didn't want to disturb her, but seeing Mingming dazedly holding the fries with that pure little face, her bangs swaying in the breeze, that blurry softness and cleanliness was very attractive. Like a little white flower in a vast prairie, ordinary yet shining brilliantly, following the natural way, simple beginnings and endings. Because she was so pure, Yu didn't want others to see Mingming like that, so she leaned in and took the fries from Mingming's mouth. Seeing Mingming's embarrassed reaction, Yu felt she had pulled her back, which made her feel a bit relieved. She looked at the fries in Mingming's hand and coquettishly said, "Another one." Mingming picked up a fry and fed it to Miss Yu. "Take it yourself. Otherwise, people might misunderstand." She was a bit nervous. Miss Yu had very passionate fans. Last time she just helped Miss Yu walk back and almost got accused of taking liberties. "No, my hands are dirty," Yu said. She had rolled around on the grass with the male lead earlier, so her hands were dirty. Plus, seeing Mingming's nervousness was quite amusing. Mingming was helpless. Miss Yu sometimes liked to tease her, though most of the time she was very steady. "One more fry, Yu said, and when Mingming handed it over, she bit a piece off and accidentally brushed her lips against Mingming's fingers. Watching Mingming trying hard to stay composed was really fun. "No more. You'll go over your calorie limit," Mingming said, putting the fries aside and taking out a tissue to gently wipe the oil off her lips. "Only 2, Yu softly complained, watching Mingming take out the tissue to wipe her mouth. That focused look, the feeling of being cherished by someone, it made her really like her. "No. There's a celebration banquet tonight. I checked and you like fried chicken and champagne. Do you want to eat now or later?" Mingming coaxed, relieved to see that Yu's lipstick hadn't come off. Yu thought back to how they met because both had the same mark on their hands. Mingming said kindly, "I have it too. My mom said I must have been mischievous, and the king of hell stamped me." She showed her palm. Their birthmarks looked somewhat similar. Yu saw the birthmark and tentatively intertwined her fingers with Mingming's. The 2 marks overlapped just as she thought. Yu looked up and asked the girl, "What's your real name?" Mingming blankly replied, "My name is Li Dai." Could the script really be true? Was she really Dream Butterfly and Yu was White Moon? While Yu was still reminiscing, Mingming had finished wiping her lips. Looking at this glamorous woman Su Yu, a top-tier actress, being so beautiful, just because she was Yu's assistant, she could stand close to her and get this intimate. "Break's over," someone shouted from afar. Yu reluctantly took off her jacket and handed it to Mingming. Mingming watched Miss Yu walk back to the set. When the call to resume came, she was already deep in character, the entwined love and pain between the female and male leads. Mingming saw the male lead was this year's rookie star Chibai. Seeing him slyly place his hand on Miss Yu's waist, she wanted to rush up and slap it away. But she could only quietly wait for Miss Yu. The more time she spent with Miss Yu, the more she admired her. She was a truly talented veteran. Watching Miss Yu was like admiring a work of art. Miss Yu took every role seriously and carefully. Sometimes when they discussed the script, Mingming even felt Miss Yu had stepped right out of the pages. "Hi, you're Mingming, right?" A strange young man approached. "I'm Sure Chibai's assistant. Call me Xiaodou." Xiaodou introduced himself. He wore a normal shirt and jeans and had been an assistant for 5 years. "Hello." Mingming smiled. "I want to ask, how did you get close to Miss Yu?" Xiaodou asked. "Miss Yu is really nice," Mingming said with a smile, pulling out her notebook. "Just remember her rules clearly." At that moment, Yu on stage caught a glimpse of the 2 hiding in the corner. "Stay away from my Mingming," she silently shouted. On camera, Yu's eyes burned hot, matching her beautiful face, delivering the role of a mistress with depth, almost making the man before her look like a pervert. Sure Chibai looked at the fierce beauty before him. Her passionate gaze made him even more reckless, his hand sneaking onto her waist. But Yu made a blocking move. What looked like a gentle kiss was actually whispered into Shichibai's ear. "Take your hand off me, you little beast." After a while, the director called, "Cut." Shiyu quickly stepped away from Shichibai. Mengmeng worriedly handed her jacket to cover her waist. Seeing Mengmeng acting like a loyal dog protecting her, Shiyu finally relaxed a bit. After Shiyu left, Shichibai collapsed against Xiaodou. "Chibai, are you okay?" Xiaodou looked puzzled at the handsome actor, who surprisingly didn't immediately start asking for tea or water. "Scary," Shichibai said. Shiyu's fierce and glamorous look just now frightened him. Mengmeng anxiously looked at Shiyu. "Miss you, are you okay? Did he touch you inappropriately?" Shiyu shook her head. She just touched her waist once on the outside. Just like that. Mengmeng was a bit startled but relieved it was only the side of her waist. "Miss you, there's still one more scene. After that." "Who were you talking to just now?" Shiyu asked, looking a bit displeased. "Who?" "Xiaodou, Shichibai's assistant." Mengmeng replied, looking at her. Stay away from him from now on," Shiyu warned. That guy had a bad reputation. She didn't want her assistant involved with people like that. "Okay." Mengmeng nodded. She didn't like Xiaodou either, especially since he kept trying to look at her note. She was pushy, and those notes contained Miss Yu's secrets. "Miss Yu, we're shooting the last scene," someone called outside. Shiyu nodded and went to finish the final scene. Shiyu looked at Mengmeng. Though she was her personal assistant, bringing Mengmeng to the set made some say she was acting like a diva. But Mengmeng was hired by her, and it didn't bother the crew or the set. The accounts were hers, so the higher-ups tacitly approved and didn't complain. Shichibai was nothing using the company's resources. How dare he be rude to the person the company sent? She felt a bit annoyed but dismissed it as a small episode quickly. After filming, they went to the celebration party. Luckily, Miss Yu had already changed clothes because as soon as she entered, people called her name. "Let's welcome Miss Su Shiyu," the MC announced. Spotlights hit Shiyu, who smiled graciously. Mengmeng took off her jacket. She walked across the red carpet like a queen onto the stage. Mengmeng hid in the crowd watching Shiyu, truly admiring her beauty. She wore a pure white one-piece gown, with delicate lace embroidered with exquisite flying birds flowing along her arms to the enticing cleavage. The tight gown showed off her perfect figure. Looking at Shiyu's stunning face, the flawless glowing skin, the delicate features, the glossy lips with a hint of color forming a kissable smile, eyelashes fluttering like colorful butterflies, eyes shining brilliantly without any contact lenses. In contrast, Mengmeng wore a t-shirt and shorts with loose flat shoes, holding a fancy shawl that wasn't hers, standing in the crowd. She always felt Miss Yu was like the moon, so beautiful it took her breath away. Being her assistant hadn't disillusioned her. It only made her like Miss Yu more. Her efforts off stage, her radiance on stage. Sometimes fans' jealous looks made her feel she didn't deserve to be by Miss Yu's side. But Miss Yu's searching gaze in the crowd always reassured her. The celebration went very well, with fan meet and greet live broadcasts, making every actress secretly compete. The female lead Miss Yu was like the center of a galaxy. Suddenly there was a commotion in the audience. A romantic song played on stage. A man walked out holding flowers and playing guitar. Mengmeng frowned. That wasn't on the program. The man sang and walked up to a female star, then knelt down to present flowers. Mengmeng took the chance with everyone distracted to move close to Miss Yu. "Looks like the suitor of Xiangqin," she whispered. Xiangqin was the female second lead. Shiyu nodded but wasn't too concerned. She cared more about the scent when Mengmeng came near. That was the perfume she gave her. She smiled. Mengmeng was hers. After the song, the man went to Xiangqin and said, "Xiangqin, marry me. Even though you're not the female lead, I love you." Mengmeng shook her head inwardly. How could someone be so foolish to say that during a proposal? The second lead shot an angry glance at Mengmeng and glared at Su Shiyu. Mengmeng stepped protectively in front of Shiyu until the second lead left, then relaxed. Shiyu took the opportunity under Mengmeng's shield to sneak a few bites of fried chicken. Frown at it was cold. Sure enough, the food on set was fake. She was sad thinking this. Holding Mengmeng's hand, their birthmarks touching, she felt something again, but Mengmeng quickly looked over, so she let go. "I want to go home." Mengmeng nodded, pulling Shiyu up. When their birthmarks neared, she felt a faint static shock, but it quickly faded. Back at Shiyu's home, Mengmeng tidied up Shiyu's things. When Shiyu went to shower, Mengmeng took out some chicken dishes from the fridge. She had seen Shiyu sneak fried chicken earlier. She knew Shiyu didn't like it cold, but it was now late at night. She fried it fresh. A star's figure was important. Although Shiyu controlled it well, Ming Ming felt like she was being tempted by the devil. She skillfully pulled out the fryer and put the chicken pieces in. When Shiyu came out of the shower and saw the steaming fried chicken on the table, her eyes sparkled. She smiled sweetly at Ming Ming, who sighed. "Eat then." Shiyu happily pounced on Ming Ming, hugging her waist. "Stop. I haven't showered yet." Ming Ming was helpless, looking at Shiyu. "Eat yourself." "No. I want you to feed me." Shiyu wrapped her arms around Ming Ming's neck, rubbing her body. Ming Ming looked at her begging expression. If fans found out, she'd probably be crucified. She picked up a piece of chicken and fed it to Shiyu, watching her pink tongue test the temperature, then her lips gently biting into the chicken. Shiyu's white teeth bit through the meat. Then she smiled sweetly at Ming Ming, chewed a few times, swallowed, and then licked the oil and pepper off her lips with her tongue. Ming Ming shivered. Why so seductive? Her phone flashed with a message. She quickly stepped aside to handle it, leaving Shiyu to eat alone. Shiyu looked at Ming Ming's wavering expression, happily finishing the remaining fried chicken. Watching Ming Ming answer the phone with a slightly red ear, she felt a joy like never before. Li Dai had just confirmed a schedule for Shiyu. Then her phone rang again. Seeing the number, she frowned and left Shiyu's home. Shiyu finished the dishes obediently. She knew Ming Ming would have to run extra. Shiyu looked at Ming Ming, who had obviously become silent and weary after returning. After finishing this drama, she would have a few weeks of vacation. Ming Ming, she called softly, watching Ming Ming organizing her schedule. "Sister Yu, I have some things to take care of these days. Here's the delivery phone number, and these are the laundry receipts and bills for you," Ming Ming reminded her. "Also remember to dry your hair, don't stay up late, eat more fruit, and I prepared your favorite yogurt for 10 days. Don't let yourself get hungry, okay?" Shiyu pulled her over to the sofa. "Ming Ming, tell me honestly, is being my assistant very tiring?" "No." Ming Ming looked anxious, wondering if someone had said something to Sister Yu. Was she going to fire her? Shiyu looked at her worried face and asked, "Honestly tell me, what's wrong with you lately? Why have you been so distracted?" Ming Ming looked at Shiyu, not knowing how to say it. Being around Sister Yu was busy, but if she did her job well, there was no pressure, and working hard meant earning money. Sister Yu always treated her well, taking her to eat good food or buying her some clothes. She had grown used to being by Sister Yu's side. But when she thought of her family's problems, she didn't know how to bring it up. She only had a high school diploma. Even if she went to a company as an administrative assistant, she was criticized for not being pretty enough and having a low education level. Without Sister Yu, she truly didn't know what she would do. "Is it because you don't have enough money? Or too tired?" Shiyu asked. Seeing Ming Ming remain silent, she guessed Ming Ming wouldn't bring up quitting. Ming Ming quitting? She thought about how frustrating life would be without Ming Ming, how chaotic it would get. "It's not that. Sister Yu has already been so good to me," Ming Ming said. Her co-workers with the same seniority envied her high salary, but what she feared was something else. "So it's family issues, right?" Shiyu asked, looking at Ming Ming. Having dropped out after high school to find work, was her family having financial difficulties? She thought about what connection she might have to help. "Not well, sort of," Ming Ming said dejectedly, feeling that fear again, sinking into gloom. "Sweetie, tell Sister Yu what's going on," Shiyu coaxed, seeing Ming Ming's melancholy, feeling a bit upset. 20 was supposed to be a carefree age. What could she have encountered? "Sister Yu, do you have a boyfriend?" Ming Ming asked. She had been with Sister Yu for 8 months and hardly ever saw her go out with anyone. "I did," Shiyu said. She had dated guys before but realized she liked girls more than boys. "Then if you have a boyfriend, do you have to get married?" Ming Ming asked. "Not necessarily," Shiyu said, looking at Ming Ming, guessing she was troubled about a boyfriend. She recalled the message about the boyfriend who needed a protection order. What kind of guy was that? She had to stop Ming Ming. Even if she wasn't with her, she shouldn't ruin her own life. "But my family keeps pressuring me. I really don't know," Ming Ming said sadly. She didn't know how to face her mother's demands. Seeing Ming Ming's eyes redden, Shiyu pulled her into a hug, holding her shoulder gently. "Home isn't a place of reason. Sweetie, tell Sister Yu, do you want to get married?" She looked at Ming Ming. Marriage was complicated, especially for a woman. It was a sum of many issues. If it wasn't a marriage of love, it was even scarier. Her heart was conflicted, worried for Ming Ming. If she wasn't willing, Shiyu didn't approve. But if Ming Ming married that guy, she'd lose her chance. If the guy was really a good one, didn't she have the capacity to let Ming Ming chase her own happiness? Ming Ming asked for her opinion happily but also worried her. Xihua didn't think marriage was a good place, just look at her friends. Mingming shook her head in her arms. One sentence from Sister Yu broke her down into tears. Home isn't a place of reason. Like a sharp knife stabbing her heart, painfully true. She knew family was important, but did she have to sacrifice her own happiness just to maintain appearances? She knew her boyfriend acted very differently in front of her family than in front of her. But she didn't know how to speak up. Her friends were helpless, but Sister Yu's understanding face made her completely collapse. She stammered, I don't want to marry, I just want to stay by Sister Yu's side. She meant Sister Yu's benefits and salary were far better. She didn't want to face marriage. But Xihua immediately recognized that as proof Mingming liked her. Sweetie, I like you the most too. Tell Sister Yu, is it the boyfriend's problem? Xihua coaxed. Seeing Mingming cry like this, she felt her heart ache. He took some intimate photos and then Mingming sobbed. She didn't know what to do these days. The internet was a scary thing. Her photos were in her boyfriend's hands. She thought it was just for fun. But when she realized they weren't suitable for each other, those photos became a noose around her neck. Thinking of the boyfriend threatening to show the photos to her mother if they didn't marry, she felt utterly ashamed. Xihua's face darkened. Being 8 years older, she naturally understood the affairs of romance. But some scumbags like to flaunt such things like trophies. She hugged Mingming tightly, knowing she must be very scared. Sister Yu, am I very stupid? Mingming said sadly. Her friend scolded her stupid, but what she feared more was if even Sister Yu hated her. But Xihua just held her tightly. Sweetie, it's okay. Seeing Mingming trembling in fear, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, then a burning anger. Along with the anger came a stronger desire to keep Mingming. She promised, no matter what, you can work here with Sister Yu. That sentence was more comforting than anything else. Mingming cried out, Sister Yu, why are you so good to me? Mingming hugged Xihua tightly. She truly felt lucky to have met Sister Yu. Sweetie. Xihua patted her hair, feeling her soft body pressed against her. She quickly changed the subject. So you're going back this time because of this? She asked. Yeah, Mom said since I have no education and the boyfriend wants me, I have to go back to marry, Mingming said dejectedly. Xihua pulled out some tissues to wipe her tears. It's okay. Leave it to Sister Yu to handle? She looked at Mingming's reddened eyes. She really wanted to hold her in her arms. Damn it, Xihua. Someone was sad and she had to compose herself, looking at Mingming's confused face. But what if Mom makes me go back? Mingming looked at Xihua, wondering what her sister planned. Xihua was originally very angry, lamenting modern people's mindset, still stuck on the stereotype that women must marry. But she suddenly thought of a win-win solution and smiled. The next day she took out a document. She pointed at some circled clauses. This contract, unless both parties agree to terminate, you party B, if forced or indirectly made to leave, must pay a penalty. If you don't have the money, relatives or friends must pay. If no one pays, I will apply to the court for an arrest warrant. Mingming thought about it this way she could stay by Sister Yu's side under the pretext of work. She picked up a pen to sign, but Sister Yu pressed her hand down. Mingming, read the clauses carefully. Decide before signing, Xihua said. She always wanted an open strategy, but worried a little about Mingming's unquestioning trust. Mingming read through the clauses. Besides work, it included labor insurance, health insurance, accommodation, etc. It was too comprehensive. It even stipulated that due to the special nature of the work, both parties agreed to cohabitate, etc. She had to read it several times to make sure it wasn't a rental contract or a marriage certificate. Xihua felt a little guilty. She did slip in some clauses favorable to herself, like requiring Mingming to prepare food and clean. Of course, she paid accordingly and forbade bringing men into the house. But she was the homeowner. Was that unreasonable? She watched Mingming browse once more, then stamped the contract. Fortunately, Mingming was already an adult. Seeing her attach her ID, Xihua made a copy for her. Seeing Mingming breathe a sigh of relief, she felt proud. She loved how much Mingming depended on her. Until she saw another document on the tablean agreement to cancel the previous contract. Xihua thought, I'll deal with that when I get back. She had to make sure Mingming was safe. So she told herself she'd wait to handle it after returning. Xihua put the documents into the drawer. Mingming, who had returned, felt much brighter. Although she still couldn't tell her mother about her boyfriend, her family could no longer pressure her to get married. Even though her boyfriend got angry when he saw the documents and tore them up, luckily the originals were with Xihua. She really felt lucky. Although her relationship was facing difficulties, Meeting Shiwe was like seeing an angel spreading her wings, a feeling of being protected that made her realize just how fortunate she was. Really, it's nothing. She looked at herself in the mirror, at the bruises on her arms, and thought, it will all get better. Suddenly, the sound of flushing water came. She quickly pulled down her sleeves, and when Shiwe came out of the restroom, they hurried to the next filming location. While waiting for the crew to arrange the schedule, Mingming received a message. Her face went pale. She told Shiwe she was going to the restroom but actually ran out to flag down a taxi. Shiwe leaned against the window, watching the scenery outside. Seeing Mingming panic and rush to catch a taxi, she frowned and started plotting how to deal with that little bastard who had the nude photos. By the time Mingming came back, Shiwe had already finished her audition. Have you been waiting long, Sister Yu? Mingming nervously asked. Just finished, Shiwe replied. That's great, we made it on time. Mingming smiled as she followed Sister Yu downstairs. Halfway there, Shiwe suddenly stopped. Sister Yu? Did you forget something? Mingming looked at her, wondering why she had stopped. Shiwe suddenly turned her head and looked at Mingming with deep affection. After everything's done, will you be with me? Mingming looked left and right. Was Sister Yu really talking to her? Sister Yu, are you okay? Are you too tired? She didn't understand, was this some kind of prank on a TV show? Why else would Sister Yu act like this? Shiwe stepped closer and fixed Mingming's hair. I'm serious. Mingming stared blankly as Shiwe came close and whispered in her ear. Just kidding. Sister Yu, you're so mean. She laughed, relieved she hadn't taken it seriously, otherwise, that would have been super embarrassing. Shiwe smiled as she saw the glint of camera lenses reflecting from the bushes far away. She had cast her bait and was just waiting for the fish to bite. The next day's weekly magazine screamed the headline. Famous actress Lotzi's romance. The big letters accused Shiwe of scandal. Oh my god. Mingming leaned on the table. Sister Yu. What do we do? I've caused you trouble again. Sure enough, the manager called. Mingming apologized miserably. But Shiwe grabbed the phone and said firmly, It's me. Are you crazy? How many times have I told you? Shiwe. The manager stopped scolding halfway when he realized Shiwe was on the line, and awkwardly chuckled. Shiwe, are you practicing your lines? Why not go somewhere private? You're getting photographed like this. This is great for promoting my next drama. I'll explain everything on the next live stream. Alright. I know you know what you're doing. About that tea party. Tell me the time and place. Shiwe said. After the manager gave more details and confirmed she would attend, he relaxed a little. Just as he was about to hang up, Shiwe shouted, Mingming is my assistant. If there's anything she does wrong, tell me directly. If you keep scolding her, I'll leak today's recording to the press and drown out my own news. Hearing Shiwe's cold warning, the manager laughed nervously, sweating profusely. Only after hanging up did he breathe a sigh of relief. Shiwe was a partial shareholder and a cash cow of the company. He could only sigh silently that little assistant had really hit the jackpot to be noticed by Shiwe. Mingming looked at Shiwe worriedly. The manager's harsh scolding could cause emotional harm. If Sister Yu got blacklisted because of this, she would have really caused trouble for her. Shiwe found it funny to see Mingming so worried. It was already good that she didn't make trouble for the manager. But since Mingming cared so much about her, she felt warm inside. Not wanting Mingming to know, she decided to just leave it as it was. She enjoyed how Mingming served her like a queen. Today is a day off. Shiwe lazily held the script, watching Mingming hang the laundry for her. After living together for several months, Shiwe realized she actually didn't mind living with Mingming. Although Mingming had her key from the start, she wouldn't disturb Shiwe unless necessary, and she gave her plenty of space on holidays. As an assistant, she had to enter the life of the actor, but if she got too involved, the actor would feel uncomfortable. If she stayed too distant, she might fail to manage properly, leading to a damaged reputation which would cause losses for the company. Although Shiwe liked Mingming, rationally she still judged whether Mingming was suitable to appear in her life. Originally, Shiwe was adopted from an orphanage by the manager of Mercury Entertainment. You could say Shiwe basically grew up in the entertainment industry and was very familiar with its rules. She had also heard many scandals about artists and their assistants, so in dealing with people, she hated being controlled by others. She treated many assistants as housekeepers, just handle her food and clothes. Beyond that, she wouldn't allow anyone to touch her things. Like now, letting Mingming touch her clothes and letting someone into her personal life was something that would have been impossible for her in the past. Before, she would hate this kind of thing, even opposing it, but Mingming was different. Mingming had seriously studied nutrition for her food, knew that she would get sore from standing too long, and even learned from massage therapists. Once when Shiwa had a cramp, Mengmeng carried her to the doctor, almost hanging herself on her. Sometimes Shiwa found it incredible. How could a girl dislike the spotlight and applause? How could someone be so willing to live an ordinary life? Actually, a few times there were gigs that involved reporting celebrity gossip, and she knew some assistants would take revenge out of grudges, but Mengmeng refused those jobs. Part of the reason was fear of losing work after all. In an era where college degrees were everywhere, she only graduated from high school and entered the workforce early, but not everyone has the same path. But Shiwa was willing to bet if anyone tried to hurt her, Mengmeng would definitely jump out to protect her. She didn't plan to have a loyal dog, but she found that she simply couldn't leave Mengmeng. Thinking about the few days Mengmeng had gone back home, when Mengmeng left, even though legally she was an adult who could make her own decisions, and Shiwa promised she would let her stay, she still felt restless. Children always cling to their parents. Parental commands still have great power over children, and Mengmeng was just a girl who had just turned 20. If her mother ordered her to go back, Shiwa had no position to hold her back. Maybe this was a test. Would she come back? She thought she could sort herself out while Mengmeng was gone, but when Mengmeng returned with a weak smile, she finally felt at ease. Looking at the script since her first love, she thought she wouldn't react like this again. Although she hadn't experienced countless romances, she had encountered many feelings, but no one like Mengmeng made her almost dependently fond. Fond to the point of not daring to say it out loud casually. But it was okay. Once she was sure she liked Mengmeng, even without the right environment, she would create one. Unless she was truly heartless, as long as Mengmeng liked her a little, she could consume her entirely and make her willingly say yes. Mengmeng would be hers, Shiwa thought confidently. A breeze passed by Mengmeng. The morning air was still a bit chilly, making her shiver. She glanced back at the room where Shiwa was still reading the script. Had she just felt a gaze on her? She quickly finished hanging the clothes, preparing to cook later. Shiwa liked to eat chicken. Mengmeng wondered if she should put the chicken in the dish or the soup. After living with Shiwa for a month, Mengmeng still maintained her initial impression. Shiwa was really a good boss. She remembered the first month of work, thinking she was in hell. That overwhelming, nerve-wracking tension. Shiwa guided her step by step, but most of the time, she still got scolded. Sometimes the director, producer, or manager, unable to scold the actor, would take it out on the assistant, but Shiwa still specially cared about her side, and Mengmeng even felt that Shiwa was accommodating her. After months of exploration, she gradually figured out Shiwa's personality: very territorial, authoritative like a queen, but also a fair queen who was clear about things and would adjust based on circumstances. So Mengmeng always tried not to become a burden to Shiwa. She looked at Shiwa if she was the queen. Then she wanted to be a knight. Protecting and caring for the queen was her mission. Rarely, Mengmeng received an invitation from a friend. "Let's go. Just come out and chat a bit," her friend coaxed. Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist her friend's enthusiasm. She looked into the mirror and put on makeup after a long time. Looking at herself in the mirror, that was another version of Li Dai. She pushed open the restaurant door, soft music played. It was 3 in the afternoon, with only a few scattered customers sitting in the cafe. "Xiao Dai," the owner greeted her. "Long time no see." "Uncle." Mengmeng smiled and picked up the guitar beside her. "Can I borrow it for an hour?" The owner laughed. "No problem." Mengmeng walked onto the stage without introducing herself. She tuned the strings. The familiar yet rusty guitar sound scraped a few times, like the sound of her not having practiced for a long time. Her high school friend sat by the table, cheering her on with gestures. She replied with a wry smile. Many songs came to mind, and finally she chose Zhao Chuan's "How Should Love Be Spoken?" She leaned toward the microphone, gently strumming. Familiar lyrics slowly flowed from her mind. "Tell me, how can I not be sad? You urge me to extinguish the fire in my heart." She sang softly, holding the familiar yet strange guitar, memories gradually surfacing before her eyes. Her ex-boyfriend, Su Wei. Back then, she was working as a backup singer at this bar. Su Wei walked right up to her and asked, "Will you be my girlfriend?" She used to be wild, full of yearning for love and dreams. At that moment, Su Wei came up to her, flirting with a wink, a little handsome, a little foolish, but she was drawn to him. "Try to find yourself, don't waste your time on love," she sang softly with the guitar's vibrato. Those were happy times. Su Wei always knew how to make her laugh, took her out to play and have fun. She still remembered that typhoon night when they went out with a big group of friends. Opening the door, the wind and rain could quench their passion. Su-wei was like a big boy running crazily outside, shouting wildly in the rain, and they were all like crazy kids excited in the rainy night. She imitated Su-wei and yelled loudly, her youthful fire fearless of wind and rain. Then Su-wei pulled her close. "Be my girlfriend," he commanded, and they kissed. The scent of rain was the first taste she knew of kissing. "Just how should love be spoken," she sang gently, as if afraid to disturb the memory. The rain fell on her body, first cold, then warm as it mixed with Su-wei's sweat in her room. The passion between man and woman wove a web in her room, trapping her heart but not Su-wei's. She thought it was love between them, but for Su-wei it was just a game. The nude photo Su-wei coaxed her into taking became the biggest wound in her love, raw and bleeding. When she still loved him, Su-wei wanted to leave. When she no longer loved him and wanted to leave, Su-wei used that web to strangle her again. When she was suffering from this rotten love, she met a beautiful angel in her life, Shiyu, whose beauty and gentleness illuminated her. "The first time I held your hand, your fingertips transmitted your tenderness." She recalled their first handshake and how their birthmarks overlapped. The surprise in Shiyu's eyes made her do the first thing to help herself. She became Shiyu's assistant, hired when she desperately needed money. Behind every deep gaze, who knows how much sorrow there is? The second thing was Shiyu's concern about her wounds. Her understanding gaze eased the tension she had held for so long, letting her safely cry for herself and the past. "Tell me, how can I not be sad? You urge me to extinguish the fire in my heart." The third thing was signing a contract that allowed her to continue owning her own life. She knew her mother worried, but she couldn't face her yet, at least not now. "What else can I do? Whatever I do is wrong," she sang softly, her voice infused with a hint of bitterness. She couldn't face that boy she once loved, who had now become a demon in reality. She couldn't tell anyone. "If I have to dissect my heart for you, as long as the outcome changes, I'll say I'm willing to do it. I've had enough loneliness," she sang, wanting to express the grievances in her heart. Once Su-wei brought her the sweetness of first love, but later, the sexual assault, rape and emotional blackmail he brought were like a pornographic film. She couldn't face that rotten love. She couldn't let her mother know what had happened to her. Just how should love be spoken? Thinking of the only one who knew her wound, she was afraid of being hurt by another close person. She would rather be as quiet as she is now, a lifeless Meng, than the sorrowful Li Dai. "My heart hurts so much. If I could have you, I would hold back my tears," she sang softly. This song, which seemed never-ending, was like her heart itself. To Shiyu, she had unspeakable feelings. Gratitude, admiration, love. Shiyu pulled her out of the shadow of life, but also brought fear, worry, and nervousness. Their relationship was so fragile it seemed it could break any time. And only Shiyu held the control. "As long as the outcome changes, I'll say I'm willing to do it. I've had enough loneliness." She was willing. If she could stay longer with Shiyu and get more attention from her, she would gladly do it. But she didn't know if this was right. Did Shiyu feel the same way? Behind every deep gaze, who knows how much sorrow, how much? Yes, looking into Shiyu's every glance, she had feelings but dared not speak them out. Perhaps now was good. The current distance was safe. She finished singing, then flipped to the next song and continued. One advantage of singing here was that the cafe was her uncle's. She could afford a bit of a spoiled attitude. She didn't want to be discovered by talent scouts, nor did she need applause or recognition, so she didn't have to flatter anyone. Just singing the song she wanted was a bit of indulgence. What Meng didn't know was that two people in the cafe were watching her. TSK. Didn't expect your sister to sing so well, Yuaning whispered, lowering his hat and speaking to Shiyu, who hid her hair. Shiyu looked at the figure on stage and said, "I didn't expect it either." She took a sip of coffee. Meng didn't care what she did during breaks, but she didn't expect the two to meet so coincidentally in the cafe. Shiyu looked at Meng on stage. Perhaps now she was Li Dai. That was different from Meng's conservative and restrained look. Light makeup, wearing contact lenses, holding a guitar, wearing a vest dress, hair dyed silver white, a wing tattoo on her arm, flat shoes. She sat naturally on stage without introducing herself, tuning and starting to sing. The slightly melancholy guitar sound and her contralto voice slowly sang a song spanning more than 10 years. Unlike the original singer's deep and rugged male voice, hers carried some memories like a dream during an afternoon nap, with a slightly sweet and bitter taste, not so heart-wrenching but a bit knowing, a bit nostalgic. Shiyu sipped coffee listening to Li Dai sing a version she had never seen before. Shiyu quietly memorized it. Rarely does Shiyu receive an anonymous love letter. She sneered and sent Meng away. The scandalous photo was certainly not a spur-of-the-moment act. To catch this fish, she had carefully planned the whole scheme for a long time. This was just her first step. But when she opened the envelope, it wasn't a fragrant handwritten letter as expected. It was a photo. Although the head was not shown, the tattoo on the arm was unmistakable. She knew it was Mengming's nude photo. She looked at the letter, which kept bragging and exaggerating about how connected the sender was, claiming Li Dai belonged to them, telling this pervert not to bother Mengming, then boasting about their sexual prowess, daring her to have sex, and saying that he and Mengming were about to get married, warning her not to interfere with Mengming's happiness. Please, Mengming encountering you is the real misfortune of her life. If you really love so desperately, don't bring out this kind of stuff. If you have the guts, show your own naked body. You dared to bet that scumbag's manhood was definitely as small as his arrogance, which was why he had to rely on slandering others to boost his confidence. She sneered, guessing that scumbag must have already been pushed to his limits. Mengming wasn't coming home. Without her mother pressuring her, and with no way to contact Mengming or put any pressure on her, the only thing he could do was threaten his employer best to cut off all of Mengming's external contacts, so that he could legitimately marry Mengming and abuse her. For a person like that, she only wanted to advise him, why give up on treatment? What made her even happier was the young guy backing him. She sneered again, what's so great about that relationship? But that was good. Now she could make her move with more confidence. Bullying women, huh? When Mengming returned to the makeup room, she saw Shiyu happily humming. Yuejia, have you eaten? Already. She smiled. The lunchbox Mengming made was really delicious. That ex-boyfriend would never taste it in his life. Mengming looked at Shiyu, wondering why just now her expression had looked so fierce. Must be an illusion. Yuejia is so beautiful. How could she be that kind of venomous person? By the way, I heard you singing at the cafe before. Shiyu changed the subject. What? Yuejia was there. Mengming blushed. She hadn't thought about how to explain it yet. She panicked inside and could only smile awkwardly in silence. When you were singing that day, who were you thinking about? Shiyu asked curiously. Seeing her face flush, she thought Mengming was so cute. Nothing. Mengming said softly. How could she say that the person she was thinking about was Yuejia? The two didn't linger on this topic and went downstairs together to catch a ride. Li Dai. Someone suddenly called out to her from afar. Mengming turned and saw the furious Su Wei. He had lost a lot of weight, and the arrogant expression was replaced by a terrifying resentment. Was it you who did this? You know my mom can't lose that job. He looked at Li Dai furiously, and at the dazzling beauty beside her. What job? Mengming didn't understand what he was talking about. Are you pretending to be stupid? My scholarship, my mom's job, all because of you, right? Su Wei said. He looked at Li Dai, not expecting her to resist and ruin him so badly. Aren't you afraid I'll spread your nude photos? He threatened. Mengming frowned and looked at this ex. Su Wei was weird, but she habitually pushed Yuejia into the taxi first. Shiyu refused, saying, I'll stay here. She told the driver a few words. Mengming nodded vaguely. Right now her biggest worry was Su Wei. It was over, so why was he still so obsessed? She only hoped he wouldn't hurt Yuejia, so she stood in front to block him. Seeing their tacit cooperation, Su Wei was filled with jealousy. Given Li Dai's personality, there was no way she had the ability or skill to make his life a mess. The one ruining his life must be her. Shiyu. Su Wei looked at Shiyu and was sure it was her. Li Dai, do you know what Shiyu did? He looked at Li Dai pleadingly. Come back with me. You know how worried your mom is, right? Mengming frowned. Su Wei, we're already over. Besides, why would my mom's worry have anything to do with you? Li Dai, you don't know what that woman did. She made me lose my scholarship and my mom lose her job. Su Wei said. Impossible. Yuejia isn't that kind of person. Mengming didn't believe it. Yuejia had been busy with the new drama promotion recently, and wouldn't randomly run around. She knew best because she was Yuejia's assistant. Moreover, whether it was Su Wei's engineering school or her mother's job, Mengming never told Yuejia about any of it. You don't believe me? I love you so much. And yet you don't believe me. Su Wei looked at Li Dai, who no longer looked scared of him but was much calmer, which made him furious. Li Dai was his, how could she act like this? Mengming stared at Su Wei in disbelief, feeling disgusted. Is love supposed to hurt me? Threatening me with my nude photos? Before, she had really been pushed to the edge, even contemplated suicide, and this guy could say such things so casually? Why? Seeing Li Dai's incredulous expression and lack of usual flattery, Su Wei felt scared inside. Li Dai doesn't love me anymore? Then he looked at Shiyu, Sure, it was that woman. She shamelessly stuck between him and Li Dai. How could he hurt Li Dai? The nude photo was just a means. He hadn't really spread it. Why wouldn't Li Dai listen to him? It's all Li Dai's fault. She shouldn't have left him, shouldn't have joked with others, or he wouldn't be jealous and hurt her. Yes, it's all Li Dai's fault. How could he be wrong? Thinking this, he took out something he had hid in a bottle of sulfuric acid. He opened the cap, might as well die, and splashed the acid toward Li Dai. When Su Wei reached into his pocket earlier, Shiyu had already been watching him carefully. Seeing him twist the bottle, she immediately rushed forward like an arrow and grabbed a nearby suitcase, smashing it at the bastard. The suitcase temporarily blocked the acid Su Wei threw, but some drops still splashed onto Shiyu's hand, feeling like burning pain. Ah! Shiyu screamed, looking at her hand. Damn! It was acid! Su Wei was also startled by the suitcase thrown at him. He threw the bottle aside and quickly fled. Meng Meng was shocked too. She took out bottled water from her pocket and poured it on Shiyu's hand. Fortunately, it was just a few drops, but Shiyu immediately had wounds bleeding. She quickly took Shiyu to the nearby restroom to rinse. Fortunately, the taxi driver was still there. They hurried to the hospital. After treatment, luckily Yuejie's injury was just a surface wound. It would take 2 weeks to heal, and with scar removal ointment she'd be fine. Meng Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She called the manager to report the situation. Even though she was scolded badly, she obediently listened. She was just grateful Yuejie was safe. Because Meng Meng was busy listening to the manager's scolding, she didn't notice Shiyu quietly paid the driver extra to buy the taxi's dashcam memory card. Back at Shiyu's rented place, Meng Meng grabbed Shiyu's hand shyly and said, "Sister Yu, I'm sorry." Meng Meng looked at Shiyu. Because of herself, Shiyu had already done so much on her behalf, and now she was even hurt. She really felt sorry and was afraid Sister Yu would reject her. The thought of Shiyu not wanting her made her panic, not knowing what she would do. "Meng Meng, I don't think this is your fault," Shiyu said as she looked at Meng Meng. "Besides, I did it willingly. You don't owe me anything." Meng Meng looked at her and tears fell. Was it really not her fault? She didn't owe Sister Yu? Why? She rushed forward and hugged Shiyu. "Sister Yu, why are you so good to me?" She cried hard. Su Wei always fussed about gas money every time he gave her a ride. Sister Yu blocked so many things for her, yet she said she didn't owe her. Why? She really thought Sister Yu was so good. She liked Sister Yu so much. Shiyu was hugged by Meng Meng, the soft female body pressed against her. She looked down at Meng Meng, her slim figure in an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, long hair loosely tied with a hairband, a small face with glasses looking at her with a somewhat familiar yet strange expression, full of confusion. So tempting. Shiyu. Control yourself. Is repaying kindness with expectations the right thing to do? You know exactly what you want. Don't lose yourself here. She advised herself. Suppressing the desire to touch Meng Meng, she soothed her. Then, take good care of your sister Yu, okay? Okay. Meng Meng nodded. Back in the room, Shiyu's expression fell. She gloomily called Yuaning. Recalling the earlier conversation, Shiyu thought she should have looked at Meng Meng and said, "Then, you wouldn't mind giving me some compensation, right?" "Sister Yu, what compensation do you want?" Meng Meng asked curiously. "This kind of compensation." Shiyu kissed Meng Meng and said, "Be my girlfriend." Then Meng Meng shyly said, "Okay, I want to be Sister Yu's wife forever." And then all kinds of sweet lovey-dovey moments flying around. "That's all. This is your fantasy conversation, and you called me in the middle of the night acting like a lovesick fool just for this." Yuaning, wearing a face mask, said as she watched Shiyu on video. Shiyu bit the corner of her blanket, looking at Yuaning with her eyes, asking if there was a chance. "I think you're lucky you didn't say it out loud, otherwise you wouldn't just end up in the police station, but also back in the hospital again," Yuaning said coldly, her whole body radiating a pink, honey-sweet love aura that made Yuaning clench her fists. "Is this sexual harassment?" Shiyu asked. "Meng Meng wouldn't be that harsh, right?" "No. You just made me want to vomit, and I want to beat you until you're hospitalized," Yuaning mocked. "Hey!" Shiyu looked at Yuaning. "Why are you like this?" "I didn't say it out loud. Daydreaming counts too." Yuaning didn't wait for Shiyu to explain. "Hurting a single dog is immoral." She was about to hang up. "Dogs aren't as capricious as you. If anyone's going to be capricious, it's single cats," Shiyu said. Seeing Yuaning about to end the call, she hurriedly pleaded, "I'm sorry. Your Highness. Please. So what do you want to ask?" Yuaning asked helplessly. Alright, actually I want to ask about that ex-boyfriend. What do you think I should do? Xiyu asked. Meng Meng's ex was a bit tricky. She wanted to be harsh but was afraid Meng Meng would be soft-hearted. Do whatever needs to be done. If Miss Meng still wants to go back to her ex, I advise you to stop first. As a straight woman, Yuaning couldn't understand that realm. The guy even threw sulfuric acid for her, obviously lovesick to a ridiculous degree. She just didn't want to deal with idiots. True. Xiyu, calm down. Rather than fussing over that, aren't you quite concerned about the birthmark issue between you two? Yuaning asked. Why not take this chance to figure it out? Xiyu asked. How to figure it out? Hands. When your palms touch, don't you feel something? Go look up some info or something. That makes sense. Xiyu nodded. After chatting for a while, they said goodnight and ended the call. Xiyu looked at her own hand. Meng Meng and she. Could they possibly have some connection from a past life? Meng Meng stood below the stage. The play they had originally known, Wutong Shadow, was now being performed as a stage drama. She sat in the empty seats. Xiyu had gone to a meeting, and Meng Meng had nothing to do. The assistant's most common state was waiting. She was now waiting for Xiyu to finish her meeting. Looking at the clock, there were still 2 hours before Sister Yu would return. She had stayed up late last night reading recipes, and now she felt sleepy instead. She pulled out the table in the audience seats and lay her head on it. She listened to the music playing on the stage, words in a poetic meter she didn't understand. The palace gate is locked with jade. Fragrant flowers intoxicate. Dreams fall in the stage tires. Again the jade cup shatters. Not drunk, not drunk. The soul at night is worn and pale. In a blur it seemed someone was softly singing. Different from the fast pace of today's pop music. Ancient people like slow, drawn-out rhythms. Listening to the singing, her eyelids grew heavy. And just like that she fell asleep. In her dream she saw a woman wearing gray ancient clothes, an ice-cold beauty. A sword hung at her waist, her gaze sharp, but when she looked at Meng Meng the sharpness softened. She called out, "Die!" Meng Meng felt herself step forward, facing the woman, flashing her sweetest smile. "I want to make her happy," her heart whispered. Her smile made the woman smile too. The woman smoothed Meng Meng's bangs and boldly, Meng Meng reached out and embraced her. Their intimacy suggested they had known each other for a long time. Governance should be foremost. The lovely face sighs proudly. Glory sees the new moon. The red chamber surely adds favor. As wished, hoping to hold love through the hair. The scene shifted. Meng Meng looked at the woman in front of her. She reached out and opened a painting scroll, asking herself, "Why is this here? Just made it because I thought of it. Do you like it?" Meng Meng heard herself say. "This is the Like a Dream tune you wrote," the woman said with some emotion, looking at the scroll. "Look at the back," Meng Meng said. "Like a wish tune," the woman murmured. She looked at Meng Meng. "You wrote this?" That admiring look filled Meng Meng with joy. The woman before her always stirred her emotions. "The Like a Dream tune is too sad. I hope you are like a wish," Meng Meng heard herself say. "Hoping to hold love through the hair?" the woman murmured, looking at Meng Meng, her eyes holding a kind of cold flame. Meng Meng knew that was a deeply suppressed love. "Like a wish, like your wish and like my will," Meng Meng's voice explained. The woman smiled, graceful between her brows. She beckoned. "Dai, come here." Meng Meng felt herself throw into the woman's arms. At that moment of embrace, she felt a joy and satisfaction, as if thousands of unspoken words were conveyed in that hug. Everything felt so real, especially when the woman held her, kissed her forehead, breathed warm against her skin. That strong embrace. Meng Meng could hear the woman's heartbeat, the sound of her hair and clothes rubbing, even her scent, a light fragrance of brand J weight. Perfume. Meng Meng woke up and found herself covered by a coat. She looked up for Xiyu and saw her still on the stage, but the coat Xiyu had been wearing on her shoulders was gone. So Xiyu had really covered her with it? Meng Meng felt a bit embarrassed. Not only had she fallen asleep during work, but her boss had also covered her up. And that kiss just now, what if it was real? Her face warmed. She quickly got up and grabbed a nearby script, burying her face in it. Xiyu saw Meng Meng's reaction and smiled a little. During the intermission, she slipped back to Meng Meng's seat. "Meng Meng, I want water," Xiyu said. Meng Meng jumped and made a noise, shyly pouring water and handing it to Xiyu. Xiyu took the water but touched Meng Meng's fingers. Seeing Meng Meng tremble and look at her with confusion and bewilderment, she smiled deliberately and called, "Meng. Sister Yu." Meng Meng looked at her. "Are you okay?" Xiyu, playing the part of an actress, acted like the kiss and touch just now meant nothing. Mingming blushed and shook her head. I'm fine. Oh, by the way, shall we go see the paintings later? Shiwa said. What paintings? Mingming asked curious. The gallery downstairs. I heard Master Li specially brought some ink paintings, Shiwa said. They nodded and went down to look. The gallery was open and free to visit. Mingming followed Shiwa, not very interested, but Shiwa carefully looked at every painting, so she followed along. They walked until they reached a painting displayed in a glass case. There was a chrysanthemum. She looked at the painting. The chrysanthemum's petals were very delicate. It was an embroidery work. You could tell the artist's care from the worn fabric. Behind the chrysanthemum was ink-washed clouds. She looked at some cursive script nearby but couldn't read the messy brushstrokes, except the first 3 clear characters. Like a dream tune? Mingming murmured. Why did it feel so familiar? Suddenly, she noticed Sister Yu was very quiet. Turning, she saw Shiwa frowning, seeming to have a terrible headache. Nervous, she stepped forward. Sister Yu. Shiwa only felt worse headaches from seeing this painting. Snowflakes blurred her vision. She reached out to grasp something until a force pulled her back. Mingming's worried voice was in her ear. She crouched in discomfort. Sister Yu. Mingming hooked Shiwa's hand onto herself and helped her to a nearby chair to rest. I'll go find a doctor, Mingming said, turning to leave but was pulled back by Shiwa. Both were startled because the birthmarks on their hands suddenly became hot. Mingming was anxious to find help, but Shiwa suddenly pulled her in. Following Shiwa's strength, Mingming came face to face with her. Unexpectedly, Shiwa hugged her tightly. The embrace was like she was afraid Mingming would run away. Don't go, Shiwa whispered. Mingming felt Shiwa was acting strangely. Sister Yu, what's wrong? Shiwa, uncharacteristically, held Mingming close. Feeling her soft body pressed to herself, warmth passing through their clothes. After a while she regained some composure. Shiwa frowned, wondering what she had just seen. She looked at Mingming for a long moment before finally letting go. Back in her room, Shiyu unusually didn't cling to Mingming. She returned to her room and sat on the bed, sitting upright with proper posture. She recalled the events at the gallery that afternoon. The two of them were looking at paintings, but when she wandered in front of one painting, she heard Mingming reciting the name of the painting. Ru Mengling, as if in a dream. She found it interesting, but when she saw the chrysanthemum flower and what seemed like some stain nearby, she became curious and stepped closer. Could it be blood? Whose blood? She was still thinking when suddenly she felt a terrible headache, unbearable pain. Instinctively she grabbed Mingming's hand. When their birthmarks aligned, her head hurt even more. Then it was as if she fast-forwarded through Baiyu's life. That sensation of her brain being bombarded made her want to vomit. Mingming then led her to a chair. Someone was shouting inside her mind, but she couldn't make out the words. However, when Mingming turned to leave, a surge of panic overwhelmed her. She couldn't control herself and reached out, pulling Mingming back to her side. Finally, she heard it clearly. That voice was shouting a single word. D. Butterfly. Was it Baiyu's soul? She didn't understand, but instinctively, following Baiyu's will, she held the person before her tightly. When their birthmarks matched, those memories seemed to enter her mind through the birthmark. She appeared to see everything from Baiyu's perspective. A flood of memories and script knowledge confused her. What was happening to her? Who am I? Baiyu or Shiyu? She looked at the birthmark on her hand, a familiar mark, but the lifeline on her hand had been scrambled and rearranged. So was she still Baiyu? Or was this Shiyu's life? She thought about Mingming's birthmark. Was she Mingdai Dream Butterfly? But why was she so affected by the painting, while Mingming had no reaction? She didn't know, only confusion. After some thought, Shiyu decided to just sleep first and think about it tomorrow. Lying on the bed, she quickly fell asleep, but sank into an endless dream. She dreamed of the Yu dynasty, the king, and the Tong pavilion. It was like reviewing Wutong's shadow again. The king wasn't actually that tall, a bit shorter with some facial hair. The Tong pavilion wasn't as it seemed, either more like a Japanese-style building. Her own appearance wasn't so coquettish or delicate, but rather more heroic. She was even able to distinguish which parts were beautified by the script, and which events were real. So these really were Baiyu's memories? She also realized that although Mingdai was Baiyu's lover, she only occupied about 1/10 of Baiyu's lifetime. Moreover, they didn't have the passionate kisses and entanglements depicted in the script. Their relationship was very subtle and reserved. In fact, Baiyu didn't like Mingdai very much at first, just some probing and curiosity, until later she fell deeply. Bai Yu always felt apologetic toward Meng Dai, who aside from riding horses, had no other demands. Their degree of understanding was astonishing. So that was how it was? Yu had never understood according to the story. Bai Yu's relationships with Cong Ying or General Yuan seemed more reasonable, but Bai Yu's liking for Meng Dai came from their mutual understanding. Meng Dai understood Bai Yu's mindset and situation. Bai Yu understood the unspoken desires of the outgoing Meng Dai. No wonder. After all, the key to a long-lasting relationship is mutual understanding and the ability to read each other's thoughts. Only then can the connection endure. Loving someone is easy, a bit of beauty, talent, circumstances, that's simple. But to truly understand each other requires both sides. One-sided understanding isn't enough. Bai Yu and Meng Dai were perfectly matched in this regard. She analyzed Cong Ying's personality. Cong Ying put herself in too low a position, so to Bai Yu she was merely a subordinate without the courage to challenge or the confidence to clearly understand Bai Yu's thoughts, basically a secret admirer. General Yuan was too simplistic in his thinking, but Bai Yu had seen too much in life. She had power, money, and fame. Everything a man had, she had as well. So applying traditional domestic roles to her would only cause aversion. Yu nodded but still felt strange in the entire dream. She saw the beginning and the process, but Bai Yu's figure was nowhere to be found. Where had Bai Yu gone? Confused, she looked up, and the mirror before her reflected her own image. Yu's face appeared in the bronze mirror, and suddenly she understood. I am Bai Yu. Rarely, Yu bought that Ru Ming Ling, a poem/song title, for herself. Meng Meng looked at Yu feeling a bit worried. What's going on with Sister Yu recently? There seemed to be some changes but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Sister Yu, I left your lunch here. You eat first, there's still a schedule later, Meng Meng said. Yu responded with a hum, and after Meng Meng left, she walked over, opened Meng Meng's lunchbox and started eating. Meng Meng really cared about herself. For her figure and health, the food was mostly boiled, but nutritionally complete eggs, beans, fish and meat, and made deliciously. She bit on her chopsticks, but what troubled her was the thought she kept having. Is Meng Meng actually Meng Dai? Meng Dai wouldn't do this, wouldn't do that. She kept comparing Meng Meng with Meng Dai. It wasn't fair to Meng Meng. Yu told herself that Meng Meng's kindness shouldn't be forgotten just because she wasn't Meng Dai. But she just couldn't help hoping that Meng Meng was Meng Dai. Several times she even accidentally called out, Dai, only to see Meng Meng's confused expression, which made her feel disappointed. Her phone vibrated. She looked at the messages. Apart from some invitations that caught her attention, there was only one that mattered, an email from Su Wei. The fish took the bait. She sneered. After going in such a big circle and deliberately being photographed, it was all to make sure Su Wei couldn't reach her through Meng Meng, so she could keep Meng Meng separated. Besides suspecting Meng Meng was Meng Dai, she also felt a kind of pity for her, empathizing with the girl's pain. She knew society was still male-dominated, and she didn't deny the idea that men should protect women. But if you've decided to take care of a weaker person, then why take nude photos to blackmail her? Why use I love you to hurt someone? If it's love, how could you let others see her photos? If it's love, how could you let her feel fear and dread just because of your pitiful and insecure pride? So ridiculous. She thought coldly. If Bai Yu's memories helped her with anything, it was that she had a basket full of cunning and tricks. The ancients were really strong in this area. Yu smiled. She replied to the message, calmly waiting for Su Wei's next move. Thinking about how he even dared to throw acid on her? My body and face are very important, I definitely won't let you off. Yu sneered. Meng Meng stood nearby, watching Sister Yu, and felt that her strategic and composed look was so cool. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. She had no idea what Sister Yu was thinking, but trusted that she wouldn't hurt her, and trusted her decisions. Because Yu was her queen. Meng Meng, I'll be going out in a couple of days, Yu said. Meng Meng nodded. Okay, what time will you leave? I'm meeting some acquaintances. You don't need to come, Yu said. She gave Meng Meng a flirtatious wink. Seeing Meng Meng blush, she felt extremely pleased. Su Wei is just a dangerous lover. He never thought he was at fault. He believed he desperately needed others to prove how much they loved him. Therefore, he felt no remorse at all for hurting Su Shiwei. Meeting Su Shiwei in some basement was just a negotiation to him. He paced anxiously. He didn't expect anyone to be unafraid of his threats, and that Meng Meng could still stay working by Shiwei's side. Could it be that the tabloid was telling the truth? That Su Shiwei really liked Li Dai? Li Dai. That name once stirred his heart. At a cafe near his home he first saw Li Dai, who occasionally performed on stage. She wasn't particularly special, somewhat talented, but as a singer, not outstanding. Anyone confident enough with a guitar could do it. But he liked her. He liked her purity and softness. With his looks, getting Lee Dai into his grasp was very easy. He even bet with friends on how long it would take Lee Dai to sleep with him. Lee Dai became his girlfriend. She could party wildly, but he was her first love, and she obeyed all his commands. Gradually, he grew tired of this kind of relationship, feeling Lee Dai was too ordinary. He wanted to dump her, but she was too gentle. There was no excuse to get rid of her. Perhaps things just spiraled out of control. He became increasingly excessive, but Lee Dai kept tolerating him. Eventually, he took that photo to threaten her. He thought Lee Dai would come back to him as always, but she didn't. Only then did he start to get scared. Then misfortune suddenly struck, with Lee Dai's boss appearing, the disgusting lesbian Su Shiwe. It must be her. Su Shiwe walked over, looking at this scumbag who hurt Mingming. From the way he looked at her with shock and anger, she sneered. Typical soft on the outside, afraid of strength. What do you want? Su Wei asked. His school, his mother, his life had all been ruined by this woman. I don't know. You're the one who asked me out here, Su Shiwe said coldly. Her slender figure, stepping on high heels, echoed in the empty basement. The sound of heels striking was like pounding on his heart, slowly stamping fear into Su Wei's soul. What will it take for you to leave Lee Dai alone? Su Wei asked. He was actually afraid of this woman because she was never scared of him. That confident demeanor was something he couldn't control. He warily sized up Shiwe. Though he was the one who invited her out, Su Shiwe made Su Wei feel uneasy and alert. She wore a blue dress with matching high heels, delicate makeup, confident brows, and a cold smile on her lips. She was beautiful, so beautiful she could capture everyone's eyes. She was much older than him and Lee Dai, possessing experience and knowledge that, even facing a violent man like Su Wei, she showed no fear. The social resources she held were slowly cornering him. She could confidently say she was a successful person. That kind of self-possession made Su Wei jealous. Was that why Lee Dai also liked her? Who wouldn't like such a woman, mature, elegant, confident, shining like a diamond, and with the power to command respect? That was what he didn't have. Was it because of this that Lee Dai left him? Su Wei thought with self-loathing. What about you? Mingming works here. I never threatened her with the nude photos, Su Shiwe mocked coldly. The more she looked at Su Wei, the more displeased Su Shiwe felt. He had the qualifications to make Mingming happy but wasted them all because of his pathetic insecurity. She hated dangerous lovers like him the most. On her way here, she had already analyzed Su Wei. Her judgment of him was simple. A scumbag. Please don't embarrass men. She had met too many people. Most men she met were kind, and she had very good male friends, reliable and goal-driven, whom she admired. But Su Wei? She just thought he was a hypocritical petty man, not even worthy of being called a man. She despised him greatly. Mingming's evaluation of Su Shiwe was actually correct. Su Shiwe was mostly a queen. She ruled everyone around her fairly but strictly. Likewise, when anyone invaded her territory, she retaliated mercilessly. Because these people belonged to her, they were her domain. She loved those around her deeply. Her strong protective instinct earned her followers' loyalty. She never stopped Mingming from leaving. If Mingming left, she wouldn't try to keep her. That was a queen's fate. But Mingming stayed. Since she stayed, Shiwe naturally would protect her. As for who Mingming was to her, this petty man had no right to ask. Su Wei pulled out a knife and looked at Shiwe. Don't push me. An actor's face is important, right? Shiwe just stared at him. That's it? After splashing acid on me, you still want to threaten me with a knife? What kind of lover are you? Su Wei loudly accused Su Shiwe. It's you. You told everyone I'm the chairman's little pet. Looking at her, his anger flared. You're also the one who caused me to drop out of school, aren't you? Isn't that too petty? Shiwe found Su Wei's intelligence laughably low. Threatening Mingming wasn't petty? She said she forced him out of school. That was petty? Where did such twisted logic come from? She coldly said. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Seeing Shiwe's cold words, Su Wei's face lost its last bit of composure. Why? How could this woman say such heartless things? You want to be someone's lover, steal school materials to make acid, threaten me with a knife? I'm just fulfilling my social responsibility by reporting to the school and police. Shiwe crossed her arms and looked at him. These are all things you did yourself. Do you deny it? No way. She said. She has people in the police station. Even if I report it, they can suppress it. Su Wei said in disbelief. She was his lover, and she promised to protect him. How would I know? Not my business, Shiwa said. How could she admit that she had actually reported to the press, not the police? The person behind Suwei was quite well known, and gossip-loving reporters would surely investigate. But the school incident? She reported it. After all, the actor's most important face was injured. She wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. Plus, she had the taxi's memory card footage as evidence. Suwei looked at the woman in front of him. How could she be so cold-blooded, ruining his life and still saying it wasn't related to her? The pressure inside Suwei was pushed to the limit by Shiwa. He looked at her with hatred, his eyes turning to a kind of madness that would burn everything to ashes. He whispered, why? Shiwa didn't bother with this petty man. If you're done, I'm leaving. I warned you already, why won't you let go? I only have dye left. Suwei muttered, raising the knife to stab Shiwa. D? Shiwa was displeased. Who allowed him to call her that intimately? Seeing the shadow on the floor, she was already prepared. When Suwei rushed over, she skillfully dodged using self-defense and countered by restraining him. Fuck you, bitch. Suwei cursed angrily, feeling the pain as his hand was twisted behind his back. Shiwa simply pulled him up from the ground and threw him out of the basement. You should learn to take responsibility. After throwing Suwei out, she slammed the door shut. Furious, he kicked it. Nearby, a patrolling security guard noticed him and started approaching. Suwei had no choice but to retreat. As he walked around a corner, suddenly a car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down and a man wearing sunglasses asked, "You're Suwei. What do you want?" Suwei responded irritably. The man pushed up his sunglasses. "I have some questions about whether Su Shiwa is a lesbian. Want to talk?" Suwei looked at him suspiciously. "Who are you?" "Press." The man showed a magazine as proof. Suwei nodded and got into the man's car. Mengmeng realized that Suwei no longer came to bother her, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps he finally understood that he had gone too far? After all, he almost hurt Shiyu. Mengmeng looked at Shiyu, who was applying a face mask on the sofa, and sighed in her heart thankfully. Sister Yu was okay. D. Shiyu called out, then realized she had called the wrong name. She corrected herself. Mengmeng. Sister Yu. Mengmeng responded. I reported the acid attack that day, Shiyu said. Time's up. She took off the mask and wiped off the skincare product on her face. Mengmeng lowered her head guiltily. Shiyu had already tidied up and squeezed in beside her, looking at her. Do you mind? Sister Yu, I'm sorry. She really felt guilty that her issues with her ex-boyfriend had dragged Sister Yu into trouble. Shiyu lifted Mengmeng's head so their foreheads touched. Look at me. Li Dai. Mengmeng looked at Shiyu's beautiful face. Sister Yu. Rarely did Shiyu call her by name. You're not wrong. Say it to me 10 times. Shiyu said. What? Mengmeng didn't understand. Just now she thought she caught a glimpse of something, but it was too fast to grasp. Say you're not wrong. 10 times. Hurry up. Shiyu commanded firmly. She was determined to break this silly girl's entanglement. If she ever met a dangerous lover again, she didn't want Mengmeng to destroy herself. Seeing Shiyu so insistent, Mengmeng obediently said, I am not wrong, I am not wrong, I am not wrong. Mengmeng blankly followed Shiyu's words, but the meaning behind that phrase was like a drop of ink spilling into her heart's lake, spreading throughout. She couldn't help but ask herself, am I really not wrong? Is it really not my fault? She always regretted being so naive in judging people, but villains don't wear their evil faces on their sleeves. How was she supposed to know if Suwei was a bad person or not? Her friends all said she was foolish? Was she really foolish? If she could, she wished she could be a little smarter like Sister Yu, smart and confident. But she just couldn't. But was that her fault? As she spoke, Mengmeng found herself crying again. She finished saying it 10 times and looked at Shiyu. Shiyu's eyes were gentle as she smiled at her, like a goddess or the moon, shining a bright, cool light on her, making her feel warmth in her heart. Tears filled Shiyu's eyes. Shiyu gently patted Mengmeng's forehead. Mengmeng, I know you're good, but even being good has limits. You can't just let people take whatever they want. Understand? Mengmeng nodded. She hugged Sister Yu, sobbing, burying herself in her fragrant and soft body. Sobbing. Sister Yu is the best. Shiyu froze for a moment, then wrapped her arms around Mengmeng's shoulders and politely hugged her. Stroking Mengmeng's hair, she closed her eyes and whispered softly, Good girl, it's okay now. Seeing Mengmeng's confused expression and watery eyes gazing at her with admiration, Mengmeng was placed in the softest place in her heart. Thinking of this, she felt a gentle emotion toward the girl in front of her. That kind of feeling made the entire space ambiguous. She couldn't help but hug Mingming. Thankfully Mingming didn't feel it was improper. Mingming closed her eyes comfortably. She really liked Sister Yu stroking her head. After a while, she shyly let go, noticing Sister Yu's clothes were all wrinkled by her. She used the excuse to go to the bathroom to calm down. Mingming stood in the bathroom, looking at the blushing girl in the mirror. Just now for a moment, she had wanted to kiss Sister Yu. Oh my god. What was wrong with her? She panicked in the bathroom. Would Sister Yu think she was weird? Thinking about Sister Yu's body just now, that soft feeling pressed against her chest. Mingming hurriedly shook her head, trying to shake off the fluttering in her heart. Li Dai, what are you doing? Shiyu leaned on the sofa watching TV, but couldn't help thinking that just now, she almost called out. D. Baiyu's voice repeatedly echoed in her mind full of affection, indulgence, nervousness and panic all repeating one name. She kept being affected and couldn't help but call Mingming. Dai. But when there was no response she felt infinite loss. She tried hard to stay awake, but even she couldn't explain it clearly. She really hoped Mingming was Li Dai, but Mingming looked at Shiwe, who was lazily lying on the sofa, eating the fruit she had peeled herself, and gesturing at the TV. So she's doing it like this, oh. Shiwe mimicked the actor, pondering how they pulled off that joke. Even on her days off, Yuejia's mind is all about work. Mingming sighed. She looked at the documents in her hand. Yuejia's birthday was coming soon. Yuejia had always taken care of her and shielded her from so much. Now Mingming wanted to give something back to Yuejia. But what would Yuejia want? Money was probably unnecessary. Mingming glanced at Yuejia. Her income was many times her own. As for handmade gifts, Mingming didn't have the time. Mingming was troubled, thinking about it until Shiwe greeted a girl with short hair, who seemed very familiar with Yuejia. After chatting, Shiwe waved Mingming over, and Mingming went to greet her. Hey, you must be Mingming, right? Yuanying said curiously, looking at the smiling girl with long smooth hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a quiet, well-behaved student look standing beside Shiwe. Shiwe, this is Mingming. Mingming, this is Yuanying. Shiwe introduced. Hello, I'm Mingming, Mingming said. No need for formalities. I'm Yuanying. She smiled. So this is her good friend's crush? She gave Mingming a quick once-over. Mingming, I want some water, Shiwe said. Mingming immediately went to the suitcase and took out a thermos. TSK. No wonder you haven't contacted me for so long. You've been queen on set, huh? Yuanying laughed, watching Mingming serve Shiwe like a queen. Of course Mingming treats me well. Shiwe smiled as she accepted the tea and drank, giving Yuanying a look that said, Mingming is mine. Seeing how much Shiwe trusted Mingming, Yuanying nodded, feeling she could relax now. Someone else called for Shiwe, so she had to leave Mingming and Yuanying alone and go deal with it. This might be a bit forward to ask, but do you know what Yuejia likes? Mingming asked curiously. Why the sudden question? Yuanying asked. Because Yuejia's birthday is coming, I was wondering if maybe you knew what she liked? Mingming explained. Yuanying looked at this young girl, her long hair tucked to one side, about 165 centimeters tall compared to Shiwe's 172, just the right height for a girl. Standing next to Shiwe, she seemed a bit delicate. Her features were soft and cute, with curved eyebrows, slightly puffy eyes with upturned corners, big round eyes, and a rounder face from cheekbones to chin. By entertainment industry standards she was a bit too rounded, but definitely the kind of sweet, adorable girl most guys would like, especially with her polite manner just now, very likable. But Yuanying herself wasn't that impressed, maybe due to her possessiveness over her friendship with Shiwe. Hearing Mingming's dilemma about Yuejia's birthday gift, Yuanying suddenly remembered she hadn't given Yuejia a gift in a while. Well, if I'm honest, I can't really think of anything, she thought for a moment. You seems to really like food. Oh, okay, thanks. Mingming smiled. Lucky her, this girl could call Yuejia by a close nickname. They exchanged contact info, and Yuanying watched Mingming busy herself elsewhere, then said goodbye to Shiwe and left. So when did you guys meet? Mingming asked curiously via message. In middle school. Yuanying replied. Come to think of it, we've known each other for over 10 years. Mingming was surprised. Wow. Yuejia was already that amazing back then. Sort of. She was great at the dance club and performing on stage, Yuanying replied. What about you? Did you ever perform with Yuejia? Mingming asked. I can't. That woman's crazy, she would practice over 10 times just to give a speech. I prefer to be in the audience, Yuanying said. Nice. So I can see what Yuejia was like back then. Mengmeng sent an envious sticker. Not really. I gotta go now. Yuanying replied. Mengmeng looked at the photo of Yuanying in the chat, a handsome look she admired. She wondered why she met Yuejia so late and wished she could see what Yuejia was like back then in uniform. Was Yuejia already that capable at giving speeches? Watching Yuejia sit nearby, propping her script on her hand, Mengmeng secretly took out her phone and snapped a photo of her. She looked at Yuejia sitting there, her slightly curled, permed long hair, defined features, slanted eyebrows extending to her temples, very distinctive personality, slender oval face, sharp nose, sensual lips, and confident eyes that looked at people without arrogance or submission. With a model-like figure and platform heels, she was a true queen. I know who Shiwei is and I know what you want. That's Yuejia's royal charm. Mengmeng happily touched the photo of Shiwei and secretly set it as her phone wallpaper. The phone is probably the thing that best expresses who we are nowadays, and her phone's wallpaper was Shiwei her Yuejia. She continued pondering. What would Yuejia really like? Then Yuanying's words flashed through her mind. Yuejia loved performing since she was little? Mengmeng remembered Yuejia was an orphan adopted by a TV executive. Maybe she'd been learning performance since she was very young. So she probably always was either performing or preparing to perform. Yuejia's high status and prestige at 27 came from her hard work. Mengmeng thought about Yuejia's knowledge of media manipulation and felt a pang of sadness for her inner struggles. Going to the amusement park? Shiwei asked. Mengmeng nodded. Is it okay? Does sister you have time that day? Sure. Is it for a variety show? Or an endorsement? Shiwei asked. Mengmeng shook her head. I just want to go personally. Sister you, do you want to come? Shiwei looked at her little assistant. What was she up to? She propped her chin on her hand, watching Mengmeng with interest. All right. She picked up a piece of pear and popped it into her mouth. Why do you want to go to the amusement park? Are you meeting friends? She was curious. Could it be that some guy was chasing after Mengmeng? Mengmeng shook her head. Just the two of us. Is that okay? Does that count as a date? Shiwei looked at Mengmeng, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa. She stretched her leg over to Mengmeng's and poked her. Sister you. Mengmeng looked at her shyly. Shiwei noticed her wearing shorts, revealing her smooth white thighs. Behind them were well-shaped calves, with a cute little bump near the ankle like a small period. The slender feet added a graceful allure, and the round toes gave off an itch-inducing line, making one want to hold her feet gently and stroke them. Li Dai. What are you thinking? Mengmeng scolded herself mentally. But when she looked back at Shiwei, all she saw was sheer beauty. Shiwei smirked mischievously, knowing Mengmeng was staring at her legs. She wiggled her toes and poked Mengmeng with her foot. Come on, say it. Mengmeng pouted and whispered. If you don't like it, then forget it. Looking at Mengmeng's cute pout, Shiwei laughed heartily. She turned around and rested her head on Mengmeng's lap. I like it. Mengmeng, take me out to play. Okay. Mengmeng smiled. Later, when she got home, Mengmeng spent some time organizing Sister Yu's past records, her variety shows, dramas, everything. She discovered a fact. If her calculations were right, Shiwei had never really had any relaxation or entertainment besides acting. Since childhood, she had been a child star. Mengmeng estimated that from elementary school to high school and college, it was impressive she managed to finish her studies at all. She never went on graduation trips or training camps, often giving speeches on stage. Mengmeng calculated that she was almost always memorizing lines and preparing speeches. A person like Sister Yu, did she really never like going out to have fun? Or did she not know how? Like a canary, raised so carefully that even if the cage door opened, she wouldn't know what was out there to enjoy. Since Sister Yu's financial situation was better than hers, giving her a memorable outing shouldn't be too much, right? Mengmeng let Sister Yu face away from her and gently massaged her forehead. This should make Sister Yu happy, right? She made up her mind and started planning. Wear something loose tomorrow, okay? Mengmeng instructed. Shiwei nodded and rubbed her forehead. Got it. You should sleep early too. Mengmeng had been preparing everything since the afternoon meals, itinerary all for this one day. Shiwei found it amusing that young girls liked amusement parks so much. Okay, Sister Yu, good night. Mengmeng said. Shiwei looked at her and smiled indulgently, gently stroking her. Good night. The next day, Mengmeng stared at Shiwei in disbelief. What is this outfit? Mengmeng looked Shiwei up and down. The pink off-shoulder top revealed her beautiful figure, with two thin straps barely holding her full chest. The tight fit showed off her slender waist, the edges of her sexy underwear subtly visible around her hips, the short skirt dangerously short, and her beautiful high-heeled boots. Outside, she wore a thick furry coat. What was she trying to do? Attract all the perverts in the amusement park? Shiwa looked at Mengming's casual outfit t-shirt with a shirt over it, jeans and flat shoes. So plain. Sister Yu, didn't you say to wear loose clothes? Mengming asked, looking at her. Where was the loose? It's loose. See? Visually it's relaxed and I won't be cold. Shiwa said. What's wrong? This is how they dress on location shoots. Mengming took a deep breath. Let's change then. She dragged Shiwa to her dressing room and picked out a more casual outfit. A shirt over a black long cardigan, cropped pants and Oxford shoes. It was autumn recently, so it shouldn't be too thick or too cold. She turned around to wait while Shiwa changed. When she turned back, Shiwa was done and had styled her hair one side clipped back, giving off a somewhat androgynous model vibe, cool yet warm. Shiwa looked at herself in the mirror. This was more comfortable. She liked this style too. But it didn't fit the TV show's requirements. It was too androgynous. Would the producers really not scold Mengming for this? She thought about it all night and finally decided. The TV station and Mengming must be working together, probably trying to prank her for the show. But since Mengming accepted, maybe it wasn't that extreme? Looking at Mengming, usually going to an amusement park would be part of a show, so Mengming's outfit was too plain. She walked to the vanity, picked a lipstick, then walked over to Mengming and cupped her face, applying the lipstick for her. Mengming looked at Sister Yu coming over like this, leaning close and lifting her chin, letting her apply the lipstick. Wait, I don't need makeup, right? We agreed to keep it casual. But when Shiyua's hands touched her face, Mengming just went with it, letting her put it on. Watching Mengming obediently looking up at her with those cute features, and the pink lips coated in the chosen lipstick. Shiyua carefully painted the lip makeup, feeling a bit dizzy inside. Seeing her being dyed gradually, from the pure girl she was to a seductive woman, a possessive feeling welled up inside her. She gently outlined the lips. Lip makeup is part of a woman's adornment. On those tender lips, a bit of glossy lip gloss shimmered seductively when she spoke, like delicious cream on a cake, making one want to take a bite of her sweetness. She had to restrain herself from pouncing on Mengming, pressing her lips fiercely. Ugh! She regretted applying the lipstick, because the bit of red on Mengming's lips transformed her from innocent to enchanting. She didn't want Mengming to see herself like this in the mirror. Mengming's beauty, only I get to see it. Shiwa heard her selfish inner voice. Mengming just blankly let Sister Yu do as she pleased, because suddenly a flash of memory crossed her mind, a scene from long ago where Sister Yu in ancient costume stood before her, holding her face as if fixing her hair. Blooming flowers bursting in color. Mengming murmured, then she stopped. Shiyua's eyes widened. Did she remember? Mengming really was. D? She held Mengming's face, looking at her with delight. She really remembered. Seeing Sister Yu's expectant gaze, Mengming felt her face flush. A long time ago, she also looked at Sister Yu like that, leaning close, her beautiful brows and eyes focused on her, bringing joy and happiness. Fly, my butterfly, Shiwa whispered. Mengming was stunned. Was she talking to herself? Recently Shiwa kept calling her Dai. But was she really calling her? When she was first hired by Sister Yu, it was because of the birthmark on her hand, but she had no clear memory linked to it. Was Sister Yu calling her Dai, referring to her real name Li Dai? Or was it someone else who shared the same memories as Sister Yu? Mengming felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. They arrived at the amusement park on a weekday, so without the crowds of the weekend, everything felt a bit lazy. But that was better. Mengming looked at Shiwa, whose outfit didn't really make one think of the famous actress Su Shiwa, but rather just an ordinary girl. Mengming glanced at the brochure. Sister Yu, what do you want to play? There's the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, the teacups. Shiwa looked at Mengming. Doesn't anyone come to meet her? Do production teams still use paper notes nowadays? Or is it all text messages on phones? Near the entrance was the pirate ship ride. Shiwa casually pointed to the pirate ship's entrance. Let's do this one. Mengming nodded. She wasn't carrying any big bags, just a normal wallet and phone. Since her hands were free, she held Shiwa's arm. Let's go. Shiwa felt a bit unfamiliar with this, but maybe it was a requirement from the production team. So she half held Mengming's hand and let herself be led on. Together they boarded the pirate ship and shouted loudly, competing with strangers across from them. After getting off the pirate ship, Shiwa smiled and held Mengming's hand, secretly whispering in her ear, Mengming, can the production team come out now? Mingming looked at Shihua confusedly and asked, "What production team? You accepted a gig, didn't you?" "It's okay, I won't ask for a cut," Shihua laughed. Mingming looked at Shihua so she thought she had accepted a show and tricked Sister Yu out here. Mingming pulled Shihua aside and laughed. "Sister Yu, I didn't accept any gig." Shihua widened her eyes. "Eh? Then?" It was rare to see the usually confident Shihua look so panicked. Mingming asked, "Sister Yu, do you want to go back?" Shihua looked at Mingming, so this was Mingming's own plan? "Mingming, why did you do this?" Shihua guessed maybe it was because Mingming needed money. "Mingming, you answer me first, do you want to go back?" Mingming smiled, for once taking the lead in their relationship. Shihua glanced around. "Since we're already here, of course we have to see it through." Mingming smiled and hugged Sister Yu. "Then let's go." They chatted while walking. Shihua looked at Mingming and felt it was very new to her. She was always facing the cameras. Now this felt a little strange. "Then just pretend you're an ordinary visitor at the amusement park," Mingming suggested. Shihua watched Mingming run ahead, then settled herself on a nearby bench and went to buy some ice cream. Pretending to be an ordinary amusement park visitor? Just a regular person? Shihua looked at the bustling crowd, feeling somewhat emotional. She had never done this before. Her first time coming to an amusement park, not for a performance, but purely for fun, being tossed around on rides, chatting with friends, wearing casual clothes without worrying about exposure, the cool air warmed by the long sweater Mingming chose for her. She looked around with interest. Everyone's faces were happy. She felt the joyful atmosphere. Watching Mingming running toward her, she held out the ice cream. The sweet, cool scent. Mingming sat down next to her, no longer in the usual servile manner, just a friend. The two of them ate ice cream together, watching the crowd, becoming part of the scenery themselves. "What flavor did you get?" Shihua asked curiously. "Why was hers green?" "Mint," Mingming said. Watching Shihua dig in right away, she softly said, "That's mine." Shihua scooped some of her own ice cream and fed it to Mingming. "Here, yours." Mingming blushed and reached out to take it, but Shihua didn't let go, urging, "Hurry, it's melting." Mingming had no choice but to open her mouth and take the spoon. The vanilla flavor and soft cold texture melted in her mouth, and thinking it was Shihua feeding her made her cheeks flush. There was a strange atmosphere around them, but Mingming couldn't quite describe it. Maybe it was something like affection? After finishing the ice cream, Mingming pulled Shihua to the next location. The haunted house, then the carousel, listening to Shihua reminisce about her past. "Is this boring?" Shihua asked, mostly talking while Mingming listened quietly. "No, it's really fun." Mingming smiled. "What about later? What about your dance practice venue?" "We practiced in the park." Shihua laughed and mimicked their teacher, making Mingming laugh. Mingming leaned on Shihua's side, surprised. She hadn't expected Sister Yu to have been so clueless and reckless back then. It felt like she was meeting the Shihua from another time, flowing through time. Young, wild, and free Shihua. Back then she wasn't so calm. Listening to those funny stories was like going back to school with Sister Yu. A simple and carefree time. "Speaking of which, I haven't even been on a graduation trip." Shihua sighed, looking outside. The sunlight bathed the nearby plants, a warm and beautiful glow that made her feel cozy. "A graduation trip? That's just a big group of people going out to have fun." Mingming smiled. "Is it fun? Is it noisy?" Shihua asked curiously. "Back then we were so bored we even sang the school song on the roller coaster." Mingming laughed. "At that time, did anyone like you?" Shihua asked playfully. Mingming blushed and didn't answer. "That means yes." Shihua smirked. "Sister Yu, stop asking." Mingming shyly said and lightly hit her. "You're the one. I'm sure tons of people chased after you at school." Just as Mingming leaned forward, the boat shook a little. Shihua held her hand to keep her steady, then smiled. "That was just a longing." Seeing Mingming's curious look, she explained, "Basically it wasn't love. Just a vague idea about love. There just happened to be a person who fit the image they projected. Whether it was me or not didn't really matter." "Really? I think I'd really like Sister Yu." Mingming looked at her, so capable and strong, with that vague personality in that era. She was like a bright moon, admired by all, basking in her light. Shihua raised an eyebrow and smiled, holding Mingming's hand tightly, never letting go. Mingming was having fun too. She took Shihua to ride the roller coaster, watching Shihua pretending to be calm as the car slowly climbed the big hill. She grabbed Shihua's hand and noticed she was trembling. "Sister Yu, you're not afraid of roller coasters, right?" Shihua looked at the height. How many floors up was this? Really going to plunge down? Although she knew she wouldn't die, she was still very scared. Sister, you don't be too nervous. You've ridden the giant fury before. Mengmeng reassured her teasingly. Okay. Ah, Shihua screamed, watching the scenery fly by. Mengmeng found it funny, such a mature person showing a scared side, one only she could see. They sat resting nearby, Shihua leaning on Mengmeng's shoulder, her body soft and relaxed against her. Her heart had just been saved from hell, still pounding and trembling. I'll go buy you some water? Mengmeng hugged Shihua and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Shihua shook her head. I just need to lean a bit. She rested in Mengmeng's neck crease, breathing in a familiar scent. It was the perfume Mengmeng specially bought for her. Mengmeng had told her to always pay attention to her appearance. As Su Shiyue's assistant, she made her spray it every day, and now she was used to the scent. Leaning on Mengmeng, she was happy because the scent was sweet and soft, just like the girl herself, not the best, but quiet and gentle, and those who spent time with her would definitely like this pure girl. She secretly wished Mengmeng was only hers but couldn't say it out loud. Instead, she expressed it subtly with fragrance. She wondered if Mengmeng would think she was weird after knowing her feelings, but she just couldn't let go. She wanted something just for her. So they used the same perfume brand. Hers was more mature, while Mengmeng's was a lighter, elegant scent. Mengmeng hugged Shihua, feeling her breath on her own body. Her mature musk and floral scent lingered around them like Shiyue's presence, strong and uplifting, making her mood instantly better. She knew Shihua sprayed the same perfume as her. Shihua always reminded her to spray it daily. She could make it a habit because it was something shared with Shihua. Wearing the same perfume, living together, that was her little happiness. To see Shihua behind the screen, a constant surprise. She realized she liked Shihwa's confidence and naturalness, the clarity, and this was her secret deep down. Her liking was like a little star in the fan crowd, invisible if added or lost, but the night sky couldn't be without the moon, and she couldn't be without Shihua. They went to play another round, then strolled into a gift shop. Shiyu looked around bored. It was indeed very exquisite, but she wasn't very interested. Instead, Mengmeng seemed to be looking at something, unable to tear herself away. Shiyu leaned over from behind to see what Mengmeng was looking at. Since Mengmeng had just hugged her, the two were very close. Shiyu's gaze passed over Mengmeng's shoulder, noticing her blinking eyelashes as she looked at the item. What are you looking at? Shiyu said, leaning close to Mengmeng. Mengmeng felt the presence beside her. When she realized it was Shiyu, she relaxed and looked at the jewelry in front of her. Nothing really, just thinking about whether to buy a souvenir. She felt a bit sentimental. She wondered if the next time she went out with Yuejia's sister Yu, would it still be possible? She sighed. It had been a long time since she went out with anyone. But now Yuejia had accepted a new drama, so the next time they could come again would probably be next year. Moreover, would she still be able to stay by Yuejia's side then? Mengmeng asked herself that question, staring blankly at the things in front of her. Then she tried to persuade herself not to look too far ahead, take it one step at a time. She had already experienced how painful it was to force things. Instead of that, she'd let fate decide. Cherish what she could cherish now and move forward. Change might be scary, but life wouldn't be all darkness. She was moving forward, and meeting Yuejia was proof of that. She smiled knowingly. Shiyu looked at the shop window's glass that reflected both their shadows and saw herself close behind Mengmeng. Mengmeng's smile was faint and light, like a butterfly's gentle flutter that stirred her heart. She saw that Mengmeng was looking at a protective charm similar to a Japanese omamori. Amused, she said, "Then just buy it." She reached out to take it, but Mengmeng stopped her. "It's okay," she said with a smile. "If people found out they had the same charm, the fans would probably go crazy, and it might hurt Yuejia's popularity." Now that she could be by Yuejia's side, she was already very satisfied. She touched the gift in her arms, feeling it was enough. She turned around and said, "Yuejia, shall we go ride the Ferris wheel?" Shiyu looked at her with interest. What was she up to? "All right. Are you going to confess to me?" she asked playfully. Mengmeng laughed and gave her a teasing glance. "Yuejia, why do you always do this?" Seeing that look, Shiyu was a little flustered. Did she realize how she must look right now? Probably not. That soft Mengmeng looked at her with a bit of indulgence. Just a glance, there was an unspoken meaning in her eyes, making her heart itch with guesswork and anticipation. Her originally pure face looked very charming with a faint red on her lips, especially since she was holding back a smile like an invitation, a seduction. She felt herself constantly moved by the girl in front of her, both emotionally and in her heart. She seemed to like Mengmeng even more deeply than before. She nodded and followed Ming Ming, but the staff stopped her. Miss, there are some things in the storage area for you. Would you like to check? Shiyu went over but found she hadn't left anything behind. She looked at the staff suspiciously, but only received a confused answer. She returned to the Ferris wheel. Ming Ming was inside waving, Yuejia. Shiyu entered and closed the door. Shiyu watched outside as they rose higher and higher. The drifting river where they chatted, the roller coaster that made her scream, and the pirate ship at the entrance hall were happy memories of the day. Luckily, Yuejia isn't afraid of heights, Ming Ming laughed. Really? Shiyu heard her voice and turned to look at Ming Ming, then was surprised by what she held. Happy birthday, Ming Ming whispered. In her hand was a small piece of cake with a candle lit. Though small, the sentiment touched her deeply. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Ming Ming sang softly. Shiyu felt a swelling in her chest, perhaps it was emotion? In the Ferris wheel cabin there was someone she liked. Remembering her birthday, singing a birthday song as they slowly ascended. Yuejia, your eyes are red. Blow out the candle quickly, Ming Ming said. Aren't you going to ask my wish? Shiyu asked curiously. Will you tell me? Ming Ming whispered. Shiyu wanted to speak but remained silent. The Ferris wheel didn't stop with their silence. It continued moving slowly with time. Shiyu blew out the candle, pretending the silence hadn't happened. Ming Ming looked outside. They had passed the highest point, and the Ferris wheel was slowly descending. Shiyu leaned close to her, watching the view Ming Ming was seeing. In Shiyu's heart, she had originally wanted to say to Ming Ming, my wish is for Ming Ming to be my girlfriend. But at the moment she was about to say it, she got scared. What if Ming Ming didn't want that? Would she lose her then? Thinking of that possibility, she hesitated. Ming Ming waited for Shiyu's answer, watching her struggle to speak. Could Yuejia's wish be so hard to fulfill? Or was it something she couldn't do? Ming Ming smiled wryly, telling herself not to be overambitious. She took out the gift from her pocket. Yuejia, happy birthday. This is my heartfelt gift. She knew it wasn't expensive, but it was her small token of affection. She wanted Yuejia to be happy. Shiyu opened it. It was a bracelet with a moon representing her name. She happily said, thank you. Ming Ming returned the smile, but it was tinged with sadness. Ming Ming looked at the outside again. The Ferris wheel was past the highest point, slowly descending like her heart, sinking slowly because of that silence. Shiyu leaned close to Ming Ming and looked outside with her. Suddenly, she saw Baiyu's memory again. Baiyu was with Ming Dai in a carriage, both looking outside. Shiyu heard herself whisper nervously, would you still want to be my D? That trembling voice made her feel a bit heartbroken. Even Baiyu, the confident imperial princess, was so cautious when asking the person she liked. Then she herself was even less likely to be able to say it. After all, they were not just casually dating, they had admitted they were lesbians. Everything after that could bring huge changes. Thinking about those changes, she feared it might mean Ming Ming would leave her. She hesitated. Things were good now. She quietly reached out her hand with the bracelet and held Ming Ming's hand, and Ming Ming held hers back. That was enough. She rested her head on Ming Ming's shoulder and looked outside together. For the first time, Su Shiyu despised her timid self in her heart, but didn't dare to make any change. After coming back from the amusement park, Shiyu returned to her room and looked at the bracelet on her wrist. She liked it so much that she rolled around on the bed. Ming Ming gave it to her. Ming Ming gave it to her. Ming Ming gave it to her. She bit her lip happily, letting out a suppressed sound from her throat. Ah, so happy. It was a very delicate silver chain hanging on her hand. The thin, bright silver chain wrapped delicately around her wrist in a reverse triangle shape, with a beautiful crescent moon pendant hanging from it. So pretty. Since Ming Ming gave her the bracelet, what should she give back? Thinking about letting Ming Ming wear something of hers, Shiyu felt a flush all over. What should she give? A bracelet too? Wouldn't that be too obvious as a sign of affection? Or an anklet? She thought of Ming Ming wearing shorts with the anklet hanging along her thigh, tracing the curves of her slender calf, finally resting on her somewhat angular ankle, a piece she had given her before, hanging there. Damn. So tempting. But would Ming Ming think she's a pervert? Better give up on this idea for now. Shiyu bit her bedsheet in regret. Then what about a necklace? A thought flashed in her mind, but she hesitated. Would that be too forward? But she really wanted to give one. She went online to look, just indulging herself a bit, and also testing the waters if Ming Ming accepted it. Maybe she'd have a chance? Ming Ming returned to her own guest room and removed her lipstick with makeup remover. looking at the red mark on the cotton pad. She was a bit distracted. Today, the way Sister Yu helped her outline her makeup was still vivid in her mind. Sister Yu's scent, her focused gaze, the breath so close on her skin, and those lips so near close enough that if she tilted her head back, she could kiss her. Thinking of this, her whole body warmed up and her face flushed. Li Dai. Get serious, she scolded herself. But Sister Yu accepted the gift she gave. She thought happily. Although she probably couldn't fulfill her own wish, right? Her mood, which had been happy, sank again at this thought. She comforted herself. It's okay, at least Sister Yu said she was happy, didn't she? That's also your wish, isn't it? She washed up and lay down on her bed. No, it's not just that, Ming Ming answered herself. She wanted more, much more. A few days later, Ming Ming received a return gift. And Shiyu chose to give it only when they were alone. Ming Ming opened the box. It was a necklace, but what surprised her was that it was a black satin ribbon necklace. Wearing it felt quite vintage Baroque style. The little pendant was a butterfly representing her name, with diamonds sparkling. Sister Yu, it's too precious, Ming Ming said. Wearing such a necklace, it was too fancy. So you don't like it? Shiyu asked. I really like it, but she hesitated. So obvious on my neck. Then just keep it. It's a gift from me. You can handle it however you want, Shiyu said and turned back to continue her own business. Ming Ming observed quietly. Maybe Sister Yu wasn't angry? Everything seemed normal, so probably not. But after returning to her room and removing her actress facade, Shiyu felt a bit uneasy. Did Ming Ming not like her? Or did she see through her intentions? Ming Ming also suffered quietly in her own room. She wore the necklace around her neck. She looked at herself in the mirror, a very ordinary girl with straight bangs and long hair, nothing special. But on her neck was the black ribbon necklace with a butterfly pendant. Her face flushed. The meaning of the ribbon was. She looked at her reflection with eyes full of charm, the unmistakable look of someone in love. She looked at the sparkling butterfly on her neck. Sister Yu probably wasn't hinting at anything, right? Her face turned even redder. Maybe it wasn't a hint, maybe she was Sister Yu's gift? Li Dai, don't be so shameless. Sister Yu just thought it was pretty and gave it to me. Don't flatter yourself. Ming Ming tried to persuade herself, but she was excited the whole night. Though Dream said she wouldn't wear the necklace, she still put it on, telling herself not to think too much about it, but she still did. That morning, waiting for Sister Yu to come back from her morning run, Dream silently cursed herself for having no backbone. She was preparing breakfast for Sister Yu. Since you couldn't eat too many carbohydrates, but also shouldn't have too much fruit or meat, Dream ended up making eggs Benedict, hoping the lemony fragrance of the hollandaise sauce would cheer her up a bit. The sound of the door opening came from behind. Sister Yu walked in, and Dream turned around. Good morning, Sister Yu. Shoo, Sister Yu grabbed a towel by the cabinet and wiped her face in sweat. Good morning. Since it was a workday, Dream was preparing breakfast for her. When she came closer, she was pleasantly surprised to see the necklace around Dream's neck. Dream looked up to meet Shoo's eyes and saw the happy expression on her face when she noticed the necklace. She convinced herself that for Sister Yu's smile, even if others said she couldn't carry that kind of luxury, it didn't matter. She had been wearing the necklace for a week and had earned the nickname Dog Tag. Dream smiled bitterly. She had thought about whether to take it off, but it was something Sister Yu had given her. Even if it was a dog tag, it was fine as long as she could stay by her side. Although she knew it was childish, Dream just didn't want to take off the necklace. Shoo looked at Dream. She hadn't noticed the criticism Dream received, but was very happy. Dream wearing the necklace she gave was like a declaration that Dream belonged to her. She even secretly fantasized that the mark the necklace covered was her own kiss mark. Thinking of that made her chest feel warm and fuzzy. She bit her lip, thinking that was probably too bad. She tried to focus on the show. The production team was making an episode about whether girls were inferior to boys. They would compete in singing, quizzes, reactions, physical strength, and charm. It was mostly for effects, so she didn't care much. She naturally knew what to do in each part. There was no problem originally, but someone crossed her line. She looked at Shibai, not understanding why he liked to challenge her. Shibai, do you think girls are physically weaker than boys? The host asked. I think so. After all, girls are naturally more delicate and responsible for enjoyment. Shibai said. The host frowned and tried to steer the conversation. So you think girls are more likely to be the receiving side? But Shibai didn't get it. No, I just really think girls aren't as good as boys. You see, nowadays important positions are all held by men. Don't you think that's because of some workplace culture? The host hinted desperately, wondering how someone could be so blunt. No. Women should just stay home and have children, Chibai said bluntly again. Shishu sneered. She had thought of letting it slide before, but since Chibai had touched her waist randomly before and now said these words, she raised her hand. Can we start now? She smiled. Seeing someone come to her rescue, the host said, Okay. Then for this physical strength round, let's begin. The first challenge was a simple physical exercise. Jump rope, running, obstacle course, frog jumps. By the end, both were sweating, and the audience gathered to watch. With music playing, the competition heated up. 97, 98, 99, 100. Shishu's team reached 100 quickly. Chibai was still in the 80s, struggling to catch up. All right. It's clear, the girls win. The host was about to announce the female team as the winner when Chibai suddenly shouted, 100. Dream looked worried. She didn't care about Chibai. But sister, you had just run 3 laps this morning and was now doing heavy physical labor again. That's very touching, spirit. Chibai also finished. Anything you want to say? The host asked. I envy those who have assistants to take care of them, he said grudgingly, glaring at the eye contact between Shishu and Dream. His assistant Xiaodo had quit yesterday because he was too hard to deal with. Damn, was that his problem? If he also had an assistant to take care of his food and drink, he could definitely beat Shishu. In fact, he liked Shishu, but because of that, he felt jealous of the tacit understanding between Shishu and her assistant, and deliberately hurt her with words to get her attention. But that only angered Shishu more. She originally wanted to let it slide, but Chibai's insinuations were too much. Who did he think he was? How dare he warn her for doing her own thing? What qualifications did he have? Most people's anger is fiery, but Shishu's rage was cold. She looked at Chibai and thought, I'll make you regret this. The last round was about charm, actually a dance competition. The boys' team came out showing off singing and dancing, tearing off shirts provocatively but also very visually entertaining. When Chibai, the lead dancer, danced in front of Shishu, she didn't put on any expression, just a cold face. The host commented, Oh, looks like this young hottie isn't your type, Shishu. Even though Chibai's muscles flexed in front of her, Shishu just smiled faintly as if she didn't see it. I think it's ordinary, she said. When it was Shishu's turn, the girls' team danced more coquettishly and beautifully. But Shishu didn't wear the scheduled outfit. Instead, she dressed like the day she went to the amusement park with Dream, a shirt and pants, only with heels on. Her look was very androgynous, even making the atmosphere grim. After a beat, she suddenly stopped and gave a smile so stunning it was almost perfect. At that moment, she controlled the whole scene. Everyone surrendered to her stage presence. She shamelessly seduced every person there, perhaps with her lip movements while singing, or her fingers and gestures, or the beautiful figure hidden under her male clothes. Her dance became wild and uncontrolled, but no one stopped her. Her black hair swung and turned, capturing every heart in the audience. Her gender-ambiguous beauty and body that could arouse both female and male desire. She was a seductive, wanton enchantress, yet also a pure, righteous angel. Androgyny was not a blank hiding place, but a beautiful moonlight that made people unsure how to define her. Moonlight has no gender. Just like Shishu's beauty, which could kindle men's desire and stir women's excitement. She was that charming. She blew a flirtatious look at Dream off stage, watching her blush and focus intently. She smiled confidently. At the end, she struck a finishing pose, stopping in front of Chibai, looking at him challengingly. Chibai suddenly reached out, pulling Shishu toward him to kiss her, but she slapped him hard. This segment was edited into the program, but only Dream saw Shishu's weakness after it ended. Dream quickly went up to hold her so she wouldn't fall. Sorry, let sister you rest first. Dream blocked the crowd. Holding Shishu, she carried her princess style to a seat. Putting her down, Dream sighed. Truly an actress, Shishu could easily carry a girl her size, but what were those boys pretending? Dream busied herself giving her water, wiping sweat, fanning her, but neglected the rare shy look Shishu gave her. Shishu thought that as soon as the show ended, she relaxed and leaned back. In her mind, she silently hoped it didn't hurt too much. When she regained awareness, she only saw Dream's necklace, the butterfly diamond pendant, sparkling in front of her eyes. It was only when they reached the lounge that she realized Dream had been holding her in her arms just now. Chibai watched them leave, full of jealousy. Why wasn't Shishu held by him? Why wasn't Shishu flirting with him? He looked at them resentfully, especially noticing Shishu's bracelet and Dream's necklace pendant. What did that mean? He remembered the assistant's name was Li Dai Dream, and that Shishu had given her the butterfly pendant? Thinking about how the assistant could always be near Shishu and the look Shishu gave her assistant, a voice in his mind angrily questioned, "Big sister, how could you do this?" A wave of jealousy took control. He clenched the water in his hand, walked to the lounge and saw Dream wiping Shishu's sweat. He grabbed water from a passerby and splashed it at Shishu. Dream immediately stepped forward to block it, getting drenched and messy. He had wanted to mock Shishu and the assistant a few words, but when he caught Shishu's angry gaze he hesitated. That look was very angry and nothing else. He felt the anger inside him dissipate and awkwardly left. After Shichibai left awkwardly, Shishu softly asked Dream, "Dai, are you okay?" Hearing Shishu call her Dai again, Dream comforted her. "Sister you, I'm fine. I'll go to the bathroom to freshen up." She grabbed some nearby tissue and wiped herself while heading to the bathroom. Inside, Dream realized she still cared about what Sister Yu had called her. Who was this Dai? She tried to clean herself up and still accompanied Shishu but used being messy as an excuse to keep some distance. When they arrived at Shishu's home, Dream apologized and slipped into the guest room to shower first. Shishu was left standing there in a daze. Shiyu looked at the listless Ming Dai. She still tried her best to do her work well, but the two of them no longer matched like before. Time continued to pass, but the hesitation and turmoil in her heart grew more intense. She looked at Meng Meng, wondering if she had remembered that she was Meng Dai, but her possessiveness toward Meng Meng only grew stronger. She didn't know how to face Meng Meng, nor did she know how to tell her that she desired her. But facing the possible aftermath after confessing, she didn't know how much confidence she had, or even what she meant to Meng Meng in her heart. She wanted to ask clearly, but was even more afraid the answer would be that they were only client and assistant. Just drag it out? Shiyu told herself. She didn't know how to face it, especially lying in bed at night with a body that longed to hold Meng Meng. Unable to sleep, she turned over, got out of bed and went to the living room. Meng Meng's computer was on, but she was slumped over the desk asleep. She secretly looked at Meng Meng's screen and noticed that her desktop wallpaper was a photo of herself. "Does she like me?" Shiyu wanted to ask. Ding dong. Meng Meng's phone buzzed with a message. Shiyu pretended to be fetching something but glanced at Meng Meng's phone. Meng Meng lazily got up, unlocked the phone and browsed the messages. Not noticing that Shiyu behind her was surprised to see the wallpaper. Shiyu noticed it was a photo of herself sitting propped on her hand, seriously memorizing lines. The sound of the refrigerator door opening startled Meng Meng a little. She turned around and saw Shiyu. "Sister Yu? So late, still not sleeping?" Shiyu looked at her quickly, closing the notebook and computer, pretending not to notice, and smiled. "I wanted some water." Don't drink too much at night, or you'll bloat," Meng Meng warned. Shiyu nodded absent-mindedly, looking at the schedule posted on the fridge. They blushed simultaneously, backs turned to each other. The next day, Shiyu received an invitation to a nightclub party. She thought it over and replied with a simple agree. She wanted to make a decision. "Meng Meng, can you come out with me for a bit?" she asked. Meng Meng nodded. "Okay, where to?" Wherever Sister Yu wanted to go, Meng Meng would accompany her. Because Sister Yu was her queen, her moon. Shiyu didn't answer, ran to her room to put on a wig, changed to short hair, wore exaggerated punk makeup, then a heavy coat over it. Meng Meng wore black clothes and the two ran out. "Are we really going?" Meng Meng had never seen this scene before so many people. Shiyu pulled her inside. She took Meng Meng to a seat where Yuaning was already waiting. "Hello." Meng Meng smiled. She had never been to a nightclub. Meng Meng looked around. Under the colorful lights, many faces and the music shaking the floor, crowds of people. "Hi," Yuaning greeted, then walked into the dance floor. Meng Meng curiously looked around. Shiyu propped her hand and watched Meng Meng's fascinated expression at everything. She ordered drinks and placed them in front of Meng Meng. "Try drinking this." The music was too loud, so she had to lean close to Meng Meng to speak clearly. Feeling Shiyu's breath by her ear, Meng Meng blushed shyly. Something stirred in her heart, but to hide it, she nodded and obediently took a sip. When Yuaning finished dancing and returned to the seat, she saw the several empty glasses beside Meng Meng. She looked at Shiyu. "Hey, is this okay? Are you trying to get her drunk to take advantage? Isn't that allowed?" Shiyu raised an eyebrow, already holding Meng Meng's waist possessively. "I heard that." Meng Meng turned to look at them, cheeks flushed. "Sister Yu, you can't do that. If you get someone drunk and the reporters catch it, it will be a big problem." Meng Meng leaned on her Sister Yu's body, feeling dizzy from the drink. "Then just don't get caught," Shiyu whispered seductively in Meng Meng's ear. The ticklish breath on her neck made Mingming giggle foolishly, thinking she looked so delicious. What was the taste on her lips? Good, Mingming was completely drunk. Yuaning rubbed her forehead, looking at Shiyu and the way she looked at Mingming, then swallowed the words she wanted to say. This was definitely a seductive devil. She looked at Mingming, poor girl caught by the devil. Hey, she's your assistant, are you sure? What if she holds a grudge and takes revenge? Yuan Ying's faint kindness made her warn her friend that drunken antics were risky. I didn't force her. She smiled and seductively asked Mingming. Mingming, do you like me? Mingming nodded affirmatively, her drunk eyes hazy. Yes, I love Sister Yu the most. Then how about sleeping in bed with me? Shiyu asked. Okay, sleep in bed. Mingming replied firmly. Such a foolish child. Yuaning could be very sure that she used sleeping meant far more than just sleeping. Yuaning, watching Mingming who had already fallen into the wolf's den, shrugged. I have no objections. You two just work it out yourselves. Well, I'm heading back, Shiyu said, pulling out money and placing it on the bartender's counter. Their drinks are on me. Yuaning watched Shiyu's hand on Mingming's body and sighed. TSK. Her friend probably hadn't eaten meat in months. She made the sign of the cross on her glass and sincerely said, Amitba. May the gods bless that Mingming won't remember this. But since that little assistant was already an adult, she would have to take responsibility for her own actions. Yuaning took a sip and smiled, the curve of her lips making some nearby patrons swoon. Yuaning looked up at the bartender and ordered another drink with Shiyu's money. She raised her glass. A toast to this world overflowing with lust. She took Mingming back, and Shiwa took off her disguise. She held Mingming's hand and led her to her own room. Mingming, Shiwa whispered in her ear. Yuejia. Mingming was still a bit dazed. Although her nerves had somewhat relaxed, her mind was slightly clearer. She looked around, wondering how she ended up sleeping in Shiyue's room. Seeing Mingming trying to get up and return to her own room, Shiwa smiled and gently pulled the little drunkard back, placing her on the bed to sit. Mingming, do you like me? Shiwa asked. Of course. I love you the most, Yuejia. Mingming replied drowsily. What was going on? Why was Yuejia asking her so many questions? Then, how about being my girlfriend? Shiwa asked curiously. She looked at Mingming, ran her hand through her hair, then down to her shoulder, and held her arm gently. Mingming didn't mind the touch. She blinked and looked at Shiwa. Yuejia? Are you real? Or am I dreaming? Dreaming, Shiwa answered honestly, lying. Mingming laughed out loud. No wonder. She felt it couldn't be real. It must be a dream. Don't just laugh, answer me. Shiwa pouted. That naughty girl, so sly. She looked at Mingming, those adorable eyes staring at her, curved eyebrows and those slightly wet lips from drinking. She realized she could no longer suppress herself. She wanted Mingming not just for physical desire, but she wanted her to belong to her. I want you to love me just like I love you, Shiwa thought. I like you. I really like you. Mingming smiled, answering the dream like Shiwa. It must be a dream. Mingming thought dazedly. Otherwise, why would Yuejia be pouting like that? Looking at Yuejia's beautiful face in front of her, especially when she spoke, those red lips parted. The pout was a bit coquettish, like an invitation for a kiss. It made her heart warm. She really wanted to kiss Yuejia, since it was her own imagination. Mingming leaned in and kissed Yuejia's lips. A girl's lips are so soft. She hadn't expected her imagination to be so vivid. Was this what Yuejia tasted like? A bit of alcohol flavor, warm breath, those pink lips like the best soft candy. She wanted to bite them but felt a bit reluctant, so she gently held them, feeling the subtle sticking and tugging of their lips so delicate. Mingming felt her body, already warm from the alcohol, get even hotter. She wanted to taste more of Yuejia. Shiwa was kissed by Mingming. She hadn't expected this girl to be so bold. She smiled, her eyes filled with desire, and leaned in to kiss her back. A kiss can be just two lips touching simply, but it can also be an invitation. She cupped Mingming's face, leaned in and sent her tongue into her mouth, playfully tracing Mingming's lips, feeling her respond yet teasingly keeping some distance, which made Shiwa impatient. Mingming's breathing quickened. Shiwa pressed closer, kissing her, sending an invitation filled with passion. I want to be with you, she hinted, pinning Mingming on the bed. She leaned over to meet Mingming's gaze, eyes burning, openly expressing her intention. Seeing Mingming's unresisting face, Shiwa began to kiss her gently from left to right, softly touching her lips, then sliding her tongue across them, hearing Mingming's faint moan. Their noses close, saliva mingling. From soft kisses to tongue touches, Ming Ming closed her eyes, feeling Shiyue's invasion and tasting. The scent of alcohol was exchanged in their mouths. Just the kiss made her feel seduced, the delicate touch of desire making her legs weak and shy. Li Dai, remember the promise. Shiyue called Ming Ming by her real name, rarely so commanding. Shiyue smiled knowingly at Ming Ming's expression. The rapid breathing with closed eyes, the flushed face and lips. Ming Ming wanted her. Shiyue was confident. She knew the girl in front of her did not dislike her, so she could take the next step. But the tasting ends here. Shiyue looked at Ming Ming with a hazy gaze, teasing with a mischievous smile. Next you have to pay the price with your promise. Li Dai, are you ready for this? Ming Ming opened her eyes and looked at Shiyue. In her gaze was a lurking beast, naked desire staring at her. And she was its prey. But instead of anger, she felt a burning excitement and anticipation all over her body. She liked Yuejie's kisses and her licking on her lips, liked her undisguised desire. So Ming Ming nodded in agreement. Okay. She wanted to be with Shiyue in bed. She was willing, even a little excited for Shiyue's advances. When Shiyue asked again, Ming Ming heard herself say, okay. With the agreement, Shiyue smiled like a victorious goddess ready to claim her prey. She pressed Ming Ming down on the bed and leaned in, different from the gentle touches before. She pressed her lips on Ming Ming's, domineeringly stealing the air in her mouth, tongue invading to meet hers. Her hand supported beside Ming Ming's ears. Their hair of similar length brushed Ming Ming's face, tickling her passion. Ming Ming felt dazed but also somewhat clear-headed. Her body's warmth rose, and the feeling of lips being swallowed made her brain go numb. She felt Shiyue feeding her desire, her body craving comfort from the person before her. Just a kiss was already igniting her. Give yourself to me, Shiyue commanded, stroking Ming Ming's face. She finally could get close to the girl she cared so much about, savoring her completely, her cheeks, lips, neck, then kissing again. She loved hearing Ming Ming's gasps as she kissed her, slowly smelling her scent, searching for her sensitive spots. Yuejie. Ming Ming felt her face and neck heat up. The sounds of kisses by her ear, Shiyue's breath amplified in her ear, so close. Shiyue's scent, her hair, and the faint glow in her eyes like a little flame of desire. Only their breaths filled the room, exchanging fast and slow rhythms. She felt the fire inside her body was lit by this tiny spark, burning inward, making her thighs clench involuntarily, trying to block the wet heat. Shiyue's gaze darkened. She stroked Ming Ming's face and with her other hand, while Ming Ming was still unaware, reached under her collar, unbuttoning the row of buttons and touching her soft chest. Feeling someone's hand stroking her chest, Ming Ming gasped softly, feeling the warm palm covering her breasts, the heat making her body flush. Give yourself to her. The voice inside her heart said so. She was a bit nervous but mostly excited. What would come next? Ming Ming felt someone's breath on her neck, delicate kisses going back and forth on her neck and ears, endlessly teasing the fire inside her. The sucking on her earlobe made her shiver with sensitivity. The combination of sound and touch stimulated her. She wanted to pull away but could only indulge deeper, feeling her desire awaken. Good girl. I want to take off your underwear, Shiyue whispered in her ear, watching Ming Ming lift herself as she guided her. Her hand found the clasp behind Ming Ming's back, unhooking the bra, freeing the symbol of feminine curves. The cool air met her skin. After opening the bra, Shiyue took it off, looking at Ming Ming's breasts, stroking them and hearing her gasps. She lowered her head and sucked on one nipple, drawing out Ming Ming's moan. MMA. Ming Ming felt pleasure in her chest, looking at Shiyue with dazed responsiveness, pressing her body closer. She mimicked the action, touching Shiyue's breasts. The feeling made Shiyue sensitive and stiff. She raised an eyebrow. So soon she wanted to fight back? That's not good. She smiled happily, supporting herself by Ming Ming's ears, gently sniffing her ear, her hand caressing Ming Ming's body, the white skin, the feminine curves, the smooth and soft touch. She was captivated and teased by desire. Feeling the tickle near her ear, Ming Ming flinched, thinking Shiyue was so bad. But the smile was beautiful. She really liked it. Ming Ming's hand pinched Shiyue's breast, hearing her gasp. She grinned mischievously, holding Shiyue's breast, flicking her nipples with her fingers, watching her sensitive trembling. Ah! Shiyue called softly, seeing Ming Ming already stained with passion. That tempting look made her unable to resist and pounced. After taking off each other's clothes, Shiyue lay on top of Li Dai. Naked skin touching naked skin. That warmth made her feel even more delighted, like hot water pouring over her body, comforting her. Caressing Ming Ming's body, the heat and slight scent of alcohol seduced her. She followed Li Dai's curves, touching the soft skin, the firm breasts, teasing knowingly. No need to rush. She tasted Mengming's flavor with her mouth, stroking her delicate body, whispering wickedly by her ear, feeling her tremble in soft pleas. She slowly marked her territory, ear, neck, collarbone, chest, tasting the irresistible flavor, until Mengming's legs tangled. She removed her shorts, probing between her legs, finding wetness, confirming she was ready to receive. Yeah? Mengming trembled, feeling Shiyue had figured her out. Her hands roamed her own body like strolling and admiring. As the hand moved down her belly, she clenched her legs, only able to squeeze Shiyue's waist. Mengming felt her desire completely ignited by Shiyue. She wanted it. Shiyue slid her hand between her legs. Mengming was both eager and scared. When her fingers entered, she felt desire unfold. She hummed softly. The sensation was not uncomfortable but welcomed by her body. This was the shyest part. Mengming buried her face in the blanket. No, don't. Don't look at me like you're admiring something. She was shy and thought this was too embarrassing. Dai, Shiyue whispered close to her, looking at her shy face with a mischievous smile. She leaned over and kissed her earlobe. Dai, call me you. She gently called, as if trying to awaken Mengming's desire. You. Mengming replied dizzily. Yes, call me you. Shiyue said, stirring the deepest passion in Mengming. She smiled, pressed her hand down, and their fingers intertwined. Her other hand searched between Mengming's legs, finding the path to desire inside her. You, Mengming called out, her body's pleasure making her gradually let go, like a flower blooming inside her, so natural and joyful. When the other person entered her body, Mengming breathed out a satisfied sigh, feeling completely filled. At that moment their joined hands felt a warmth. Something passed along her birthmark into her arm and reached the back of her head, but nothing seemed to happen. Mengming was confused, but maybe desire was the most important thing now. She wanted to be fulfilled, wanted you to go deeper. Shiyue continued her assault on the girl beneath her. She kissed Mengming's lips, silencing her mouth, while her fingers indulged inside her wetness. Mengming let go of the blanket, hugging the person in front of her. Naked skin pressed together, the heat and sweat on her back made her more excited and delighted. For a while the room was filled only with their heavy breathing. Mengming closed her eyes, feeling waves of pleasure. It was a feeling of being completely penetrated, exciting her until her mind went blank. She couldn't help but call out, you. She felt her body like a leaf on water, waves of pleasure swaying her endlessly, making her grip Yu's hand tightly, enduring the joyous impact again and again. In the darkness the familiar scent came. She didn't expect the perfume to smell so enticing at this temperature. Her hair brushed against her cheek, and the pleasure beneath her body kept coming, a feeling she had never experienced. We really did it with you. Aya. Mengming, coming back to her senses, was devastated to find herself lying naked on a strange bed. She got up and saw you naked beside her. Her eyes widened. I have a nice figure, right? Shiyue propped her face with her hand, smiling at Mengming's stunned expression. That look was indescribably charming and alluring. Mengming nodded in agreement. Habitually, she took out what she usually said to reporters. Of course. Sister Yu usually works out weight. Sister Yu. Mengming looked down at her own naked body. So they really did it. Mengming's expression was very easy to read. Practically transparent. Shiyue thought with interest. Really? Shiyue deliberately leaned close to Mengming's ear and blew on it. Mengming fearfully leaned back against the wall. Sister Yu. We got drunk last night. Shiyue explained. So I was. Mengming froze. She felt like she was the one being pinned down last night, but she also seemed to have. She vowed never to drink herself into a blackout again. Such a wonderful thing. Yet she only remembered the middle part. Mengming thought regretfully. Wait, what am I thinking about? All of it. Shiyue smiled and moved closer, deliberately whispering in her ear. Last night's butterfly was very tasty. No. Mengming blushed. Don't use such a beautiful face to say something that makes her knees weak and heart race. Mengming felt her face burning, wanting to curl up shyly but also feeling Shiyue's gentle probinjit was too embarrassing. Don't like it. Shiyue looked at her face. Though she thought Mengming's shy expression was cute, she was a bit worried Li Dai would reject her. Mengming lowered her head and bit her lip. Shiyue reached out and lifted her head. She had always been confident in herself, but when Mengming hesitated, Shiyue realized she was a little scared. She wasn't an inexperienced girl when it came to relationships, but if Mengming rejected her, she felt an unwillingness to admit it. Shiwei reminded herself that she was a veteran and love. Her confidence was in a graceful and easy breakup. But she couldn't let go of Mengmeng. When Shiwei was already planning in her mind how to capture this girl's heart, Mengmeng responded. No, Mengmeng said, looking at Shiwei. Sister Yu is really good. Seeing her confident, smiling face, Mengmeng felt a slight shock in her heart. Was this the feeling of love at first sight? Hearing Mengmeng willing to admit it, Shiwei regained her confidence and leaned close to Mengmeng. Then be my girlfriend? Mengmeng looked at Sister Yu's beautiful, alluring face and was naturally drawn to her. She said, okay. Shiwei saw Mengmeng's shy expression and wickedly smiled as she leaned closer. You call me Yu, I call you Dai, okay? Mengmeng shook her head. Okay is okay, but it feels a little strange. What's strange? I've been having a dream recently, where I'm running around in ancient clothes. Mengmeng frowned. And there's always someone calling me, and I'm always calling her Yu. Shiwei's eyes widened in surprise. So you've dreamed of it too? So Sister Yu has dreamed it too? Mengmeng asked Shiwei. Sister Yu, is that true? Starting from that birthmark, right? Shiwei asked. Mengmeng nodded. I always thought it was just a dream, but Sister Yu too. So they really are fated? I'll show you something. Shiwei got up to fetch something. Mengmeng blushed and quickly turned away. Sister Yu was not dressed. Just now she had seen something very tempting. Li Dai. What are you thinking about, you pervert? They both dressed, and Shiwei handed her the script of Wutong Shadow. Mengmeng thought it was such a coincidence. Their first meeting was in this play, and she opened the script to see the female lead's name. Li Mengdai Shu Baiyue. Too coincidental, right? Her name is Li Dai, nickname Mengmeng. She looked at the marked page describing the scene where Mengdai and Baiyue hold branding irons and burn their hands. Looking at the birthmark on her own hand, could it be she really is Mengdai? Then, does she really like Sister Yu? Or is it just a restless spirit's influence from a past life? Mengmeng felt confused. Shiwei saw Mengmeng staring at her birthmark and came forward to hug her. Mengmeng, I really like you, not just because of past lives or anything. Hearing Shiwei say this and smelling her scent, Mengmeng's heart became even more tangled. Seeing Mengmeng lost in thought, Shiwei suddenly felt scared. If Mengmeng left, she didn't know what she would do. She hugged her tightly, but Mengmeng comforted her with a tight hug. Yeah, I know. For these past few months we've still been ourselves. Hearing that, Shiwei finally relaxed and smiled, calling out, Dai. Mengmeng looked at Sister Yu's beautiful face and thought of the wrap-up scene where Shiwei was like a noble queen and she stood faintly in the crowd. She suddenly understood Mengdia's feelings. Maybe Mengdai, just like herself, truly admired Baiyue from the bottom of her heart? She flipped through the script, reading that Mengdai loved Baiyue until death. Seeing Mengdia's emotions, Mengmeng suddenly resonated. If there's a next life, could it be this life? Mengmeng asked herself. She looked at Shiwei and said firmly, whether I'm Dai or Mengmeng, I'd like you the same way. Mengmeng smiled. Because I just really like you. Shiwei looked at her smile, feeling something inside her heart being touched. She felt that the Mengmeng in front of her seemed to have merged with Mengdai. Maybe it's because they both had strong hearts. Sometimes she felt Mengmeng was very pure, but purity is also a kind of simple wisdom, right? She felt lucky to have met such a Mengmeng. If their past lives really were Yu and Dai, then all the more reason to love each other well, right? Returning to her own room, Mengmeng felt a bit dazed. Besides what happened with Sister Yu, it was mostly about the issue of the birthmark. She looked at the birthmark on her hand. It was in the shape of a butterfly but somewhat ugly. She hadn't paid much attention to it before since it had been there since she was little, and it didn't really affect her appearance. But now she felt confused. Was she really Mengdai? Except for feeling a bit of warmth when her birthmark touched Sister Yu's opposing one, she didn't feel anything else. She couldn't even clearly remember the contents of her dreams. Was that normal? However, she did remember some intimate moments with Sister Yu. Mengmeng blushed a little at the thought, realizing only now that she had slept with a woman and that woman was her boss. Thinking about sleeping with Shiyu, Mengmeng reflected that it was addictive. Her mastery of foreplay, the atmosphere, she was very experienced and enjoyed it. Sleeping with Shiyu was joyful because Shiyu cared deeply about her body. Whenever it hurt or she got nervous, Shiyu would soothe her, as if she were some precious thing being played with by a queen. Shiyu knew exactly what made a woman's body feel pleasure, and enjoyed the feeling of desire being awakened, and she felt that same desire for Mengmeng. Thinking about that night, the dark Shiyu, her eyes filled with darkness, smiling at her with lust, Mengmeng's body warmed up. The Shiyu on the bed was beautiful like a hunting beast. The beautiful mature female form, the warmth of her skin, The rhythm of her breathing, the tickling sensation of her hair falling on Mengming's body, the taste on her lips, every word she spoke all irresistibly seductive, making Mengming feel both shy and delighted. She liked Xiyu, liked her aggressiveness. Mengming squeezed her thighs together but couldn't stop the heat in her lower abdomen. Even though she had drunk, she still knew lying beneath her was Xiyu. She was shy to admit her desire, but Xiyu could make her dizzy. Xiyu didn't hesitate. When she looked at Mengming, her admiring and longing eyes seemed to say with just a glance, "I want you. Only you." No need to judge her body whether her breasts were big or small, or her height in Xiyu's world. She was perfect as she was. She was Xiyu's food, and the one carefully cooking it was Xiyu. Xiyu didn't rush to satisfy her appetite but gently teased and seduced her, making her willingly offer herself. Mengming bit her lip and let out a faint suppressed moan. Xiyu gave her a kind of passion she had never experienced before, and she found herself actually looking forward to the next time, and the time after that, every time of joy with Xiyu. It was over. Mengming cursed herself internally, but she realized she had already fallen deeply into everything about Xiyu, and what thrilled her even more was Xiyu's liking for her. Xiyu's urgent desire for her to be her girlfriend made her heart sweet. Though the topic was changed then, Xiyu's feelings toward her were the same. They liked each other. Realizing this, Mengming felt endless joy and fireworks exploding in her heart. Buzz! The vibration of her phone interrupted her thoughts. She picked it up. It was unusually a call from Su Wei's mother. "Hello." Mengming answered. "Li Dai. Is Su Wei with you, Mrs.?" Su's panicked voice came through. Mengming frowned. "No, I haven't been in contact with him for a long time. If he contacts you, please tell me, okay, Mrs.?" Su's voice had a trace of exhaustion, not her usual domineering tone. "Okay." Mengming nodded. Regardless of what happened between her and Su Wei, it wasn't Mrs. Su's concern. She hung up. Mrs. Su had no idea about her relationship with Su Wei, so Mengming didn't want to take it out on her. Looking at the black screen of her phone, she felt a bit melancholic. If it were 4 months ago, she might have begged Mrs. Su to make her son leave her alone, but now she could maintain a surface of politeness. Perhaps this was growth? Mengming thought. She had changed, and the one who changed her was Xiyu. Thinking of her, her heart felt a bit sweet. With this good mood, she was willing to do something. She opened the messaging app. After all, they had some acquaintance. Mengming told herself she should at least notify Su Wei. She sent a message to Su Wei. Su Wei quickly replied, "Save me." Mengming frowned. She asked what was wrong and why he sent such a message. But Su Wei only wanted her to come out and talk, yet Mengming didn't want to. Making a fool of herself once was a mistake anyone could make, but it didn't mean she would be foolish twice. Besides, who knew what Su Wei wanted to do? What awaited her outside? Therefore, no matter how Su Wei invited her, she refused to go out again. After finding out what had really happened to Su Wei, Mengming felt both happy and sad. Sad because Su Wei never thought he was at fault. Compared to herself, he was like a spoiled child, thinking the world should revolve around him, blaming everyone else, and completely lacking any sense of legal awareness. Happy because Xiyu had been protecting her all along. What Su Wei described about Xiyu was not the same person she had imagined, which made her feel complicated. When Su Wei threw acid, Sister Yu only said she had a backup plan but never thought that her backup plan was so thorough. She didn't know that from the moment she was threatened, Sister Yu had been constantly documenting everything. The threatening letters Su Wei sent, videos of acid attacks and other incidents. All were recorded truthfully and sent to the police as evidence. Su Wei wouldn't be able to harm her in the short term. She always thought Xiyu was powerful and secretly believed Xiyu was a queen, but Xiyu only showed her a very elegant side, and Mengming thought she was just a gentle older sister. But how could that be? Xiyu definitely had more than just a gentle side. Thinking of the complexity and darkness of the entertainment industry, how could Xiyu not have experienced that? It was just that for some reason, Xiyu never showed that dark side in front of her. But now she finally knew. She looked at the photo in front of her. Su Wei naked from the front, along with his ID and personal information. It was said that Xiyu sent it to Su Wei, warning that if he continued to harass Mengming, it would be exposed. Xiyu's approach was truly queen-like, a thorough tit for tat. Although it was wrong, Mengming still felt a bit happy. This was Xiyu's protection, wasn't it? Xiyu never told her. Not even how she got Su Wei's phone number or contact information, it remained a mystery. That feeling of being treasured and cared for, yet not knowing the details so she wouldn't feel guilty toward Xiyu. Just like she had said, she did not owe her. Meng Meng had always thought Su Wei stopped bothering her because he knew he was wrong. But what she didn't realize was that Shiyu was blocking everything for her. Su Wei didn't want to stop hurting her. Shiyu intervened between them, blocking Su Wei and making him direct his anger at Shiyu, protecting her. Listening to Su Wei's complaints, she just felt annoyed and finally hung up. After so long, she was finally able to step out of these things and look at them more calmly. She really had to thank Shiyu. Shiyu taught her to stop punishing herself and to move on. Meng Meng sighed, thinking of Shiyu. A wave of sweetness passed through her heart. She had always been under Shiyu's wings. It might sound cheesy, but she really thought Shiyu was her angel even if those wings were black, representing the methods used. But among all the people surrounding her, only Shiyu came forward and reached out, pulling her out when she was almost drowning. And she did all this without asking for anything in return. A phrase suddenly flashed through Meng Meng's mind. "Dai, remember, lies are told to protect." She remembered. When Shiyu said she had a backup plan, that feeling was this phrase flashing in her mind. That was Meng Dia's memory, right? She clearly knew that phrase was said by Yu, but it was also what Shiyu did. She lied to protect her. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a lie. Meng Meng found herself making excuses for Shiyu, because her heart had completely leaned toward Shiyu. Meng Meng couldn't help but shed tears again. She realized she didn't know how to repay such great kindness. Even if she ran to her now and said, "I love you 1,000 times," it wouldn't be enough. This person had done too much for her. But immediately a deep fear grabbed her again. What if I'm not really Meng Dai? Even though Meng Meng said she didn't care, Shiyu couldn't stop her curiosity. Who exactly wrote the script for Wutong Shadow? Why did they have so many similarities? As if she and Meng Meng were the reincarnations of Yu and Meng Dai. But why were Meng Meng's memories not as clear as hers? What had happened before their reincarnation? After sending Meng Meng off to busy herself, Shiyu took back the script and flipped to the last page. The screenwriter listed was the director's name, which meant the screenwriter wasn't very famous, and it would probably be hard to find them. She asked around the crew for a phone number and called, only to find it was a disconnected number. She frowned, then contacted the director, who said he didn't know that person either. It was as if that person never existed at all. Looking at the script she had flipped through so many times, she didn't know what was wrong with her. She liked Meng Meng, liked her so much that she wanted to be with her all the time, but at the same time she was scared. What if this was just an illusion? So she had to find out who really wrote this script? Why did she know about it? And what about Meng Meng? Was she really Meng Dai? After hearing her out, Yuaning looked at the script and said, is this really important? Shiyu stared at her. We're just like Dai and you. Yuaning looked at her conflicted friend, not really understanding why this was so troubling. By that logic, every romance novel is a story about reincarnation. But I felt this way about her from the very beginning, Shiyu tried to explain. She was never someone who got intensely emotional, but ever since meeting Meng Meng, she felt like she'd gone crazy, constantly thinking about her. Could it be that Yu had possessed her? Yuaning shook her head. Being in love lowers your IQ. It's written in your genes. She sighed, thinking that even her brilliant friend could get so confused sometimes. Believe me, I could grab any romance novel and point to some couple on the street, tell them this is their past life, and they'd have 87% similarities. Please, there's no need to take novel stories so seriously, Yuaning advised. She was a seasoned romance novel reader herself. All the formulas basically boiled down to the same thing: falling in love, facing obstacles, and so on. Whether in reality or fiction, isn't everyone's love story like that? But look at this birthmark. And our ages and our names. Shiyu looked at the script. If it was just one thing it would be fine, but there were too many coincidences here. There are plenty of girls named Dai and Yu, and lots of people have birthmarks. Even paranormal photos show human shapes, but after looking so long I haven't seen anything, Yuaning said grumpily. She looked at Shiyu's pretty sharp face and for once, showed a bit of dazed expression. And don't give me that ancient history stuff. Homosexuality has existed since the Han Dynasty, just look up the facts. There's plenty to find. She looked at Shiyu and sighed inside. If it weren't for that face, she absolutely wouldn't be ignoring everything else just to sit and listen to a woman complain. But I really did dream about it, Shiyu explained stubbornly. Yuaning cut her off. She looked at her and asked, Hey you, even if it's true, what are you going to do about it? Of course be with Dai. And if it's not true? Are you not going to be with Li Dai? Of course I will. So Li Dai and Meng Dai are the same person? Yes. Then what are you even worried about? No matter what, it's her. Yuaning rolled her eyes, really not understanding why her friend was so caught up in this nonsense. Shiyu looked at Yuaning and thought maybe she was right. She used to think Yuaning was too straightforward, black and white, and a bit picky about love, but now she thought maybe that was a kind of freedom. I actually think Mingming is much smarter. Didn't she say before that no matter who she is, she likes you? Yuaning encouraged her, picking up a macaron and taking a bite. TSK. Choosing this dessert place was the right call. The macaron was crispy on the outside, soft inside, dusted with sweet sugar powder and fragrant cream, sweet but not cloying. The flavor on the tongue was so delicious. She took a sip of floral tea. The delicate aroma of rose balanced perfectly, making her mood light and happy. She attacked the dessert tower seriously. Such a fancy afternoon tea wasn't common. Although for Yuaning this price was normal, for her, a working woman on a budget, it was a fortune. No matter what happened before, the present is more important. Yuaning advised her friend, still tangled up in her worries. What was the use of all this fuss? She didn't have a Doraemon time machine and couldn't travel through time. What was the point of knowing about reincarnations? Still, seeing the fairy tale-like sweets on the table, she decided to help her friend a bit more. Speaking of Mingming, do her family know you two are together? Yuaning asked, using questions to solve problems. It's easier to leverage than to fight. You suddenly remember this was another worry. Mingming hasn't told her family yet. Are her family strict? Yuaning asked. Homosexuality always faces family disapproval. If her family was strict, things would be much more complicated. I don't know. I've never met her family. Yu frowned. Mingming understood her well, but she didn't seem to know Mingming that well. Then you should come up with some plans, whether to elope or whatever. Good luck, Yuaning said dismissively. She called over a waiter to order more food. After using so much brainpower, she needed to recharge. Yu happily swiped her card. Sometimes she really felt she owed Yuaning. This friend was just so good at making sure she ate well. Speaking of Yuaning, could she also be a reincarnation of Tsanging? Yu smiled and shook her head in her heart. She decided to let it go. Yuaning was right in the end. The present is what really matters. After watching Yu leave, Yuaning finally stopped what she was doing. Having spent so much time with Yu, it seemed she had also learned how to act. Yuaning looked at the script left on the table and picked it up to examine it. She smiled as she looked at the cover titled White Moon. That was Yu's costume from a period drama. She touched the book's cover gently. Actually, she liked Yu. The feeling started back in middle school, she thought. When people begin to understand what love is, everyone tends to project those feelings onto someone, and the person she projected onto was Yu. It was a subtle kind of affection, holding her hand, spending time together. She knew Yu's hobbies, interests, and even her picky eating habits. Every day she saved money to buy birthday gifts for her, chatted with her, and watched shows and read books that Yu liked. She was so good to Yu that people even rumored they were a couple. Hey, do you believe it? Even the other classes say we're a couple. Yu said, her eyes testing Yuaning, making her a little unsure how to respond. Yuaning didn't know what to say and just pretended to focus on the book in her hands. Lin Yuaning. Don't pretend, Yu said seriously. Then what? Do you like me? Yuaning asked. Yu looked at her and smiled beautifully. I do. You're my best friend. Yuaning smiled along. You're so silly. Even though her heart was quietly breaking. Friend, that was probably the highest place she held in Yu's heart. She asked herself. Do you have the courage to tell Yu you like her? But before she could say anything, she already knew Yu liked someone else, a tall boy who played basketball. She saw how nervous Yu got whenever they met, and how her eyes followed that boy. She knew there was no space in Yu's heart for her in the realm of love. Yuaning lowered her eyes. Yu was very beautiful and had many admirers. Compared to many in their class, Yu had a striking personality and stunning looks. Many secretly liked her, and Yuaning was just one of them. Two girls being together always meant too many problems. She didn't have the courage to face those sharp, hostile questions, so she chose to just be a friend. Friends could share longer, deeper moments together. As long as she could hold a place in Yu's heart, that was enough. Only when she saw herself successfully matchmaking Yu with that boy did she understand the taste of jealousy. She started immersing herself in games, running away from home because of games, getting scammed because of games, reckless and wild during her turbulent youth. But even so, Yu still cared for her because they were friends. Games have a start over option, but life doesn't have an undo button. She looked at the Yu on the screen, seeing her work hard and rise to fame. She knew Yu's stubbornness best. Becoming an actress meant she could naturally like her because she was a star. She still remembered the time Yu got drunk and came looking for her. Yuaning, I'm dating a girl, Yu said. Who? She asked, feeling a little bittersweet. You named someone unfamiliar. So you guys fought? We broke up. She heard herself say. Then do you want to try dating me? That rare moment, Yu's eyes showed a kind of confusion. She seemed to hope for even a little wavering. Yu wasn't surprised by Yuan Ying's confession. She always knew she had many admirers and understood what secret crushes looked like. But she had very few friends, only Yuan Ying. She actually knew how much Yuan Ying cared, but for one person, trust without passion, how could that be a relationship? Even if they got together, they'd surely argue later. Yuan Ying would realize she didn't have the enthusiasm either. So why waste a heartfelt friendship on a love destined to break? Yu had already made up her mind inside. She looked at Yuan Ying and said, "That I don't want to lose you." Seeing Yuan Ying struggle, she stood up and left. Being liked was a burden, she thought. Some people inexplicably treat you well, and accepting it means you owe them back. So Yu would rather not accept it. Even if lonely, that meant more freedom. Watching Yu leave, Yuan Ying gave a bitter smile. After being friends for so long, she understood Yu's feelings very well. Ultimately, Yu had no romantic feelings for her. That kind of mutual understanding was too sad. She told herself this was the last time she'd confess. She had used up all her patience and given up. She buried her feelings deep inside. She was just a friend. Friends could last a lifetime. That way she still owned a part of Yu. Her letting go was good for Yu and herself. Meeting someone you like is wonderful. Letting go of a relationship is also wonderful. She fulfilled Yu and herself. At that moment she finally understood. Maybe this was also a kind of growth, Yuan Ying told herself. Middle school Yuan Ying didn't understand. High school Yuan Ying still wanted to fight it. But now she told herself to let go and fulfill, then felt an immense freedom and happiness, no longer hanging her heart on someone impossible, and became much more at ease. She could leave the cafe gracefully. A waiter ran after her, holding out the book Wutong Shadow. Looking at Yu on the cover, Yuan Ying smiled. Her smile radiated an attractive glow. I don't want it. Can you throw it away for me? The waiter looked at her face and for a moment felt the person before her was even more beautiful than the beauty who just left. She couldn't help but ask, next time you come, can I treat you to a cup of coffee? Sure. Next time. Yuan Ying smiled. To promote her new drama, Sister Yu also took a gig to appear on a variety show. Yu, Meng Meng saw Yu glance sideways at her, so she quickly corrected herself. To be honest, their intimate relationship didn't really affect their daily lives. After all, when she was still an assistant, she had already been doing the work much like a wife. She still took care of Yu, just with a bit more sweetness from their relationship. She watched Sister Yu being pushed onto the stage to sing, feeling a little worried since Yu wasn't really a singer. Today's theme was to sing a song and share a sad story, but variety shows usually entertain by poking fun at people, so Meng Meng anxiously looked at Yu, who winked at her reassuringly. When the music started, the host and others exchanged glances. It was a slow song, Zhang Yusheng's I'm looking forward to. Zumi stood on the stage and opened her mouth, singing with a low, deep female voice. The 3 words gradually quieted the surrounding people. One day I will return to my first love, return to the innocence of youth. She sang softly, looking at the camera, and Meng Meng looked at the nearby screen, meeting Yu's eyes there. That's very moving. So what story are you going to share? The host asked. Usually, people would share stories of breakups, childhood trauma, or missed farewells with family. But you just smiled at the screen and said, what I want to tell happened to me. What is it? I once loved a man very much. He was a photographer. I loved him deeply. When the camera was on me, I believed what he said, that it was just for fun. But after we broke up, he used that photo to hurt me. You thought back to that time, still a little unsettled. He used our past to hurt me, she said softly, looking at the camera. I saw others comment on my nudity, mocking my exposure. I even had to pretend not to care and mock myself, using vulgar words to describe myself. She smiled bitterly. I realized many women have had the same experience. Our bodies became a kind of shackle. Nude photos became tools others used to threaten me. I went through 10 years of darkness. Later I heard this song. Only then could I forgive myself. You looked into the camera. Meng Meng watched you on the screen and seriously told herself, if you are someone who has gone through the same thing as me, I want to tell you, it's not your fault. But since it happened, we can't escape it. To move on, you must have the courage to say goodbye. Though somewhat idealized, Meng Meng understood that Yu was encouraging herself. The courage to say goodbye isn't something everyone has. Because avoidance is human instinct, but courage takes a long time to brew. Meng Meng didn't know if the story was true, but she understood what you wanted to tell her to let her know you understood her and had been hurt too. That was the feeling of finding a companion, not just me, not just targeting me. We all have similar wounds. Meng Meng looked at the you on the TV, and tried hard not to cry aloud to avoid disrupting the recording. She glanced at a girl nearby with revealing clothes quietly sobbing. So this song made you feel redeemed? The host asked. Yes. I look forward to a society that stops using nude photos to hurt people, you said with tears in her eyes. Many women seemed to resonate and applauded. After the show ended, Meng Meng covered you with a coat and worriedly whispered. You looked at her and asked with her eyes. What's wrong? Is this true? Meng Meng asked. Had she really been hurt like this? I always ask myself on sleepless nights why? You said calmly. Someone told me female celebrities all take photo albums, it's nothing. But for 10 years no friend ever reached out to chat. The roles I got were always villains. This was truly a nightmare for a female star. Meng Meng hugged her tightly. But now I have you, Dai. With you I'm happy. You whispered in her ear and kissed her forehead. The warmth on top of her head made Meng Meng blush. You only called her name like that during their intimate nights, but now she said it like this. I have you and I'm happy. Yu's voice brought her joy. That feeling of being needed calmed her. But soon worry returned. What good was there in digging up such ugly past? That day the variety show's ratings soared, but right after came news exposing Yu's nude photos. You, why did you have to talk about this? Meng Meng didn't understand. Though it raised ratings, it almost overshadowed the new drama's promotion. We'll know soon enough, you said, holding Meng Meng on the sofa, sitting before her, watching the TV together. Not long after, another expose claimed actress Zumi actually threatened others with nude photos and even presented videos. But faster still, someone pointed out it was a leaked clip from Yu's new drama, with the same clothes and shoes, suspecting someone edited the new drama footage. Meng Meng, who knew Yu's schedule best, checked the records and compared with the video dates, realizing Yu wasn't even in Taiwan at that time. So who made this? It's me, but it's not me, Yu just smiled. Meng Meng looked at her beautiful face and bright smile, strangely reminded of the words strategic planning, and vanishing with laughter, making her feel both scared and excited. A few days later, rarely did someone come to visit Yu's home. Meng Meng opened the door. It was a burly man. Though scared, she stood her ground at the door. Sir, who are you looking for? Tell Zumi to come out. The man looked at Meng Meng. Is this Yu's assistant? The one involved in that scandal? What business do you have with Sister Yu? Meng Meng asked, holding back fear. Yu smiled lightly, watching Meng Meng protect her. Dai, don't be afraid. Let him in. Meng Meng let him in. Later Yu explained. The man was Yuan Jun, a senior at Mercury Entertainment. Why did he come personally? Yu looked at Yuan Jun, who even blocked her at her home. Is the company not letting you go, so you protested like this? Yuan Jun said. He looked at Yu, a junior colleague who had gained her place in the company and was also a longtime friend. Because they were friends, Yuan Jun knew everything she did, so he needed to confirm some things. It's not really a protest, just going with the flow, Yu explained, standing beside Meng Meng. Meng Meng looked puzzled. Yu took her hand, unconsciously stroking her palm. Because someone had provoked her before, she also used the media to handle it a bit while promoting the new drama. Meng Meng watched Yu and Mr. Yuan but didn't understand what riddle they were playing. Her puzzled eyes only got a mischievous smile from Yu, who gently scratched her palm with a fingernail. Meng Meng held Yu's hand tightly, feeling its softness and not wanting to let go. Hearing Yu's answer, Yuan Jun sighed. She really knew how to control the balance. He didn't notice Yu and Meng Meng's interaction but thought carefully about Yu's recent behavior, from the scandalous relationships, acid attack, to today's public nude photo topic. All of this seemed like Yu was just unlucky to get caught in events, but her new drama became popular, her fame rose, and the anonymous nude photo guy still had no name. All evidence, including videos, Yu had handed over to the police, standing openly undefeated. This series of moves precisely hit the audience's interest in gossip, while also bringing attention to the public issue of nude photo abuse. Now the variety show got a special topic nomination, probably to win awards later. Yu was the first to break the news herself, and other slanders ironically helped promote her new drama. Such a schemer, controlling everything perfectly, made the company both love and fear her. Yuan Jun looked at Meng Meng, then Yu, knowing Meng Meng was someone you cared about. He looked at Yu, understanding she had other plans, so he subtly advised. If the company doesn't agree, you might have to come out about your orientation? I'm just living more honestly, Yu smiled. You're walking a tightrope. Manipulating the media rarely ends well. The relationship between actors and media is fraught with danger. One wrong move could cost the company a top star, a loss too big to bear. If I don't fall, then let me retire. Yu joked about her plan to rest with Mengmeng for a while. Yuanjun looked at Yu's glamorous face. The company wouldn't let go of such a golden goose. He muttered his bottom line. The company can grant you a year's leave, but after that, you must take up hosting shows. Yu tilted her head. That was probably the best result she could get. She looked at Mengmeng beside her and then at Yuanjun, nodding in agreement. Reshoot? Mengmeng asked. Yeah, we need to reshoot a wedding scene, the manager said. Wutonging is selling really well, so they're making a spin-off. Let me check Sister Yu's schedule. Mengmeng covered the microphone and looked down at the person lying on her lap. Sister Yu, do you have time next month for the Wutonging reshoot? Moyue was lying there happily. Hearing Mengmeng's word, she lazily nodded. She propped herself up and watched Mengmeng talking on the phone. Yes. I can. Mengmeng said into the phone while looking at her notes to confirm the time. Suddenly, a hand touched her waist and playfully lifted her shirt up a bit, making her involuntarily let out a soft gasp. Is the timing not good? The manager asked from the other end. No, Mengmeng replied, pushing away the person leaning on her shoulder to stop her hands from creeping into her collar. She blocked the front but couldn't stop the back. Her bra was undone, making her jump in surprise. She dodged, but Moyue hugged her waist and sat on her lap. The timing is fine. Manager, anything else? Mengmeng asked quickly. The manager was a bit displeased. These little assistants took advantage of Moyue backing them and talked back. He pointed out some recent shortcomings of Mengmeng to pressure her. Mengmeng apologized, but Moyue held her waist. She covered her mouth with her hand, pleading with her eyes. Stop fooling around. Moyue smirked mischievously at Mengmeng, licking her palm, making Mengmeng pull her hand back. Without Mengmeng's resistance, Moyue happily buried her face into Mengmeng's neck, smelling her skin lightly. Mengmeng shivered and used her hand to hold Moyue's shoulder, asking her not to get so close. Please, I need to finish this call. She looked at Moyue pitifully with her eyes. But Moyue had no intention of stopping. Not letting me kiss you? She raised an eyebrow and poked Mengmeng's chest. Mengmeng blushed and shouted. She hurriedly pulled the microphone away. Li Dai, are you listening? The manager asked from the phone. Sorry, the signal isn't good, Mengmeng apologized. I'll call you back later. She hung up and looked at the big pervert just now. Dai, I want you. Moyue showed no remorse and affectionately called to Mengmeng, leaning in to kiss her lips. Mengmeng's head spun from the kiss. No refusal meant she was once again on Moyue's bed. I feel like I've just been here. Mengmeng looked at Moyue and said with her eyes. Miss, aren't you going too far? They were back on Moyue's bed. Really? Moyue showed no sign of remorse. She seriously struggled with Mengmeng's clothes. The short sleeves were so hard to take off, but she was trying her best. Can you restrain yourself a bit? Mengmeng shouted. They just got up and were back on the bed. Thinking of Moyue in bed made her blush. Was Moyue working too hard? Isn't a day off supposed to be for resting? But still, she followed Moyue's actions and had her clothes taken off. Really should restrain myself. Moyue pinned Mengmeng beneath her, took off her own clothes and whispered in her ear. I'll restrain you to this bed. You! Mengmeng blushed and shouted. In the afternoon, they returned to the bed, and in the evening Mengmeng called the manager back. Moyue lay satisfied on the bed, and Mengmeng put her hand into the blanket, covering her. Looking at Moyue's slender shoulders, Mengmeng glanced at her own hand on the blanket, noticing the birthmark. Even now, Mengmeng still felt as if she were in a dream. Moyue, that beautiful star on screen, actually liked her. Was it just because of this birthmark? She looked closely at the blurry butterfly pattern on it, and thought of the story in the script. Was she really Li Mingdai? Then why couldn't she remember? Do you really like me? Or do you just love my birthmark? Mengmeng really wanted to ask clearly, but looking at you lying on the pillow with that beautiful face and satisfied smile, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She even thought, even if it was just because of the birthmark, it was okay. She just wanted to stay by Yu's side. Even if she was a substitute, it didn't matter, because she liked Yu too much. They returned to the set again. This scene was to film Shu Baiyue. After confirming the stability of the Shu dynasty, becoming increasingly nostalgic for Meng Dai, So she dreams of the two of them getting married in ancient times. Meng Meng still carried her suitcase, watching Xiyu put on her costume, wearing a complicated wig and makeup, transforming from a modern beauty into an ancient lady. She looked at another girl dressed in red xiao pai, a kind of ceremonial cloak, who played Mengdian actress named Sui Xuan. Sui Xuan wore a phoenix crown with a red veil covering her face. The two stood together, like reflections in a mirror yet, each with their own charm. Xiyu was elegant and alluring, while Sui Xuan was cute and delicate. Their hands clasped together stirred feelings of both excitement and pain in Meng Meng. Am I jealous? Meng Dai asked herself. But she didn't dare think about the answer. She watched Xiyu and that girl holding hands, standing in the ancient-style wedding hall. Outside the door were cameras and lights. Inside were two women in ancient dress, separated by a door, divided by 1,000 years of time. Unable to bear it, she ran to the resting area, leaving Xiyu behind. Leaning against a tree, she realized for the first time what it meant to be soaked in jealousy. The feeling of marinating one's heart in vinegar, making her feel unlike herself. I am willing to be with you. Xiyu looked at Sui Xuan and started to speak, but found she couldn't continue. Although the lines were fluent in her mind, facing the girl in the red veil, she realized she did not want to say words of love to Sui Xuan. Xiyu looked up to find Meng Meng's figure but discovered she was gone. A sense of panic overwhelmed her, making her uneasy. Cut! The assistant director called out. This part was Baiyue's inner monologue. Without genuine emotion from the actor, they couldn't proceed. Sui Xuan, who played Meng Dai, faced Xiyu and clearly saw her struggle. She softly asked, Are you okay? Throughout this historical drama, Xiyu had been in great condition, and the filming was progressing smoothly, but now they were stuck at this wedding scene. I don't know what's wrong. I just can't read the lines smoothly, Xiyu said helplessly. Could it be you like someone? That assistant girl. Sui Xuan smiled, seeing how Xiyu was searching the crowd for Meng Meng. Yes. Xiyu gave a bitter smile, realizing she couldn't perform professionally as she used to, something she'd never experienced before. For Xiyu, the whole set took a 10-minute break. Sui Xuan smiled at Xiyu's answer. I understand. She already had a plan. She sneaked aside to talk with the assistant director, then spoke with the makeup artist before leaving Xiyu alone to look at the familiar script. 10 minutes passed quickly. Xiyu looked up. Sui Xuan had put on the veil and was waiting at one end of the wedding hall. She still couldn't find Meng Meng wearing the black jacket. She forced herself to focus. You're a professional, Xiyu told herself. She curled a happy smile and straightened up. She convinced herself that inside, the person waiting was Meng Meng, the one wearing the phoenix crown. Under the red veil, Xiyu's face softened, as if the dreamlike happiness was captured perfectly on camera, catching everyone's eyes. She walked into the wedding hall and took the end of the bouquet in front of the host, looking into the eyes of the other bride. Then turning around, she saw Sui Xuan smirking at her from the crowd. Wait! She held her expression tight. Sui Xuan was in the crowd, so who was the bride standing beside her? Xiyu looked surprised at the bride. The familiar height and figure when they faced each other, the shy, nervous look under the red veil. Meng Meng? Xiyu happily looked at the person behind the red veil. Since the wedding partner was supposed to be Meng Meng, the usually strict Xiyu surprisingly didn't get angry at someone randomly standing in as the extra bride, but felt happy. Meng Meng was a little shy, but when Sui Xuan told her about this, she almost immediately agreed. Because Meng Meng was jealous that Xiyu's wedding partner was not herself, she accepted Sui Xuan's suggestion on a whim. Would Xiyu be angry? But when Meng Meng looked up at Xiyu with eyes full of surprise, she felt it was worth it. Though a bit nervous, she was mostly happy Xiyu was still hers. I vow to fly side by side with you, to live together forever. Xiyu found herself saying the lines smoothly. They performed the traditional wedding ceremony. When the couple bowed to each other, the blush on Meng Meng's face made Xiyu feel extremely happy. The scene switched. The two sat inside the bridal chamber. Xiyu held Meng Meng's arm and said, Meng Dai, I finally married you. After she spoke, she suddenly heard the sound of Suona horns, and Gongsuo was so perfectly on cue as to bring live sound effects. Meng Meng felt the birthmark on their joined hands heat up. In a daze, she seemed to hear outside the sounds of firecrackers. There was also the sound of traditional Chinese instruments playing a song she couldn't understand, but somehow she understood its meaning. Auspicious aura envelopes the dawn, rolling pearl curtains, orderly music, all playing together. Infinite immortals depart from Peng Island. Phoenix carriages and phoenix chariots just arrived. Seeing the embrace, the graceful celestial maidens, jade pendants tinkling in the gentle breeze. looking at the lovely Zir as if willow branches swaying. In the newly furnished bridal chamber, they were about to marry. Many were dressed beautifully to attend this grand event. The moon before her was so beautiful, and her own reflection seemed to be in her eyes. In heaven rare in the world, reserved for the most delicate beauties of the year. How could the heavens bestow the most talent and looks? Sweet and harmonious couples are like divine lovers, rare among commoners, so they must cherish every moment. Jade trees and emerald branches gleam brightly. Who arranged this so well? How many delights and laughter? Then she suddenly became sentimental. After enduring so many storms, how could they now meet and love each other arranged by fate? She looked at the moon before her. Mengmeng felt she could no longer distinguish clearly who did her heart truly call? Xiyu or Baiyue or both? Because these were the people she loved. Whether herself or Ming Dai, they both loved this beautiful and strong woman before them. Until spring arrives and fame is made. Horses like dragons, green ribbons waving on fragrant grass. Sharing wealth and honor, growing old together. When they were together, everyone came to congratulate them. Like emerald green on fragrant grass, they would prosper and grow old together. In the camera's frame, Xiyu and Mengmeng looked at each other, their eyes filled with endless affection. That feeling of love melting away touched everyone present. Xiyu felt an impulse and said to Mengmeng, "I will marry you." The sound of Suona filled her ears, and her heart was full of exultant joy her Meng Dai would belong to her. "It's me who marries you," Mengmeng involuntarily said, unable to contain her joy and tears, speaking lines not in the script. "We'll talk slowly after marriage. We can argue forever." She smiled, her joy uncontrollable. "I can finally be with you." The director nodded. This unscripted line enhanced the gorgeous Yuri atmosphere. Who marries whom didn't matter being together and supporting each other, gave them motivation to move forward. Two women loving each other equally, no one replacing a male role since this was same-sex love. It was naturally equal and mutual. That young girl spoke so well, and the playful light-hearted feeling made hearts melt. This topic could be tied to future events and feminist themes, sure to boost the drama's popularity and commercial value. Neither Xiyu nor Mengmeng cared about the director's mood. Both were surprised by their unscripted lines, because they didn't know about this part. Like Baiyue and Meng Dai borrowing their bodies to complete the wedding, both felt the love of life and death, and the gratitude and joy of finally being together affected them deeply. The following scenes went much smoother. For the first time, Xiyu used her power to let Mengmeng stay, continuing to play Meng Dai with the veil covering her face. So the two of them wrote Xu Baiyue and Li Mengdia's names on the engagement certificate. "You can still write calligraphy?" Mengmeng secretly asked while sitting on a stone bench in the pavilion. Xiyu stood behind her, holding her hand, bending down to gently press her mouth near Mengmeng's ear and whispered, "Focus." Mengmeng hurried to concentrate, lowering her head. She felt ancient calligraphy was hard to do. The brush had to be gripped tightly to write each stroke carefully, and they only had one prop. She seriously followed Xiyu's guidance. The crew explained that the engagement certificate was a paper ancient people wrote on to mark birth dates for fortune-telling and matchmaking, along with auspicious blessings. Writing the two names on the certificate symbolized a modern marriage certificatia proof that the two belonged to each other. But they could only write it secretly because their relationship would never be accepted. Mengmeng felt sad, but even so Meng Dai and Baiyue still wrote their names together. The two names on this paper symbolized their hope to be with each other. She wondered if Meng Dai felt the same way. Looking at the red paper, she heard that ancient paper was very rare, so carefully writing down a vow with no mistake. The ink soaking into the paper, two names side by side looked like the two standing together. But this was impossible. A faint voice said, and Mengmeng couldn't help but blur her eyes. Even now, many still refused to accept same-sex love, especially in that era. This was just the private hope of Meng Dai and Baiyue. An impossible wish. Mengmeng blinked. Tears fell on the certificate, blurring Mengdia's name. "Oh no!" she panicked, staring at the paper. Xiyu originally felt romantic writing calligraphy with hands joined. But seeing Mengmeng looking down at the certificate, trembling, maybe crying, she realized Mengmeng's feelings. How could those two ever really be together in ancient times? The certificate was only their wish. Xiyu looked at Mengmeng, who tried to hold back tears but still let a drop fall on the certificate. She whispered in Mengmeng's ear, "Die." Mengmeng looked up at her, eyes full of panic and fear. "You, what should we do?" "Don't be afraid, I'm here." She held Mengmeng tightly and kissed her turned face. For a moment, Mengmeng felt both happy and sad. Happy because no matter what she did, Xiyu told her, "I'm here." Sad because she didn't know if Yu's kiss was for herself or for Ming Dai. A bit of bitterness turned to tears, flowing from Li Dai's eyes. Baiwa kissed Ming Dai deeply, and Meng Dia's face shed a clear tear. That moving and heartbreaking feeling, filled with the beauty of love and the pain of bittersweet longing, painted the hearts of the audience. Cut! The director's voice came again, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shiyu opened her eyes and looked at Meng Meng, who was still a bit flustered, and whispered, "I messed up the certificate." "It's okay," Sui Xuan said nearby. "This makes it more emotional." Shiyu looked at her. "Thanks. But the acting fee still belongs to you." Sui Xuan smiled and gestured. "Okay." Meng Meng sat in the rest area. She had finally taken off her ancient costume. It felt so good to be back in the modern world. She sighed. The kind of ancient tragic love she just experienced was unbearably painful. Even though she knew they could never be together, she couldn't control her feelings. Yet she couldn't openly show them. She could only express her longing through subtle hints, like a piece of paper or a jade pendant, not even daring to call out their names. It was so repressive. She realized how lucky she was to live in the present, where you can clearly say what you like. She looked at Shiwe and their eyes met. She smiled. "I like you. I like you very much." Shiwe looked at Ming Ming in the distance. Her smile calmed her down, allowing her to continue filming properly. Actors can experience all kinds of lives, but some get trapped in their roles. Like the senior actor Leslie Chung, who embodied Chung Dae so well that he seemed to have become Dae himself, trapped in Farewell My Concubine Forever, never able to return. Is she also trapped in Wutong's shadow? Shiwe asked herself. She even worried whether she was stuck in the role of Bai Yu. And if so, was her love for Ming Ming real? Are they really Bai Yu and Ming Dai? But there was no answer. She looked at Ming Ming in the distance. See if she weren't Bai Yu, would she still like Ming Ming? Yes, and she would be jealous of the real Bai Yu's reincarnation. She would pray that Bai Yu never met Ming Ming and never took away the Li Dai in her heart. Thinking of this, Shiwe suddenly realized that she loved Ming Ming so much, with an extreme possessiveness. She wanted to drag Ming Ming into this relationship with her. She wouldn't allow it to be only her indulging. She wanted Li Dai to feel the same as she did, not to have any thoughts of leaving. Ming Ming confirmed Shiwe's upcoming schedule. Aside from the wedding, there were some additional scenes to shoot, mostly Bai Yu's solo parts. She looked at her phone. There were no new announcements. Recently, Shiwe had been appearing less on camera. She smiled and said she was tired and wanted to improve herself. Ming Ming understood, but she secretly hoped Shiwe wouldn't do that because she was afraid Shiwe might no longer need her as a personal assistant. Then what reason would she have to stay by Shiwe's side? Without the excuse of caring for her, she didn't know what right she had to stand beside Shiwe. Both online and in reality, there were people who loved Shiwe hundreds of times more than her, more beautiful girls and boys. She wasn't good enough. She lacked the confidence to claim Shiwe as hers. She envied Ming Dai, who could love Bai Yu so madly and call her my moon. But she dared not. Even though they had been intimate, she still felt Shiwe wasn't really hers. The moon can't shine on just one person. A wave of frustration swept over Ming Ming as she tidied up Shiwe's things, distracted enough that she didn't notice the approaching figure. "Hi, Ming Ming," an assistant called as he came over. "Xiaodo." Ming Ming looked at him, seeing he wore a crew badge. "You switched to props?" Ming Ming asked. "Yeah. Sure, Chibai is too hard to deal with," Xiaodo said. "By the way, I have a few questions. Can you come with me?" Ming Ming nodded and followed him to a secluded corner. Watching Xiaodo open a door, she asked, "Is there a problem with Shiue's props? What's going on?" "Yeah. I thought you were closer to Yuejia," Xiaodo smiled. Hearing it was about Shiue's props, Ming Ming didn't guard herself and stepped inside. Inside were only wires for martial arts stunts and soft mats. What was wrong? Seeing Ming Ming's clueless expression, Xiaodo smiled. "You and Shiue are a couple, right?" Click. He locked the door. Ming Ming frowned, alarm bells ringing. She stared at Xiaodo without admitting or denying, just waiting to see what he would do next. He pulled out a small knife. "This isn't a prop. If you don't behave, I'll scar your face." He stepped forward, revealing his true intentions. What was he trying to do? A bad premonition grew in Meng Ming's heart. Could it be? Seeing Meng Ming's realization, Xiaodo laughed wickedly and stepped closer. "Hey, I've been waiting for this. You're a lesbian, right?" Meng Ming grew alert, backing away. "So? You hate lesbians?" Xiaodo stepped forward, cornering her against the wall. "Yeah, I can fix you. Once you taste my cock, you won't like girls anymore." Meng Ming looked at his crazed face. Though terrified to the point of trembling, she tried to stay calm. Screaming now was useless. Calmness was her only hope for survival. She had a phone in her back pocket, which she secretly unlocked and hit dial. So you brought me to the props room intending to hurt me, just because you were hurt by a lesbian before? She delayed, hoping whoever was on the other end heard her. Yeah. Planning to call the cops. Shadow sneered, holding the knife to her. Even if you call, by the time the cops come, I'll be done. Ming Ming stared at him. I don't want this. You can't force me. I'll accuse you of sexual assault. Go ahead. Shadow was fearless, closing in. If your scandal gets out, Xiu's popularity will drop. What will you do then? Ming Ming fell silent. Seeing her speechless, Shadow grew even more smug and advanced. He had used this trick to succeed many times. He liked female assistants, those who suffered in silence, even some stars who blamed victims, which only excited him to hurt more. Ming Ming frowned as he neared, knife in hand. Knock. 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 Rough knocking at the door made Shadow frown. The police wouldn't come so fast. He looked outside, and at this hour, no one should be near the props room. McDonald's happy delivery. A low female voice said from outside. Hurry up, I have another stop. Shadow was annoyed. No orders here. Are you new? Don't you know customers are gods? The delivery girl wasn't polite at all. Already paid. What's wrong with picking it up? Reluctantly, Shadow went to open the door. He saw Xiu still in costume. Her eyes flashed cold light, and the killing intent in them was terrifying. She kicked the door, slamming the handle into Shadow's stomach, sending him staggering back as the door opened. Ming Ming relaxed when she saw Xiu and rushed into her arms. You! Xiu held Ming Ming, torn between whether to crush this troublemaker or calm Ming Ming. In the end, Ming Ming's trembling made her soften. She held Ming Ming and looked down at the disheveled Shadow. This debt, I'll settle with you later. Saying that, she hugged Ming Ming and left. Ming Ming clung to Xiu. The noise of people passing by finally steadied her nerves. Fear surged up again, and she buried herself in Xiu's arms crying. Xiu patted her head. Be good, Ming Ming, it's okay now. You. Ming Ming hugged her tightly and whispered. Why are you so good? Ming Ming thought if Xiu hadn't come, she didn't dare imagine what would have happened to her. In the modern era, where sleeping with someone is as simple as eating, Ming Ming still couldn't accept someone she didn't love touching her body. She buried herself in Xiu's fragrant embrace, wanting only Xiu. Ming Ming, be good, I'm here. Xiu held her. Thinking of what just happened, her anger still burned. If she'd come even a moment later, would Ming Ming have been hurt? Thinking of the girl she treasured so much. If she were harmed, she wanted to kill that man. Luckily, Ming Ming was brave and calm. Luckily, she answered her phone. Really was lucky. She recalled how she noticed Ming Ming missing and how her own phone was on the table. She answered Ming Ming's call and heard the chilling conversation. Looking back, she was thankful she answered. That's how she knew where Ming Ming had been taken. She really thanked the heavens, thankful for such a small luck. You're not at fault. Be good, Ming Ming. We'll go back soon, Xiu coaxed. But she looked at her phone, thinking that sacrifices must be made. She would give thanks properly and with effort to the heavens, hoping the sacrifice could endure. She sneered. Don't waste my hard work. Ming Ming seemed to sense Xiu's anger. She looked at her. Are you okay? Seeing Ming Ming's gaze, Xiu smiled confidently. Be good, I'll handle it well. Ming Ming only hugged her waist tighter, shaking her head. No. Feeling Xiu stroking her hair soothingly, she swallowed her sobs. I only want you, that's enough. Closing her eyes, she cried in fear. If she really was sexually assaulted, did she still deserve to be by Xiu's side? And the one who came to save her, was it Ming Dai or Li Dai? She didn't know. She only buried herself in Xiu's fragrant embrace. This person gave her such a strong sense of security and protected her. A fear of losing Xiu overwhelmed her. Summoning courage, she tilted her head up and grabbed Xiu's collar, kissing her in public for the first time. Doing something like a confession in front of everyone. She didn't want to hide anymore. She was afraid Xiu would leave. Xiu was stunned Ming Ming actually kissed her openly. For Ming Ming, Xiu directly turned down the afternoon gathering. She took Ming Ming, along with the audio recording and surveillance footage, to the police station to file a report. Is this really okay? Ming Ming felt uneasy. Wouldn't this affect your popularity? I also think it's not good. We should cut off the root of the trouble first. After all, killing 1 or 2 people doesn't mean going to jail now. If I harm a rapist, it should be fine, Xiu replied irritably. A female police officer standing nearby spoke up. Hey, be serious. She was around Shiyue's age and even had a somewhat similar aura strong, capable woman vibe. Understood. Sister. Shiyue joked with a smile. Mingming looked at them and asked, Are you two sisters? It didn't seem so. God sisters. And don't try to change the subject. Assault charges depend on who's involved. You better tell the truth, the officer said. She knew Shiyue had many connections, so it shouldn't be a problem. I already told you and I gave you the recording. This shouldn't be easy to overturn, right? Shiyue said. When she got Mengming's call, she immediately started recording that idiot who tried to assault her. Nowadays, evidence is king. Maybe. Depends on the judge. Don't act recklessly. The officer warned Shiyue. She knew Shiyue had many ways to handle things but wanted her to follow legal procedures first. Damn it, I'll try. Unless that guy is too much of a dinosaur, then I'll have to deal with it myself. Shiyue smiled, but her face showed a terrifying cold gleam. At worst, I'll collect some interest. There must be other victims. The you all in that recording didn't refer to just Mingming. At least wait until the verdict, okay? The officer sighed helplessly. She hated sex offenders too, but Shiyue's interest would be at an usurious rate. She hoped it wouldn't escalate into a death. All right. Shiyue smiled and took Mingming back to their rented place. What are you doing? Why did that cop say that? Mingming asked curiously. It's just a bit over the top, but I think it's the other person's fault, Shiyue said, busy with her hands. What's going on? Mingming asked again. Not important. The main point is, can you focus? Shiyue said, looking at Mingming pinned on the bed without clothes. I suffered a huge trauma today. She buried her face in Mengming's neck. Mingming hugged Shiyue, watching her long hair fall over her body, tickling her, and the lips pressed against her neck made her feel warm and soft. Why do I feel like you stole my line? Mingming looked at the ceiling. Coming home and immediately jumping on the bed, was this okay? Shiyue pinched her chin and sealed her lips, only parting after gasping, then said, Practice a few more times, memorize your lines well. She kissed softly, slowly moving downward, until she reached Mingming's chest. Mingming let out a soft sound, feeling a tingling in her chest and warmth below. Perhaps it was because of Shiyue's kisses, hair, and gaze that she was drowning almost to death in this tenderness. She took the initiative to meet Shiyue, the two naked, embracing each other, their bodies rubbing together. Shiyue's hands caressed her body, and she breathed heavily into Shiyue's ear. When Shiyue entered her, she felt only pleasure and happiness. She also entered Shiyue, caressing her body but couldn't leave any kiss marks on her. This body had commercial value. Mingming could only fiercely enter Shiyue, watching her lost expression after being penetrated, covering her mouth so no sounds could be heard by anyone. Right now, Shiyue, her body, her expression, all of it belonged to me, only to me. After waiting for Shiyue to fall asleep, she finally got up and checked her schedule. Fortunately, she hadn't offended too many people. She posted online to apologize for not attending the afternoon event. Replying to her manager's message, she couldn't help but look up what Shiyue had done, wondering why that policewoman would say such things. Shiyue lay contentedly in bed, eyes closed, savoring the satisfaction after sex. She rarely impulsively abandoned her schedule like this, but when it came to Mingming's matter, she realized she couldn't forgive. If anything could stop her from taking a knife to that person, it was probably the time spent tangled in bed with Mingming. Every time, she was the one to initiate lovemaking, but Mingming always responded with passion. 1 time, 2 times. Thinking of Mingming in bed so cute and bold, she licked her lips. She wasn't too concerned about who was on top or bottom. She enjoyed the control of being on top, but also the feeling of being beneath. The important thing was whether the person fulfilling her desires was the one she liked. Making love with someone you like was twice the pleasure, and that was what she loved most: the atmosphere. The embrace, the kisses, the teasing foreplay, the passionate main act, ending in warm cuddles. To her, sex was a feast. She disliked braised pork rice, that is, sex just to satisfy lust. She looked down on that. She loved to enjoy it, savoring the thrill of climbing to the peak together. Female to female, the emotions projected made her even more fascinated. She held Mingming, who was still scrolling on her phone. Your skin feels so good, she murmured, rubbing against her. You. Mingming's voice was a little distant. She lazily hummed. Did you really do those kinds of things? Mingming looked at the information she found. If it weren't for the lack of evidence, she would have suspected Shiyue did it. Especially after seeing how Shiyue treated Su Wei and Xiao Dou. The alluring woman before her was no soft kitty to those who invaded her territory. She was a queen, who wouldn't tolerate being underestimated. No evidence, right? Shiyu said, skillfully pressing her body against Meng Meng's from behind, whispering breathily by her back, making her emit soft moans of pleasure. Meng Meng turned around, restrained Shiyu, grabbed a nearby tie, and tied her wrists to the headboard. Shiyu watched Meng Meng's movements without struggling, instead looking at her expectantly. Playing like this? Meng Meng looked at Shiyu, usually so composed and strategic, yet passionate and uninhibited in bed. She smiled and asked, "Is that okay?" Shiyu held up the tie. "What do you think?" Her eyes responded. "Go ahead." Shiyu looked at Meng Meng's naked body, only wearing glasses and carrying that intoxicating scent. She felt heat growing in her lower abdomen again. Meng Meng straddled Shiyu, pushing her glasses up seductively. "I'm going to interrogate you properly." Shiyu licked her lips, charmingly lying on the bed. Oh! Her butterflies had learned the taste of desire. Shiyu knew Meng Meng's body well, just as Meng Meng knew hers. They looked at each other, faces close. "You have to answer obediently," Meng Meng said, slightly parting her lips, kissing Shiyu little by little, just touching the skin, breathing warmth, then slowly moving down. Shiyu's lips, neck, collarbone, warm breaths left one after another, making her feel cold. The emptiness of the air contrasted with Meng Meng's closeness. Cold and heat, near and far, forming the contrasts of desire. Shiyu moaned, wanting to hold Meng Meng tightly, not letting the cold air remind her of her nakedness. But Meng Meng didn't comply. Instead, her fingers teased her, fingertips playfully scraping the skin, sending shivers that made Shiyu look at her eagerly. Meng Meng slowly caressed Shiyu from neck down, listening to her soft moans of discomfort. Meng! Her fingers danced on Shiyu's body, sliding to her nipples, gently pressing and rolling, then wrapping her whole hand around. Ah! Shiyu felt a wave of pleasure across her chest. Then Meng Meng's gentle kneading sent delightful tingles through her, making her clench her thighs tightly. Too much. She was teased but not satisfied. "You. Answer me. Did you really supply drugs to that person?" Meng Meng asked. Shiyu curled her lips, knowing what she meant, but didn't answer. Such behavior earned her punishment. Meng Meng lowered her head, her hair brushing Shiyu's nipples, making her shiver. Then her lips pressed and softly sucked the rising peaks, accompanied by Shiyu's impatient breaths. Meng Meng's fingers lightly teased the other side. Not answering? Shiyu looked at her flirtatiously. Meng Meng's glasses-framed face held curiosity and a faint smile, that of a controlled mastermind. She said, "Of course not. I just introduced him to a lot of people." Meng Meng gazed at Shiyu's alluring expression and clenched thighs. She gave the other breast the same gentle attention, slowly kissing, lightly touching her lower abdomen with her tongue. Shiyu felt Meng Meng's kisses on her nipples. The tingling sensations made her arch, and Meng Meng's tongue gradually explored her waist, belly, and lower abdomen. The air made those spots a little cold, but her breath and tongue slowly reached her thighs. Her body's heat rose with Meng Meng's movements, wetting her inner thighs. Meng Meng smiled and moved between Shiyu's legs. When Shiyu tried to clamp her legs tight, she could only hold her own waist. Meng Meng smiled, kneeling between her thighs, expertly inserting a finger. You introduced him to people, but really no ill intent." Shiyu hummed softly. What do you think?" Shiyu looked at Meng Meng between her legs, elegantly admiring herself. She knew where Meng Meng's gaze lingered in her body. That mix of shame and anticipation felt like butterflies fluttering inside her heart. Her bound hands wanted to hold Meng Meng, climb on her, touch her body, play with her breasts, and punish the naughty girl properly, but all she could do was reach out empty-handed. You're really naughty," Meng Meng cooed, probing Shiyu's thigh and the cute little spot that controlled her desire. Ah! Shiyu trembled, but her hands could only grasp the air. That unbearable fire of lust had enough. "Good girl, you. You know good girls get rewards," Meng Meng coaxed, fingers teasing Shiyu's dripping wet core. Her swollen lips pout in mild annoyance, demanding to be filled. Shiyu gasped, feeling she'd taught Meng Meng too well. The glasses-wearing Meng Meng was so calm, and so far away. She wanted her, but the restraints brought pain. She still wanted to enter. To be filled. She couldn't hold back, pleading. "Please. So you did it on purpose?" Meng Meng asked, seeing Shiyu's anxious nod. She came closer, then pulled away. Shiyu agonized, nodding again. She looked at Meng Meng, explaining pitifully, "Life is full of temptations. It's his weakness. How can he blame me?" "Then you can affect someone's life like that?" Ming raised an eyebrow. You're not God. He was the one who couldn't stand firm. Why blame me, Li Dai? This is an age of freedom of speech, full of temptations. Shiyu smiled, looking at Ming's eyes that seduced her with a glance. Enough, right? I gave you all the answers you wanted. Ming looked at Shiyu. She was beautiful, not just her exquisite figure and alluring eyes, but her soul. It was a goddess-like confidence. She knew what she wanted and what she was doing. Her words struck Ming deeply. The name she called made her crazy. So Ming gave Shiyu what she desired most, gentle and passionate fulfillment. Tender kisses on her body and face, satisfying every whisper. Let go of me, Dai, I want to hold you, Shiyu said alluringly. She wanted to hold Ming close, to be together. No, Ming said, but skillfully fed her fingers into Shiyu's hungry mouth, calmly watching Shiyu's satisfied yet restless panting beneath her. Still, begging you. Shiyu heard her own pleading voice. She looked at Ming, asking with those cold eyes not to do this, to drown with her in desire, begging her. I'll satisfy you, Ming said. She stopped torturing Shiyu, focusing on moving in and out. When Shiyu could no longer bear the pleasure and cried out, it stirred her own desire. She was fascinated by Shiyu, her moon goddess. Every movement stirred the tides within her. Because of Yuan Ying's invitation, Ming and Shiwei joined the pride parade. Looking at all kinds of people dressed in various ways, it was not only novel and interesting but also filled with a deep sense of melancholy. She watched closely. Behind every slogan was a story stained with blood and tears. But people always move forward. She walked among the crowd. Though she was just one, countless ones together would become thousands and tens of thousands. And this number was simply trying to convey a single demand to the world. To be accepted, that was an innate feeling. They bore no ill will, only hoping not to be discriminated against. Most people were kind-hearted. She walked in the crowd. Beside her was Shiwei. Suddenly, she felt a sense of reflection and hope that same-sex marriage would pass, not something immoral or criminal, but just the desire to be together with someone legitimately. She always felt that on this road there was a bittersweet feeling. She had encountered men in her life, and she knew the beauty of a man-woman relationship, but she had also been hurt by men before. Thinking of Su Wei and that Xiao Dou, she knew not all men were bad. However, she realized she could no longer like men, not because of her sexual orientation. It was because in her heart, there was someone who occupied all her feelings of liking regardless of gender. She just liked this person and loved everything about her. That was all. She only wanted to accompany this person, nurture the relationship until the day they parted. Maybe day by day, she could hold Shiyue's hand and walk together forever. I really like you. I'm so lucky to have met you. Ming smiled, the sun shining on her, and she felt tears welling up. Shiwei looked at Ming, understanding her feelings. Me too. She smiled. At that moment, Shiwei realized she understood Ming's sentiments. Because she too knew, there were too few people in the world who could truly love each other, and too many tragedies where lovers could not be together. She hoped her small strength could reduce some tears. But in a daze she heard a voice. If one day in the cycle of reincarnation, I can say I like you among the crowd, would she respond with joy? It was the voice of Ming Dai. She looked at Ming and gave a knowing smile. In her memory, Ming Dai had once promised Baiyue that in the next life, was it the next life or this one? Wasn't it? They truly said, I like you among the crowd, and the other responded. Shiwei held Ming's hand tighter. Don't leave me. Ming smiled at her. Okay. The two walked among the crowd. Actually, most people were still ordinary heterosexuals just participating for their friends or family. Shiwei sighed. People often respond with hostility to what they don't understand. Ignorance breeds fear. She glanced to the other side, where the anti-LGBTQ group watched them intently. Where there is light, there is shadow. That's the rule of the world, not just about homosexuality, pollution, or war. There are many supporters and opposers, many opinions, simply because nothing is ever perfect for everyone. But the reason for fighting for same-sex marriage is simply, I understand, so I stand up. Just firmly standing by one's own opinion. Shiwei looked at Ming. It was her presence that influenced her. Because of her, she loved even more deeply, and could better understand the pain of love that cannot be together. If it passes, shall we get married? Ming asked Shiwei. Shiwei nodded and whispered in Ming's ear. In my heart, you're already my bride. Seeing her blush, she smiled happily. She never thought that without homosexuality, the world would be peaceful. There were many other problems, related diseases, and social issues that wouldn't disappear just by eliminating homosexuality. Compared to Mengming's softness, she was a bit colder. She looked at the crowd. People were just so contradictory and complicated. But among the anti-LGBTQ crowd, there was one person watching Mengming and Xiwe, watching their joined hands. Mengming looked at her phone with some surprise. Her mom actually called her on her own for once? Sister, where are you now? Lin Yuni looked at her daughter, who was answering the call amidst the pro-LGBTQ+ crowd. Mom! Mengming didn't expect her mom to call at this moment. In the distance, the anti-LGBTQ+ group honked their horns, and that sound was also picked up on the phone. For the first time, Mengming felt her heart grabbed by an icy coldness, a sense of desolation. Her mother was standing with the anti-LGBTQ+ group, while she was on the opposite side. Was heaven playing a cruel joke on her? Mengming looked at her mom standing in the anti-LGBTQ+ crowd. I don't have a daughter like you, Lin Yuni said. Mom. Mengming watched as her mom hung up and walked away. She let go of Xiwe's hand and wanted to chase after her, but was pulled back by Xiwe. My mom is there, I have to find her, Mengming said, panic-stricken. Xiwe looked at her. Even though she knew if she let go, Mengming might never come back, she still let go. Watching Mengming's figure disappear into the crowd. Happiness comes quickly and goes quickly, that phrase floated in her mind. She bitterly smiled and wandered aimlessly. She was an orphan, adopted, but never really feeling what it meant to have parents. Most of the time she felt it was a contract, a trade of her youth for her parents' reputation. She was very busy with all kinds of talents and performances, but she always had a vague feeling that she was different from others. What exactly was different? Was it because she was more beautiful? More hardworking? More driven? More talented? Actually no. She just compared herself more often. In her world, no one would love her unconditionally, not even her parents. Therefore, she especially couldn't understand familial love, but she was an actress. She could act, but she couldn't lie to herself. She walked among the crowd, not knowing where to go. Mengming was her direction, but Mengming left, leaving Xiwe feeling empty and sad. She casually found a cafe and sat down. Welcome, the waiter looked at her in surprise, then showed her to a seat. She looked at the somewhat tomboyish waiter, puzzled, thinking, have we met before? On the other side, Mengming chased after her mom's figure until she stood in front of her. Shameful. She heard her mother say, you disappoint me. She stood there looking at the woman who raised her. For the first time, so panicked she didn't know what to do. She wanted to look up and ask Xiwe, who would surely understand. Xiwe was older and knew much more than her. She would have answers. But when Mengming looked up, all she saw were crowds, and Xiwe was nowhere to be found. Panic welled up in her heart. Seeing Li Dai's dazed look, Lin Yuni clenched her hands. She had just come with friends to the anti-LGBTQ+ rally, but didn't expect to run into her daughter in the LGBTQ+ group. She looked at Li Dai and thought, no wonder she doesn't come home. No wonder she always said she wanted to stay close to her boss. Thinking of that woman made Lin Yuni feel disgusted. Her daughter Li Dai was still so young. How could that woman have done such a thing? But seeing Li Dai's expression, she was panicked. Why was her daughter smiling so happily? Not even when she was with her did she look this happy. Why? Wasn't she supposed to be Li Dai's most important mother? Even though she wanted to chase after her now, she didn't know how to. So she suppressed the shock in her heart and vented her anger on her daughter, scolding her with the harshest words, using the most hurtful phrases as weapons, trying to reverse her problematic views. Come back with me, Lin Yuni said, pulling Li Dai toward the station. Li Dai was pulled and fell. She looked at Lin Yuni and asked, Mom, am I really that terrible? Her mother's words hit her hard. It wasn't just about how disgusting it was to criticize homosexuality, but that her mother was telling her she regretted giving birth to her. Lin Yuni couldn't answer. She just wanted to take Li Dai back. She had worked so hard raising her daughter, yet her daughter was messing around with other girls. She felt ashamed and confused. Why was it her daughter? What had she done wrong? Wasn't her daughter previously with Su Wei? What happened to that big boy? Li Dai was dazed as Lin Yuni dragged her along. Where was she going? What would she have to face? Seeing her mother buy a ticket, she struggled. I don't want to go back to Central Taiwan. That's your home, Lin Yuni shouted angrily, making the ticket clerk and surrounding tourists stare at them. Lin Yuni saw Mengming trying to make a call and grabbed her hand. You still want to call her? That lesbian. Li Dai looked at her mother, finally calming down, and said in a cold voice, my salary is with her, if I don't take leave I'll have to pay a penalty. Lin Yuni had no choice but to let her send a message, then took her phone away. Mengming sat on the train, looking out the window, recalling past conversations between the two. If I were a guy, would we be more normal together? Shihua asked curiously. Mengmeng looked at her, unable to imagine Shihua as a guy. She was so beautiful, with such a good figure, and feminine charm in every gesture. How could she become a man? Li Dai recalled that moment, bitterly smiling. Maybe I'm the one who became a man? No. Shihua shook her head firmly. Mengmeng is Mengmeng. No changes allowed. Seeing Shihua's objection, Mengmeng smiled. Shihua, the one I like is that beautiful woman, and you are too, right? Mengmeng felt a pang of sadness and tears fell. Beside her, Lin Yuni frowned, saying, Don't cry here. I didn't hit you. Mengmeng took a breath, holding back tears. She didn't know what to do. Before, she had a vague feeling about how sad it was that two people of the same gender couldn't be together. Now she was directly facing the reality of being a lesbian. With her mom, her family, work, life, the future, she realized Shihua influenced her so much, but what could she do with this self that liked Shihua? You're already an adult, Shihua's voice hesitated. As long as your decisions aren't illegal, I can't interfere. You could come after me. Chase me back. Mengmeng recalled her own reply then, along with Shihua's helpless expression. Now she understood Shihua's helplessness back then. She wasn't a princess, not even the heroine of a drama, and no one would chase her recklessly, because going back with her mom was her decision. She didn't stop her mom from buying the ticket, nor did she shake off her mom's hand. No one should decide for her. Even Shihua could only influence her but couldn't make decisions for her. She looked at her mother's face. She was older now, but the stubbornness on her face was still clear. She loved her mother as much as her mother loved her. She knew how stubborn her mother was. Her mother's eyes, which never cried, were now red. So Mengmeng decided to go back with her mom. I must get my mom's consent. In a daze, Mengmeng recalled what she said to Shihua. Then you can influence other people's lives like that? Mengmeng raised an eyebrow. You're not God. It's because he can't hold his own stance. Why blame others for changing him? Shihua said matter-of-factly. According to Shihua's theory, does that mean she has a chance to change her mom's stance? To gain her mom's approval? Mengmeng sent her leave message, and usually strong Shihua cried. How long will this farewell last? She didn't have the courage to ask. She knew that the person who called Mengmeng mom really hated her. Being hated is painful. She had been hated by many people before, and when facing them she could bravely say, I don't care, it's none of my business. But Mengmeng and her mother were not unrelated people. Although she was older than Mengmeng, she still had things she couldn't handle, difficulties she didn't know how to face. Especially when Mengmeng left her, she felt an unbearable pain in her heart. In the past, when they parted, she could say it was just a short separation that would make their reunion sweeter, because she knew Mengmeng would come back to her. But now she didn't dare to think that. Rarely, even the queen has moments of weakness. Shihua mocked herself. She tried her best to live well, tried not to waste her work thinking too much about Mengmeng. Magnetic resonance imaging? Shihua asked. Yes. The hospital wants you to do a re-exam, the manager said on the phone. All artists under Mercury's management had to have regular full-body checkups, and Shihua was no exception. Okay. Shihua nodded. Since she had nothing else to do recently, she went to the hospital. Wearing a hospital gown and lying on the examination table, the cold air, the smell of disinfectant, and the sound of the machines made her uncomfortable. We will send the results to your mailing address in 2 days, the nurse said politely. Shihua nodded and returned to her room, watched the drama she wanted to see, ate the takeout she wanted. No one blocked her, no one cared if she exercised to cramps, no one cared if she slept endlessly. When the hospital letter arrived, she flipped through it. Her figure was well maintained, all the values were normal, until the MRI examination section. The news there made her feel cold all over. She put down the letter, not knowing what to do. If it were a script, she should cry loudly, be in pain, be incredulous, and be unable to accept it. But she only felt absurd. God is really powerful. Shihua walked into Mengmeng's room where she had been sleeping these days. Mengmeng had few belongings. An alarm clock, blanket, laptop, and a bunch of clothes and perfume Shihua had given her. She hid under Mengmeng's blanket, smelling Mengmeng's scent, feeling as if Mengmeng was holding her again. As if finally connected to reality, she felt heartache overwhelming her, and tears flowed out. Mengmeng, she kept calling. Feeling her heart hurt so much it even hurt to breathe. Mengmeng, what should I do? Even though Shihua looked like a woman, she always thought of herself as having a very manly personality. She could handle herself well, but for the first time she wanted to ask Mengmeng, what should I do? She curled tightly in the blanket. Mingming, I miss you so much. Xihua felt that this was when she truly understood that overwhelming yearning that pressed all over her body with pain. The carefree and letting go she thought she had were really just self-torment. She missed Mingming terribly. Her phone rang. Xihua answered drowsily. Xihua, there's a new costume drama. A supporting role. Do you want to take it? The manager asked. She wasn't hopeful since Xihua's popularity and ability were good enough for lead roles. Most artists under the agency were busy, so she was just asking. She looked at her schedule. Okay. Don't rush to refuse. Hey. Are you really okay? The manager sounded surprised. Give me the time and place. Xihua choked on her words. Hey. Are you crying? The manager was shocked. Xihua never cried before. How come now? Just give me the time and place. Xihua said stubbornly. After getting the details, she hung up. Back in her room, she took a deep breath and opened the drawer. She packed up the things in the drawer, along with some of Mengming's personal items to send back to her. Looking at the folded Rumengling scroll in the living room, she saw the backside. 摄政单位第一，预言娇娇叹息，荣看明月心，同屋必加宠溺，如意如意，望能晚发爱迟. What does this mean? She remembered asking Mingdai. Just painted it when I thought of it. Mingdia's voice said. She looked at the poem, which Mingdai had written for Baiyu as Rui Ling, a kind of poem. Rumeng was too sad. I hope you will be as Rui, as you wish, Mingdai said with deep affection. Wanfa Aichur, to hold love by entwined hair. Was the hope of Baiyu and Mingdai, but in this life could she fulfill it? Rui as you wish and as I wish, Mingdai once said. Unfortunately, many things in life cannot go as wished, especially same-sex love. Xihua looked at the rolled painting, sighed, and sent all the things back to Mengming's family address. She returned to her room and locked Mengming's room door. She looked at this house, their little nest, where Mengming's presence lingered in every corner. Xihua clenched her suitcase, packed up, locked the door. Mengming had her key, but Xihua didn't know if Mengming would ever return. She thought she had plenty of time to wait for Mengming, but actually she didn't. If the story ended here, would it be better? She asked herself, for both Mengming and herself. She boarded a plane, flew to the other side of the sea, to another land, and checked into a hotel. While showering, she looked at her own hand. She decided to treat Baiyu and Mingdai as just a dream, a fantasy of theirs. They belonged to each other, while she and Mengming should be different people, living another life. She didn't know that the flower-shaped birthmark she saw was actually the key to her first encounter with Mengming. Their hands had touched, and there was that strange feeling of déjà vu. Baiyu admired Mingdai's endurance and concession, and Mingdai admired Baiyu's sacrifice and self-destruction. Suddenly, she thought it was beautiful to die at the moment of deepest love. Maybe that was a way to freeze happiness. If Baiyu knew she was gravely ill, would she still be with Mingdai? She asked herself this question, hoping for Baiyu's answer, but all she heard was the vague, noisy chatter of the film crew. Watch out! Someone shouted as a prop suddenly hit Xiyu on the head. She only felt a terrible headache, and blood started flowing down. Sister Yu, are you okay? Someone yelled. The medical team rushed over to clean her wound. Sister Yu, sorry? The prop crew kept apologizing. We don't know why, but the prop just flew up by itself. It's okay. Luckily it's only one scene left. I'll just rest a bit, she said. The prop crew nodded. Xiyu looked at the bright sun outside. Though she didn't usually believe in ghosts and spirits, she really wasn't sure. She thought she really saw something just now. Absent-mindedly, she finished filming. Fortunately, as a supporting actress, that was her last scene. She changed clothes, and since the crew was still shooting at night, she went for a walk nearby on her own. She heard there was a matchmaker god temple nearby, so she wanted to check it out. As she walked, she suddenly saw someone lighting a lantern ahead. She looked at the lantern, feeling a bit scared. The greenish glow, plus the day's strange events, all the rumors of demons and ghosts haunted her mind. But another voice inside said, "Go see." Should she? Xiyu asked herself. After everything, what was there to fear? Curiosity won in the end, and she walked over. A woman stood in front of a stone carving with a candle inside, which glowed green when lit. The woman turned around, and Xiyu finally noticed her clothing looked similar to her own ancient costume. She didn't understand. "May I ask who you are?" The fox lights the lantern, only welcoming those faded, only answering one question, the woman murmured. When she turned to look at Xiyu, her expression was one of interesting scrutiny. "It's actually you?" Xiyu looked at the woman, puzzled, as if she was waiting for her. "Do we know each other?" Before Shi Yu could understand, someone called out from afar, and she saw Meng Meng arriving. How did she get here? But the joy of reunion overwhelmed her. She hugged Meng Meng tightly, hoping never to be apart again. If she could, she wanted to merge Meng Meng into her body so no one could take her away. She didn't want to be separated again. This is interesting. The woman smiled at their embrace. Meng Meng rushed to the filming location, then the hotel, finally learning Shi Yu went this way. From a distance, she saw Shi Yu talking to someone and hurried over. Before Meng Meng could speak, the woman addressed her first. Long time no see. Meng Meng didn't know this woman and wanted to ask who she was. But instead the woman said, Shui Li. The woman looked between Meng Meng and Shi Yu. You two are really strange. After seeking each other for dozens of lifetimes, now you have the chance to be together again. But you want to miss it. Shi Yu's eyes widened. She had read the script. This woman was really that fox spirit, the foreteller of Bai Yu and Meng Dai's reincarnation as Shui Li? But recalling the conversation with Meng Meng on the way, Shi Yu smiled bitterly. Yeah, they were under the sunlight now, but many difficulties still lay ahead. Am I really Bai Yu? And is Meng Meng really Meng Dai? Shi Yu asked. Shui Li smiled and nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shi Yu. Yes, but not only that. A playful sparkle flashed in her eyes. What do you mean? Shi Yu asked. Shui Li explained. Meng Dai's soul has been reincarnated dozens of times. It's normal for memories to be worn away and diminished. So that's why I can't remember? Meng Meng asked anxiously. She had never been able to recall Meng Dai's full memories and often doubted whether she was really Meng Dai. Because unlike Shi Yu, she didn't have Bai Yu's complete memories. Then why does you remember everything? Meng Meng asked. Shi Yu remembered far more and more clearly than she did. Is that so important? Every lifetime, you've been chasing her, haven't you? Shui Li pointed at Shi Yu. She had met Meng Dai from many past lives, but no matter the incarnation, she stubbornly pursued Bai Yu. And about why Bai Yu remembers so clearly, that question belonged to another heartbroken person. But Shui Li didn't want to say more. She looked at their clasped hands. It's only in this lifetime that you truly meet, yet you don't cherish it? Since meeting this human, she had often watched Meng Dai. After nearly 1,000 years of pursuit, Meng Dai's soul memories were almost worn away. Yet she stubbornly continued searching for Bai Yu. Looking at the Bai Yu of past lives, now called Shi Yu, she smiled amusingly. Didn't the incense burner wake you up this afternoon? Shi Yu looked at her. So it was you who knocked the incense burner over. I thought a serious illness would make humans more willing to face things. But no. Do you really not like her? Shui Li asked curiously. How do you know I'm seriously ill? You're seriously ill? Meng Meng panicked. So that's why Shi Yu sent all her things to her? Some things are better not to worry about too much, right? Shui Li looked at Shi Yu and gave a dry laugh. I'm doing this for your own good. After Shui Li quickly disappeared, Shi Yu both laughed and sighed. Looks like she needs to have another full medical checkup. Seeing Meng Meng nervously holding on to her, Shi Yu gently soothed her. It's nothing. Really? Meng Meng looked at her suspiciously. So this illness news was Shui Li's doing? As long as you're by my side, I'm fine. Shi Yu smiled, looking at Meng Meng with unprecedented tenderness in her eyes. Lin Yun looked at Li Dai, her own daughter, who, after receiving the returned package, couldn't wait to grab her wallet and run out. She stopped Li Dai at the door. Lin Yun blocked her and shouted, Where are you going? I'm going to find her, Meng Meng said firmly. She looked at the items that had been sent back, the things she had left at Shi Yu's place. The moment she received the package, she realized she couldn't bear it anymore. What were those things trying to tell her? Could it be a breakup? She didn't know, but she was very scared. Was Shi Yu rejecting her? This truth made her heart, which had been tense with Lin Yun for a long time, finally collapse. At that moment, she realized just how afraid she was of losing Shi Yu. She looked at her mother, and Li Dai's disbelieving eyes made Lin Yun smile bitterly. Perhaps she was destined to lose one of these two women. If you go, then I won't have a daughter anymore, Lin Yun said angrily, upset that her daughter actually put someone else before her. At least let her tell me in person if she wants to break up, Li Dai said, seeing Lin Yun's expression soften. Shi Yu sent back all her things. I don't know why. I have to find out, Li Dai said honestly. Lin Yun looked at her daughter. She wanted to stop her, wanted her not to go, but the pain in Li Dai's eyes affected her. She thought maybe, just as Li Dai said, even if it's a breakup, it should be clearly said. Lin Yun stepped aside from the doorway. Li Dai sincerely looked at this woman, her mother, and thanked her for letting her go. Mom, thank you. Watching Li Dai's figure walk away without looking back, Lin Yun felt a sense of desolation. Her child had grown up. She boredly sorted through the returned items, blankets, a laptop, seemingly ordinary things until she found an ancient scroll. She looked at it. It seemed like a traditional ink painting. It looked quite old and it felt somewhat familiar. She took out the contents and slowly unrolled it. It was a painting of chrysanthemums in ink. As she stared at the painting, some images suddenly flashed through her mind. But after a moment, she just thought it was an ordinary painting. She hung up the chrysanthemum painting casually. At night, lying alone in bed, the news played in the background, reporting about some extremely closed-off countries where people were burned alive because of being homosexual. She watched, shocked and angry. What if others found out her daughter was gay? Feeling restless, she got up, grabbed a bottle of red wine, drank it while flipping through Li Dai's things, then saw Li Dai's computer. She opened it. On the desktop was a photo of the two of them together. It felt piercing to her eyes and she wanted to close it, but above the shutdown button was a folder. What attracted her was that the folder was not the usual pale yellow, but had been specially altered by color-changing software to be black. Curious, she clicked on it and discovered it was Mengming's diary. The diary told of Mengming's feelings from the time she left home 2 years ago until recently. She spent most of the night reading it and felt very complicated. She unconsciously drank half a bottle of wine but could not suppress the shock in her heart. She hadn't expected that Su Wei was such a person. The things Li Dai had faced, the fear and panic, her own pressure must have caused her so much stress, right? But why didn't she tell her? If she had known how Su Wei behaved, maybe she could only report it to the police. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. That Su Shiwa was doing so much better than herself. After a sigh, Lin Yun recalled the past few years. She had always been immersed in the pain of her marriage breaking down. Li Dai had always been obedient and stayed by her side, but whenever she thought of Li Dai as that man's daughter, she would take out her anger on her. But her daughter was innocent. After reading the diary, she understood her daughter's grievances and thoughtfulness. Then, after the things that happened with Su Wei, her daughter didn't dare to come home to say anything. And Su Wei even threatened her own daughter. Was her daughter very scared then? She asked herself. Was it really right to keep stopping her like this? Is being homosexual really wrong? She didn't know. Never had anyone in this society taught her how to raise a child. After her daughter grew up and could eat and dress by herself, she didn't know what to do next. Once parents put up a certain posture, they can't put it down. She thought she could do well by her daughter for a lifetime. But was this really good for her? She thought about her daughter's resolute attitude before leaving, about the awkwardness and careful cooperation after coming home. Was this really right? She searched for information online and found so many parents struggling with the same worries, fearing their children's differences. She couldn't help but cry. In the end, she slept on the living room floor. In her sleep, she suddenly felt as if through that painting, she had traveled to a strange dynasty. An ancient mansion still had lanterns hanging, with no trace of modern times. Lin Yun found herself standing far away, watching a person who resembled Li Dai being held down by two strong old women. Two people wearing strange masks stood nearby, one of them wielding a whip, striking her. Heavenly honored one, my sister. Lin Yun watched the girl being whipped and felt a deep pain in her heart, especially seeing the girl grit her teeth, beads of sweat pouring from her forehead, looking extremely anguished. Beside her, the woman Lin Yun called the Heavenly Honored One said coldly, "Don't worry, Miss Li. It's not your sister who's wailing now, but that evil spirit. If you stop now." The Heavenly Honored One did not finish her sentence, but the implication was to make Lin Yun stop pleading for the girl. What kind of abuse was this? And what Heavenly Honored One? She was obviously a charlatan. This was clearly abuse of that girl. Lin Yun was horrified and wondered why this was happening. She looked at the girl. Her back was covered in blood marks, as if someone had scribbled on it with a red pen. Heavens! This was like death by 1,000 cuts. The Heavenly Honored One ordered more lashes. The girl trembled in pain. "Miss Li, don't be afraid." The woman walked over, chanting spells while pouring water from a bottle onto the leaves, then sprinkling it on Meng Dai's body, especially her wounds. She explained, "I mixed purified salt in this. It will expel the evil spirit inside your sister." Evil spirit? Lin Yun didn't understand. What kind of evil spirit were they trying to expel? Was this some ritual? As soon as the water touched the wounds, the girl screamed in pain. "It hurts." Lin Yun wanted to rush forward and hit the Heavenly Honored One. How could salt water not hurt when it touched wounds? Evil spirit! Come out! The heavenly honored one grew even more excited watching the girl writhe in pain, shouting, "Come out! Come out!" Lin Yun shook her head in confusion. Why was she seeing this? She realized she had recently been to a strange temple, crying and complaining to this heavenly honored one. Following that memory, she knew this was just the story of a scammer extorting money. And this flower blooming stuff was just exploiting the properties of plants being hot or cold. There was nothing real. But the woman in her vision seemed to believe it and even allowed others to abuse her sister. So ignorant. Later they poured water on the girl. Lin Yun wanted to scream. She didn't want to see this. "What exactly are you? Cough cough. Doing?" the girl said painfully, as bucket after bucket of water was poured on her, making it impossible for her to speak. Water forced into her mouth and nose made her choke. They continued abusing the girl until she had no strength left, nearly dead. Then the heavenly honored one signaled the masked men. The girl, weak and unable to resist, collapsed on the ground, breathing shallowly. "Dyer, you've come back?" Lin Yun heard herself ask. Seeing the girl's condition, her heart ached. Then she heard herself say, "Dyer, I know you hate your sister, but you are just possessed by an evil spirit. Once cleansed, you'll come back to yourself." As these words came, Lin Yun recalled her daughter dressed in ancient clothes, and the day in the LGBTQ group when someone was holding her daughter's hand. Then she realized, could these be memories from a past life? The heavenly honored one saw that the woman did not respond and threateningly said, "It seems the evil spirit has not left yet. Miss Lee, step back." The heavenly honored one ordered more cold water poured, continuing to torture the girl. No. Thinking that these people were abusing her daughter, the maternal instinct deep inside Lin Yun made her want to stop it. But no one heard her screams. They just kept abusing the girl, as if this continuous cleansing could wash away her daughter's truth of loving the same sex. "No. My dear. That's my daughter. How can you do this?" Lin Yun heard herself say, "Dyer, come back. I know you are just bewitched." But she did not want this at all. If this continued, her daughter would be abused to death. Sensing her thoughts, the girl finally lifted her head, her face weak but resembling her daughter Li Dai. She said faintly, "Sister, Dyer has returned." "No. You haven't really come back. You're just cooperating with them." Lin Yun screamed wildly. "Don't do this. I was wrong." She finally understood. Was it the same in the past life? Did she also abuse her daughter like this because she knew her daughter was a lesbian? Standing beside those ignorant people, letting them abuse her daughter and deceive herself into thinking she was possessed? "It was wrong of me. All of this was wrong," Li Dai said, tears streaming painfully down her face. "Don't do this." Lin Yun screamed. "Don't twist yourself for these people. Don't." But the dream did not let her go. Forced her to continue. "My dear Dyer, you have finally returned. The heavenly honored one was right. You have indeed returned. Thank you, heavenly honored one." Lin Yun felt like she was holding her cold daughter, both gratitude and resentment stirring a painful feeling she could not control. She didn't want this. She didn't want her daughter to be abused like this. "Dyer, forget her. You are normal now." Lin Yun continued in the dream, holding Meng Dai tightly, hearing herself say, "No, that's not normal. If normal means pain, then she would rather her daughter be abnormal and happy it was okay." "Okay," the girl said, but then fainted, bleeding from her lower body, staining her skirt red. The shocking red made Lin Yun terribly scared. Am I going to lose this daughter? I don't want to. But the dream didn't let her go. She followed the girl's perspective, staying with her daughter, watching her gloomy and depressed. She knew the girl was unhappy, but lied to herself that she was only possessed by an evil spirit. Why lie like this? Why? But the dream gave no answer. She could only keep watching the girl named Meng Dai and the girl named Meng Yun sitting outside a house together. "Meng Dai, do you hate your sister?" Lin Yun heard herself ask. And Meng Dai looked at Meng Yun's swollen belly and said, "Meng Yun, I don't hate you." How could she not hate? Lin Yun looked at Meng Dai. She was about to go crazy. That look of utter despair. But Meng Yun still pretended not to notice. "Enough, right?" Lin Yun shouted angrily. "Can we stop watching now?" But the dream did not stop. It went on. In the blink of an eye, the daughter's past life, named Meng Dai, disappeared for several days before her wedding. She did not say what she did during that time, but when she returned, there were burn marks on her hands. That was the birthmark on Li Dai's hand. At this moment, Lin Yun finally confirmed that this Meng Dai was indeed her daughter, Li Dai. She anxiously watched Meng Dai's wedding. Although nothing seemed wrong, The grand red bridal sedan chair looked like it was dyed with blood and tears. She worried, then saw the haggard woman arriving, face full of heartache. Was she her daughter's lover from a past life? Lin Yun asked, but no one answered. She stood in the crowd, her husband beside her, helping her watch the sedan chair leave. She left reluctantly. But the next day, someone came to tell her that Ming Dai had committed suicide. Her vision darkened, and her legs weakened, causing her to sit on the ground. She knew it. That Ming Dai never wanted to marry. Why did you all force a girl like this? And then pretend to be sad? You never really loved her. But when she said this, Lin Yun suddenly realized, was this exactly what she did to her daughter? So I also did such cruel things? Using self-righteous rules to restrict Li Dai's love. In the future, would I also cause my daughter to have the same tragedy? Following the dream, she saw Meng Yun holding a chrysanthemum ink embroidery painting, crying painfully. Her regret was so deep she cried bloody tears. Red drops falling onto the painting, becoming the curse she cast on that woman. She understood Meng Yun's feelings, a sister's intense and complicated emotions, both hoping for her sister's happiness and fearing that if the two did not meet in the next life, it would cause more forbidden love. Therefore, she used a curse to trap the two of them, cursing that they could only meet in the promised next life. But before that, she wished her sister would never meet anyone else, never fall in love with another woman again. Lin Yun found she even understood Li Meng Yun. That was a sister's deep and complex love, wanting her sister's happiness but afraid their next life without each other would cause calamity. She cried bitterly. So, is this life a repayment? It was by you repaying Meng Dai, and also herself repaying the two of them. Lin Yun felt the dream finally released her, and she could finally enter into a dark sleep. She coaxed Meng Meng back home, but Shueyue felt reluctant. Are you really not coming back with me? Meng Meng asked, watching Shueyue register at the front desk. Shueyue gave a bitter smile. She cupped Meng Meng's face and looked into the eyes of the girl who held her heart. If it were up to her, she wouldn't want Meng Meng to go home either. But there was a heartbroken person waiting for her daughter. She could put that aside, but Meng Meng's mother was a different matter. Moreover, she was the one who gave birth to Meng Meng. Without her, there wouldn't be the Meng Meng of today. It was a form of respect. I'm okay. If your mom hits you, come to me. Don't argue back, try to go along with her. Okay? In this matter, don't be stubborn with your mom. Shueyue advised Meng Meng. She understood every mother's protective instincts toward their children. After all, she was the one who had wronged this girl, but what worried her more was that Meng Meng might fight with her own mother because of this. Having a mother was a blessing. They still had time to take things slowly. But Meng Meng only had one mother. Don't hurt family bonds like this. Shoa's thoughtfulness only made Meng Meng feel sadder. She looked at this beautiful woman and wondered why she was still so clear-sighted, so good. Why couldn't her mother understand? Shueyue, you won't leave me, right? Meng Meng asked with a broken heart. She didn't understand. Shueyue was so good, 100 times better than those blind date prospects. The only problem was that she was a woman. So they couldn't be together? After so long they finally met, fell in love, and even searched for each other through 1,000 years. But still they couldn't be together? They finally confirmed that she was Meng Dai and Shueyue was Baiyue, but still. No, even if we break up, I just want you to be happy. Sniff. Shueyue started to say, but was cut off when Meng Meng pressed her lips to hers. Tears slid down cold against her cheek. No breaking up. Shueyue, don't leave me. Meng Meng said angrily, demanding an answer. Promise me. Please don't leave. I'm sorry I'm selfish, but I can't live without you. Meng Meng's eyes said it all. Okay Meng Dai, we won't break up. Shueyue hugged her tight, soothing her back and stroking her hair, making a promise. I'll wait for you forever, so please don't let your family get hurt, alright? Meng Meng hugged her tightly. She understood that behind Shueyue's caring was an envy of her having a family. Shueyue was an orphan, and she craved family even more? If her mom could accept Shueyue, then maybe she could be with her, and Shueyue would have a family too. But because of her, Shueyue seemed even lonelier. Was this right? Meng Meng asked herself but didn't dare to go further. What if Shueyue thought it through and left her to start a family with someone else? She felt her heart burning with jealousy. She didn't want it. She wouldn't accept it. Still, Shueyue called a taxi and accompanied her home. I'll stay here a bit. If I'm going back, I'll call you, Shueyue said. Meng Meng held Shueyue's hand, nodded heavily, then got out. For the first time she felt going home was such a heavy burden. She turned the door handle, expecting to face her mother's yelling face, but her mother only looked listlessly at her, as if lost in thought. You're back. Lin Yun looked at Mingming, her only daughter. "Mom, I'm back," Mingming said cautiously, watching her mother, unsure if she would scold or hit her. Lin Yun looked at Mingming standing there, and her expression was strangely similar to Mengdia's in her dreams. The difference was that Mengming's fearful gaze was directed at her, causing a bitter smile. The child was grown but still had that naive look. Yet now Li Dai's eyes were filled with fear. This child she had painstakingly raised, how could she not love her? But her fear indicated she was wrong. She recalled the abuse in her dreams. Though she had never physically abused her daughter, the rejection and harm she gave wasn't that a kind of abuse? The two were silent. Suddenly the phone rang. In panic, Mingming accidentally put it on speaker. Shuo's gentle voice came through the phone. "Are you okay?" Lin Yun looked at the taxi at the door. The beautiful woman inside, was she her daughter's partner? Was she waiting for her daughter? To protect or to snatch away? Did her daughter plan to say goodbye and leave with her? Lin Yun guessed. "Don't be stubborn with your mom. Try to go along with her. I'll wait for you. Don't rush, okay?" Shuo's voice was choked with emotion but full of warmth, making one's heart ache. Mingming nodded, tears falling, choking out. "Okay." Seeing that woman come back, was she just afraid that her daughter would be subjected to violence, so she stayed by the door? Having someone who cared so deeply was a blessing for her daughter. Lin Yun sighed, her heart in turmoil. Watching Mingming hang up, Lin Yun stared at her daughter's face, which resembled Mengdia's in the dream about 80%, even the heartbroken expression. She sighed. Her daughter had grown up. She watched her daughter cry, again overlapping with the image of Mengdi in her memories. No matter what, her daughter still cared about her. She thought of reading her daughter's diary, the smile on her face during the LGBT Pride event, the almost tangible happiness, and now the pitiful look. Was it really so hard to accept? She asked herself. At first, after her shock and anger, she read many materials. Yet she still refused. She even saw cases in anti-LGBT propaganda where kids were corrected. But she had that dream too. In the dream that Mengdi who forced herself, she saw all Mengdia's suffering, her resistance to men, her determination to burn herself to keep a promise to another life, and the final forced suicide. Did her daughter have to be forced to death to be normal? Is normal really always right? She remembered what she heard herself say in the dream. It's okay. During the time waiting for Mingming to come back, she thought deeply. In the end, she sighed. Maybe discrimination exists in both ancient times and now, but if she could agree, at least her daughter's treatment in society would improve. What was wrong with supporting her? If even her own mother opposed her, could her daughter endure it and not commit suicide? From Mengming's return, she understood her importance to her daughter. She also felt the respect that woman showed herself. At least don't let her daughter suffer punishments like those cruel tortures from ancient times. Lin Yun thought. Seeing her daughter unable to argue back, and recalling the call from that woman who treated her daughter well, was she really any different from others? Instead of pushing them away, it's better to watch over them, Lin Yun convinced herself. Looking at her daughter's fragile state, she smiled bitterly and said, "I won't stop you anymore." Mingming looked up, unable to believe her mother's words. Was she serious? She rushed forward and hugged Lin Yun. "Mom!" then cried happily. Lin Yun looked at her daughter's joyful expression and even felt a bit happy. She had chosen the right path. She deliberately ordered, "Next time bring her home together, got it?" Mingming nodded excitedly. This was the most beautiful command from her mother. Thank you for watching. The host's voice at the end of the show was as energetic as always. Mingming, as usual, stepped forward to drape a coat over Shiyue, shielding her from the chilly air on set. While Mingming covered her with the coat, Shiyue stole a kiss from her neck. "Hey, someone just fed me something," Shiyue teased. Mingming looked at her with a smile. "So?" Shiyue leaned closer, challenging Mingming with her gaze. "Aren't you jealous?" Mingming returned her smile, but her eyes were filled with possessiveness. You're mine," and she poured some water and placed it in front of Shiyue, then whispered in her ear, "At home, I'm the one who feeds you." Shiyue clenched her legs tightly. Through the mirror, she saw Mingming's smiling face. She was increasingly feeling like a queen, or rather, Mingming was her little queen. After Mingming's mother agreed, they discussed many things about the present and future. Once Mingming's current work settled down, they decided to register their marriage. Mingming now returned home weekly to be with Lin Yun, and Shiyue stayed by her side. Fortunately, this was not a tragedy. Shiyue thought to herself how lucky she was to have met such a wonderful Mingming, and to have Lin Yun's approval. She wanted to work harder and cherish this fortune. Shiyue pulled Mingming into the restroom. The advantage of being two girls was that she could pull Mingming into the restroom to stop her hunger. "Die, I want you," Shiyue whispered into Mingming's ear. She wanted more, wanted to go back and pin Mingming down on the bed, to savor her beauty, to finally undo her necklace and leave her own kiss marks beneath the black ribbon. "Good girl. Let me feed you when we get home. Okay?" Mingming gently coaxed her, feeling Shiyue's kisses licking her neck. She clenched her legs tightly, too shy to let her know she was also hungry. But she couldn't keep monopolizing Mingming since she had a live stream later. Looking at Mingming's beautiful appearance, she was already at peace. The Mingming the audience and fans saw was public, but the Mingming in private was completely hers. Thinking of Mingming's beauty and tenderness, that was all hers. So she wouldn't get jealous. Their lips kept meeting. Because of acting and the concern over skin, Mingming couldn't leave kiss marks like Shiyue, which made her jealous, but she could kiss Mingming in more discreet places. Mingming stroked Shiyue's face with a mischievous smile and kissed her. Shiyue really wanted to devour Mingming right then and there. Looking at her now, she was completely a mischievous little queen. Ugh, why is the time after work so slow? She bit her lip. Don't bite. Mingming covered Shiyue's lips with her thumb, her eyes full of desire. She stroked Shiyue's lips with her fingers and whispered, "Or else you'll have to redo your makeup." Shiyue stuck out her tongue, playfully teasing Mingming's fingertips. Mingming looked at the soft pink tongue on her fingers, coated in saliva, feeling Shiyue's breath on her hand, the pink lips stained with lipstick and the soft touch of her lips. Mingming closed her eyes, tilted her head back and kissed Shiyue. She knew the taste of that little tongue, knew the bittersweet scent of Shiyue's lipstick. She had tasted every part of Shiyue's body, things no fan or viewer could ever know. She smiled. "You is mine." Lovers in the throes of passion tend to be less cautious. Shiyue kissed again and again. Mingming restrained herself from leaving kiss marks on Shiyue's neck, but she had already been marked. Mingming stood before the mirror at the wash basin, looking at her own neck. "It's kind of obvious." "Yeah, that might make people guess you have a boyfriend," Shiyue teased her sourly. Mingming smiled lightly. "So? What are you going to do? Want to get jealous now? I'll go get a pen to sign it." Shiyue smiled mischievously, whispering into Mingming's ear, "I'm a responsible person who leaves a mark." If she could, she wanted to sign on Mingming's life, telling everyone that Mingming was hers, Shiyue's. So cheeky. Mingming playfully scolded her. The two sweethearts walked out of the restroom, unaware someone was standing nearby watching them. Finally off work, Mingming hurriedly grabbed Shiyue's hand to go home. She could finally indulge. Mingming amusingly packed up and dragged her suitcase, watching Shiyue's happy expression. You also had this innocent, adorable side, though her intentions behind it weren't simple. But just as they stepped out the door, Mingming suddenly felt someone shove her. Before she realized what was happening, she was about to fall onto the driveway. Then she saw who pushed her. Sure, the young man who threatened to chase after Shiyue? She heard the horn blaring, and a car was rushing toward them. So was she going to die? The news of a star's assistant being hit and killed by a car flashed through her mind. Right after Shirchibai's action, Mingming reached out to pull Shiyue back, but slipped onto the driveway herself. Seeing Mingming about to be hit, everything seemed to freeze. Shiyue closed her eyes, hoping death wouldn't hurt too much. Would she die? Shiyue wondered. If she still had to meet Mingming in the next life, how could Mingming bear it? Thinking of Mingming, Shiyue felt her heart ache again. But fortunately there was no pain on her body. Instead, something soft pressed against her back. Shiyue opened her eyes and saw that everything seemed frozen in place. "Get up." Shueili's helpless voice appeared beside Shiyue. Shiyue quickly got up and turned to see a girl in a t-shirt, whose face reminded her of a name. Shueili. After standing up, she realized behind her was her own fluffy foxtail. Looking closely near her hips, it was bleeding as if something was broken. But why was Shueili so calm? Shiyue asked in surprise. "Oh my god. What happened to you?" If the timing was right, she really wanted to ask if her period had come. Shueili's ears twitched as she glared at Shiyue unhappily. "Don't ask about everything to Heaven. Heaven's busy. And you're so mean. I used a tail to help you block death, and you still tease me about my period. Besides, she was just a kid. Where would her period come from? Death calamity?" Shiyue looked at Shueili confused. "I helped you guys more or less." Shueili looked at the tail on the ground, feeling a lot of pain, and swallowed a pill to stop the bleeding. Shirchibai suddenly walked over, looking at them angrily, and asked, "Why?" Inside a voice was shouting, Why wouldn't they just separate? Why didn't Shiyue like him? Shichibai, I've been watching you for a long time. Are you really so unwilling to let go? Shueli asked Shichibai. What? Shichibai was confused. He didn't even know the girl in front of him, let alone that she had a tail and must be a demon. You are the brother of Bai Yu in that life, who later became the great king. You've been chasing Bai Yu for so long. Aren't you going to give up? Shueli asked. I don't know. I just can't let go. Shichibai answered. That only breeds entanglements. You've pursued for so long, but have you ever gained anything from Bai Yu? Let go. Shueli advised Shichibai. She was curious about Bai Yu and Mengdia's later fate, so she had been watching every reincarnation. The soul of King Qi had gone through many reincarnations, stubbornly following Mengdia's reincarnations, refusing to give up on finding Bai Yu. But Mengdi and Bai Yu were mutually in love, while King Qi was just unwilling to accept it. Shueli didn't understand. He had thousands in his harem but only ever remembered what he had lost. Wasn't that exhausting? Meng realized she could move, hurriedly pulling Shiyue back to the roadside and hugging her tightly. Shueli looked at Shiyue and Meng, thinking it was interesting and that she still had many questions to ask, but she glanced toward the white mist approaching and warned, messing with mortal fate will be held accountable. I didn't expect that after chasing for thousands of years, you would get the chance to meet him because of you too. Fate and destiny, you must cherish them, understand? Shueli turned, grabbed Shichibai and said, I'll take this one with me. Shiyue only managed to say, thank you. I have to go now. They're coming for me. Shueli transformed into a fox and vanished into the modern street. You must remember you are blessed by the fox. Her last words left behind the severed foxtail on the ground. Everything vanished as if nothing had happened. What just happened? Shiyue asked. Meng didn't understand either. She wanted to pick up the foxtail, but suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere. He was faster, picked up Shueli's severed tail, looked at the two of them, then at the direction Shueli had disappeared, and shook his head. He then vanished as well. Meng and Shiyue looked at each other speechless. Luckily you're okay. Meng hugged Shiyue tightly and silently made a decision in her heart. A few days later, the news reported that Shichibai was found stripped naked and thrown into a fountain. It was said that there were even marks of being beaten on his buttocks. For such a ridiculous ending, Shueyue could only smile bitterly. Shueli was probably still a child of the Fox clan, though thousands of years old. Shichibai would never give up after all. Feelings aren't that simple. But she was still grateful for everything Shueli had done. She sat in the cafe where Meng had sung before. Last time at the same scene and time, Meng had sung that slightly bitter song with a soft, low female voice. But now was she okay? Did the pain fade? Had she changed her? Made her happier? Shueyue looked at Meng. Meng threw herself into Shueyue's arms, holding her tightly. She was very thankful to Shueli, and because of that incident, she had made a serious decision in her heart. Shueyue looked at Meng fondly and intertwined their long hair together, just like their feelings entwined with each other. So your mom agreed? Shueyue asked. She agreed to us living together? For the sake of Enlini Yun's feelings, Meng had been living outside for the past month. They needed to get Lini Yun's consent before continuing to cohabit. Yes. Meng looked at her, a little worried in her heart. Shueyue, if my mom doesn't agree, will you leave me? No. Shueyue smiled gently at Meng. Shueli's appearance confirmed their past lives. But was that really that important? What she loved was the person in front of her, liking everything about her. If that past life brought them together, that was great, but if it separated them, that would be too foolish. She would never leave Meng. They chatted for a while longer. Meng led Shueyue to a seat, and Shueyue watched Meng step onto the stage. Without asking anyone or giving any introduction, Meng simply stood there, tuned her strings, and began to sing with a gentle female voice. We cried, we laughed. We looked up to the sky. How many stars still shine? She smiled gently at Shueyue, the queen she had liked for so long. She finally dared to admit. Shueyue was her moon. Because I just happened to meet you. Leaving footprints is what makes it beautiful. The wind blows, flowers fall, tears like rain. Because I don't want to be apart. Crossing millennia in search, she finally found the courage to declare their love in front of the crowd. Having Shueyue's heart was such a precious thing. She was happy for both Meng and herself. They were lucky to have someone who accepted them as they were. Because I just happened to meet you. Leaving 10 years of hopes. If we meet again. I think I will remember you. Because of meeting you, because of waiting despite the twists and turns, I finally waited for you, Moon. Mingming sang this song passionately. It was her confession. I'm truly lucky to have you accompany me. Always by my side on the path of being honest with my mother. They were so lucky to have found each other in the same gender and be able to love each other. And Shui Li's appearance proved that her pursuit and persistence were right. She was really grateful for everything. But she didn't want to wait another 10 years as the lyrics said. She wanted now. This lifetime. If we meet again, I want to be with you. Mingming finished singing and looked at Shueyue. Shueyue felt a little lightheaded and sentimental. This girl always surprised her. Dai, is this a confession to me? Shueyue asked softly. Nope, Mingming said playfully, seeing Shueyue's nervous glance. She smiled and said, I'm proposing to you, Moon. Mingming put down the guitar and took out a prepared ring. Miss Shueyue, would you? Shueyue suddenly said. Okay. I haven't finished yet. Mingming blinked, wanting to follow the proper procedure. Doesn't matter. You're my wife now. Shueyue said dominantly and slipped the ring they picked together onto Mingming's ring finger. Looking at Mingming, the girl who appeared in her life and had accompanied her through time, Shueyue felt she had grown anew. The days with her were so sweet that she was afraid. She didn't know what tomorrow would bring. But Shueyue looked at the sunlight shining on Mingming's hair, the smile on her lips so sweet. For her, for Mingming, for by you, she should cherish this happiness even more. Watching them hold hands, the rings on their ring fingers sparkling in the sunlight, it was like a declaration their love was finally no longer confined to the night of the moon but was shown openly in the daylight. Next time I'll propose to you, Shueyue whispered in Mingming's ear. Mingming nodded and smiled, willing at any time. They both understood happiness was really hard to come by and must be treasured dearly. The end. If you want to know the story before their reincarnation, please see the previous life story, Wutong Shadow.